Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन
A very good morning and welcome. You're watching the Morning News Hour. My name is Amita Malpa.
And I'm Richa Sharma. Let's get started with the top headlines we're tracking at 9 a.m. this morning. Access first and exclusively. The survey tape is out now. The proof is evident. In fact, we are seeing the clear Nandi-Shivling connection, and the Hindu religious motives arm the faithfuls who pin their hope on court to free the Astha.
It's footage India has never seen before. Times Now accesses the videos of the Gyanvapi survey that revealed the shivling in the Wuzukhana.
Meanwhile, Delhi's Health Minister Satendra Jain, arrested for money laundering by the ED, faces charges of amassing disproportionate wealth. The Aam Aadmi Party lends full weight to Jain, draws link to Himachal polls. BJP asks where's zero tolerance.
Enforcement Directorate summons former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah to appear before it today in the money laundering case against the office bearers of the Union Territories Cricket Association.
Meanwhile, murder and many murky twists emerge in the Moosewala's murder case. Guns and gangs run supreme even as escape car has been seized. Interstate hunt on for assailants. AAP faces breakbacks.
Big Karnataka face-off bruise carried over the attack on ticket. Farmer groups up in arms, a call for a statewide protest. SKM blames the BJP for the ink attack.
It's the bipole that holds the CM key. Dhami faces its fate that is to be sealed today. In fact, the Champavat is all set to vote today. D-Day for Dhami to retain Chief Minister's chair.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating in the Garib Kalyan Sammelan in Shimla today, marking the completion of 8 years of his government to directly interact with the beneficiaries of different schemes.
Our top focus this hour remains the, in fact, last journey of Sidhu Moosewala that we have been tracking in his village in Mansa. Remember, it's a murder that has been most foul and ferocious. Punjabi singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala was ambushed, rained with bullets, and later on killed in his hometown of Mansa. And it's not just the murder, but the brutality of it all that has jolted the border state. Times Now has been meticulously, in fact, decoding the evidence found, but we are now joined with the live images on our screen right now, coming in with those hundreds and hundreds of fans of Moosewala who have, in fact, gathered to take the last journey with, in fact, their hero, who they followed with their songs as well as followings. Meanwhile, we have seen the investigation proceeding at a faster pace.
So, Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala's funeral, that will be happening this afternoon at around noon, where the cremation, the last rites will be taking place. The investigation angle is also something that Priyank can also talk about it. Priyank, we're getting pictures right now, and we are staying with those live pictures right outside Sidhu Moosewala's Haveli, where fans have been gathering and the crowds are just swelling. But let's talk about the investigative angle, where more and more people, we are told, have been now taken into custody by the Punjab police, the SIT that has been formed for questioning.
Yeah, certainly. And the information which we are getting as of now from our sources that Sidhu Moosewala had sustained 7 bullet injuries and Times Now was the first channel which reported that there were multiple entry and exit wounds which were found on the body of Sidhu Moosewala. There were speculations that all these 24 rounds which were fired towards Sidhu Moosewala could have hit him, but what forensic experts have pointed out that they have found around a dozen of entry and exit wounds on the body of Sidhu Moosewala, and they have done 7 bullets which have been recovered from his body. So that's the breaking input which we are getting. On the visuals, you can clearly see that all these supporters and followers of Sidhu have come here from various areas of Mansa, because he was a very popular singer in this area of Punjab. We know that the Punjabi singers have a very big. We have seen that the political parties have also opted these stars as the star campaigners or the so a TV artist. So this is the kind of emotion they have very much attachment to these stars. Sidhu, who was at the age of 28, had gained popularity not even in India but also in abroad, and that was one of the reasons because of which he fell into these people who wanted to have dominance.
Priyank, just stay on with us. Sukhdinder Singh Randhawa Sahab is with us on the phone line. Randhawa Sahab, looking at the situation right now, lot of pressure that is already being built up on the AAP Sarkar because law and order comes under them. How do you look at the situation as of now, sir, ever since they've taken over?
देखिए, मैं मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ सिद्धू का, उनके शाम को मैं और हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब राजवड़िंग हम दोनों रात को पहुंच गए और तब से आज तक वहीं पर ही हैं, उसके घर ही बैठे जी। एक ऐसा सिंगर है जो गवर्नमेंट को मेरे ख्याल 2 करोड़ से ऊपर इनकम टैक्स, पंजाब गवर्नमेंट को ऐसी बात थी कि इसको हम सिक्योरिटी नहीं दे सकते। ये प्रोविजन है कि प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी के आप में पे करो और पंजाब पुलिस के जवान अपने साथ रख। इन्होंने कभी भी गवर्नमेंट ने ऐसा उसको नहीं कहा। इमीडिएटली वो सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ करनी और डिस्क्लोज करनी, और जो डिस्क्लोज डॉक्यूमेंट किया है उसके ऊपर सीक्रेट लिखा है। प्योरली चीफ मिनिस्टर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी चीफ मिनिस्टर की बनती है, क्योंकि चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास होम है। मेरे पास भी होम डिपार्टमेंट रहा, मेरे टाइम में भी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की हमने, लोगों की जिनको नहीं चाहिए मैंने भी की। मेरे ख्याल से 1300 जवान हमने विड्रॉ किया, पर कभी हमने इसको डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया और पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं बनाया। और
लेकिन रंधावा जी, कोई रिव्यू बोर्ड होता है क्या? मतलब ये सवाल उठाए जा रहे थे, कोई रिव्यू बोर्ड होता है क्या कि जो बैठकर डिसाइड करे?
रिव्यू बोर्ड होता है, उसमें
तो सर किसका डिसीजन होता है, पंजाब सरकार का या पुलिस बताती है सीधे तौर पे कि इन लोगों की लिस्ट?
मैं आपको डिटेल में बता दूं
जी।
इसमें ये काउंटर इंटेलिजेंस, सिक्योरिटी, और उसके बाद अनऑफिशियली या ऑफिशियली आप इसको कर लीजिए, होम मिनिस्टर के पास डिस्कशन के लिए आता है कि ये लिस्ट है, इनको थ्रेट जो है कितना है, क्या है, और उसके बाद ही डिसीजन लिया जाता है। उसमें डीजीपी भी बैठते हैं और पूरा का पूरा इनको देखा जाता है, पॉलिटिकली भी देखा जाता है कि इस आदमी को अगर नहीं भी है, आपकी रिपोर्ट में नहीं, इसको थ्रेट नहीं है।
लेकिन रंधावा साहब, इनिशियली हमने देखा किस तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी ने पूरी तरह से अपना पल्ला झाड़ लिया था। उन्होंने कहा था कि जो वहां के उनकी खुद की गलती थी, वो पूरी सिक्योरिटी के साथ नहीं चले, वो बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी में नहीं चल रहे थे। तो इस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
इसका मतलब कि उसकी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ करनी चाहिए थी। 16 आदमी से 16 सिक्योरिटी वालों से उसने 2 कर दिए, 2 में से एक बीमार है बैठा वहां। एक 24 आवर कैसे करेगा उसके साथ ड्यूटी? एक आदमी कर सकता है? इन्होंने कहा कि 8 घंटे जो हैं जवान है उनसे काम लेंगे, 24 आवर कैसे चलेगा? उसने सोना भी है, उन्हें नहाना भी है, उसने खाना भी खाना है, तो ये कैसे कर सकते? चलो और छोड़ दीजिए। इन्होंने जो राघव चड्ढा है, जिस हाउस में मैं रहता था, हाउस नंबर 50 सेक्टर 2, मेरे पास जेल भी था, जहाँ गैंगस्टर थे पूरे मेरे पास, वहां मेरे पास होम भी था। वो मेरे को तो सिक्योरिटी जो है, मेरे 2 स्टैंडिंग गार्ड थे। आज राघव चड्ढा को किस कैपेसिटी में 5 स्टैंडिंग गार्ड दिए हैं, किस कैपेसिटी में दिए हैं? क्या उसकी थ्रेट परसेप्शन है? कहां से उसको थ्रेट आ गया?
लेकिन रंधावा साहब, एक और सवाल आपसे, हमने देखा ये गैंग राइवलरी का एंगर आ रहा है, लेकिन सवाल ये भी उठता है कि दिन दहाड़े इस बेरहमी से उनको मारा गया, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा?
मैं इसके बिल्कुल रूल आउट करता हूं। मेरे पास जब मैं मिनिस्टर था, इसने मेरे को वीडियो दिखाई कि थ्रेट किया गया इसको, सिद्धू को, कि इतने पैसे दो अदरवाइज तेरे को हम मार देंगे। ये एक्सटॉर्शन के लिए इसको कॉल आया करती थी। इसने, मैंने कहा बेटा एक्सटॉर्शन बिल्कुल नहीं देनी, हम आपकी सिक्योरिटी करेंगे। ये डीजीपी झूठ बोल रहा है, ये पंजाब पुलिस झूठ बोल रही है, इनके ऊपर एक्शन आना चाहिए
जी।
हम कोर्ट में भी जाएंगे।
रंधावा साहब, आखिरी सवाल सर, क्या पंजाब चीफ मिनिस्टर को जानकारी नहीं होती अगर ऐसी कोई लिस्ट अगर पब्लिक की जा रही है तो? क्योंकि उनके सीधे तौर पे इंक्वायरी ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं।
मेरी बात सुनिए, जो आम आदमी का पेज है उसके ऊपर चीफ मिनिस्टर की फोटो लगी हुई है, जिसमें लिखा है राधा स्वामी डेरा और जथेदार अकाल तख्त और सिद्धू मूसेवाला की सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ हमने कर ली है
जी।
और केजरीवाल एक दिन पहले वहां बोल रहा है कि पंजाब में हम लोगों की 427 आदमियों की सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की। वो कौन है? किस कैपेसिटी में दिल्ली का चीफ मिनिस्टर पंजाब की बात कर रहा है?
जी। रंधावा साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और आपने हमें बहुत डिटेल में समझाया कि किस तरीके से प्रोसीजर चलता है, जहां तक अगर सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉल का जो डिसीजन है वो कौन लेता है, पंजाब पुलिस, और जहां तक पंजाब मुख्यमंत्री है उनको भी सारी डिटेल्स पहले से मालूम होती है। रंधावा जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। प्रियंक, कमिंग बैक टू यू ऑन द इन्वेस्टिगेटिव डिटेल साइड, बिकॉज दिस हैज बीन वन ऑफ द मोस्ट sought after question that they are still awaiting answers, exactly who was the person responsible for giving out that list, making that confidential list public when it comes to the security of those people there. According to sources, what we are getting to know, Priyank, that there was still a security threat to Sidhu Moosewala despite his security being withdrawn.
Yeah, certainly. Namita, you see, the police officers have themselves accepted. That's why 2 of these commandos were given. But we are talking about a threat from a different, from gangsters who are not here in India, but also in abroad. We are talking about those gangsters who have connections with the drug laws. So obviously, if the assassination attempt would have been carried out on Sidhu, there have been multiple people who could be part of this scheme. So only giving 2 security personnel is certainly not accepted. What the Punjab police is saying that he was not having his security personnel along with him. Even if the security personnel could have been there, the manner in this attack has been carried out, it could have been very difficult for any person who is armed to stop a spread of bullet which is coming out from 7 individuals. So for sure, this 2 police personnel, 2 commandos deployed on duty for Sidhu Moosewala could not have stopped this kind of firing incident which happened on Sidhu. So that is one thing. On the other side, the Congress party will also be moving to the courts and will also be giving a memorandum to the assembly because of the way the state government has made this issue public, and they have been demanding resignation of the DGP of Punjab because there have been the back-to-back incidents, like the terrorist opened fire on the Intel Bureau of Punjab Police Headquarters in Mohali. Then you saw a series of attacks happening on several individuals. What Congress has been claiming that is the time the new government has come in past, and that is the reason because of which they have been attacking the Aam Aadmi Party government, which is a newly formed government in the state of Punjab, that there have been around 90 people who have been killed. This is a claim which the Congress party is doing, and they have been trying to target and counter, Aam Aadmi Party government because earlier we know that the Congress was in power. But the fact remains that these gangsters, Amita, have been operating not only from India but also from abroad. And there was nothing which was done by the state government of Punjab, to bring back all those terrorists who have been working day and night to reshape the atmosphere of the state, which is a bordering state. Neither the Congress government had put in effort and pushed it to the center so that these Goldie Bra or any terrorist who is based in Canada, to be very
In fact, Priyank, another question to you. As you pointed out, there are international links that are now emerging. The family is demanding a CBI as well as an NIA probe in the matter. Are we expecting the NIA to also now, in fact, come into the investigation? Because these are Russian assault rifles that we're talking about that were used in the attack. And the manner in which he was hit, there were 7 bullets that hit Moosewala as well.
If you see Russian assault rifle, is nothing as compared to just being fired at the police intel headquarters in Mohali. So this is the kind of state failed, I would say, state law and order situation. Because Punjab being a bordering state, Amita, there have been series of supply of arms and ammunition. This is being sent from Pakistan. We know that our agencies have been on high alert. They have managed to, stop the supply of arms and ammunition many a time. But time and again, these terrorists are using the local modules have managed to, bring these kind of heavy ammunition. This is banned for normal individuals. These are for the forces use. These are for the use of the police, not only for those, terrorists. And this is not supposed to go in their hand of these. But because of the backup which these gangsters are getting from Pakistan. Because remember, the Times of has also been pointing out that how Pakistan has been working on the K2 model, which is of Kashmir and Khalistan. So these gangsters are certainly not gangsters. They need to be called terrorists because they have clear-cut hands with the Pakistanis. They get their arms supply from Pakistan. They get their arms supply and drugs, which is a part of the narco-terrorism, from Pakistan. So the gangs, which is working and which has been operating in the state of Punjab is certainly not, should not be called gangsters. They are terrorists. And time and again, we know that they have their hands in infiltrating into the country or going outside the country. If you see, Sidhu Moosewala's one of close aide who was part of a plot to kill Vicky, who was killed a few months back after he was chased. He has managed to flee away from India. So there was speculation also that the local machinery would have helped him to flee away from there. Sidhu Moosewala was also not being questioned by the Punjab police over the period of time. So this state police, which has managed to eliminate terrorism from the state of Punjab, has fallen into the hand of those political mites who have been using it for their political gain. We are not only talking about Aam Aadmi Party government, we are also talking about the previous government in the past. Time and again, incidences have proved that these, political party leaders who have been holding high-profile portfolio or who have been holding government in the state of Punjab have been misusing the state police, which is a border state of India and which is a very sensitive border. We are talking about borders being shared with Pakistan, not with Nepal. Nepal being a friendly country, Bihar can manage that. But we are talking about Punjab. And these are the kind of incidents which are a clear reminder that there's the state government need to be very firm on these issues. Imagine around 40 rounds being fired in the outskirts of Mansa, not in a high security zone. So how these weapons are being transported? How these
and you saw the state of the car there, Priyank, because multiple bullets that were fired rather sprayed on the car and especially on the side where the driver's seat is, because they knew, they had the exact information that Sidhu Moosewala, without any security cover, is behind the wheels, he's driving the car.
Yes, certainly. And before that, I will tell you that in a few minutes from now, the mortal remains of Sidhu Moosewala will be reaching his residence.
It has reached his residence.
So it has. So on the other side, what I was trying to tell you that these criminals have managed to give a slip to the Punjab police since the last 48 hours. They had a well-thought, well-planned strategy. They opted to fire on the driving seat where Sidhu Moosewala was sitting, and all these windows of even the windshield of this vehicle was jet black. So there was a proper tip of which was given, and the time and again the police officer.
So we'll keep a close watch on the last journey of Sidhu Moosewala, even as hundreds of fans have now gathered outside his residence in Mansa, that's his village. Stay with us, Priyank. We'll slip into a short break. We'll be back with the latest on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Let's continue to get you other stories we are tracking this morning. This happened after the ink attack on the farmer leader Rakesh Tikait in Bengaluru in Karnataka. While he was giving out a press briefing, not just him, his aide as well was attacked. Thereafter, we saw pandemonium that ensued in the conference hall. Right now, we are getting to know that the farmers will be holding a protest march. The farmer organizations that have now called for protest in the entire state of Karnataka with the Samyukt Kisan Morcha has condemned the attack on the farmer leaders during the press briefing that happened in Bengaluru yesterday, claiming that the entire episode was actually sponsored by the BJP. The farmer group has also demanded strict action against the guilty and judicial probe into this incident. That is the demands that have been made so far. Let's listen in especially to Rakesh Tayar, what he had to say after ink was thrown at him.
सोची समझी थी कि वहां पर लोग बैठे हुए थे और वहां पर कोई इशू भी नहीं था, बातचीत चल रही थी, लेकिन एक टाइम तक हमको ये लगा कि दूसरी प्रेस है नहीं और टीआरपी बढ़ाने के चक्कर में एक चैनल सवाल जवाब ज्यादा कर रहा है कंटिन्यू कि मेरी टीआरपी बढ़े, वो कर रहा है। दूसरे तो और प्रिंट मीडिया थे वो अपना फोटो खींच रहे थे, एक दो चैनल थे उसका हमें अपना जवाब दे रहे थे, लेकिन बीच में आड़ के हमला करना और उसको फोकस करके दिखाना, तो ये किसी एक चैनल की बड़ी साजिश उसकी है।
यदुवीर सिंह और टिकायत पर हल्ला किया और शाही भी उन पर उछाला गया। जो लोग वो किसके थे, कौन भेजा हुआ था, वो गुंडे लोगों पर एक्शन होना चाहिए।
Meanwhile, the Congress party has gone ahead to express their support to the farmer leaders there. The BJP has said that it was not sponsored by them and has rather condemned the attack, but the farmer leaders continue to ask for more investigation to take place against the ink attack on Rakesh Tiket, with farmer organizations now demanding a protest in the entire state.
Government is completely failed in all matter. The image of Karnataka as becoming from bad to worst. It is not only the intelligence failure, grooming and supporting such type of organization and such type of youngsters who have been identified with the BJP leaders. Itself shows that the entire BJP is backing this. A big leader, the Congress party fully supports him, and we would like to condemn this.
All right, so there is a growing demand as far as the farmer organizations are concerned, who are now blaming the state dispensation in the entire matter for an inaction, and also now are also, in fact, in a way, they have summoned an all-state-wide protest as well. This is the Samyukt Kisan Morcha that has condemned the attack on the farmer leaders during the press conference yesterday, claiming that the entire episode was sponsored by the BJP. Meanwhile, the farmer group has also now demanded strict action against the guilty, and a judicial probe in the incident has also been, in fact, summoned. Meanwhile, a day after the ink attack on the BKU leader Rakesh Tiket, the state farmer organizations have called for protest across Karnataka over the entire incident. We'll slip into a short break now, but we'll be back with the latest on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
headlines this hour. Let's get you the details of the accessed first and exclusively the survey tape which is out. The proof is evident. The clear Nandi Shivling connection and Hindu religious motives arm the faithfuls who pin the hopes on the court to free their astha.
Is the footage India has never seen before. Times now accesses videos of Gyanvapi survey that reveals Shivling in Wuzukhana.
Delhi Health Minister Satendra Jain arrested for money laundering by the ED faces charge of amassing disproportionate wealth. The Aam Aadmi Party lends full weight to Jain, draws a link to Himachal elections.
Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned the former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah to appear before it today in the money laundering case against the office bearers of the Union Territories Cricket Association.
Murder and many murky twists emerge in Moosewala's killing. Guns and gangs run supreme. Escaped car seized. Interstate hunt for the assailants.
It's a big Karnataka face-off that is brewing. Irate over attack on tickets. Farmer groups up in arms call for statewide protest. Meanwhile, the SKM blames the BJP for ink attack.
It's a bipole that holds the CM's key. Dhami's fate to be decided. Champawat votes today. D-Day for Dhami to retain the Chief Minister's chair.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to participate in the Garib Kalyan Sammelan in Shimla today, marking the completion of 8 years of his government to directly interact with the beneficiaries of different schemes.
Welcome to our special coverage right here on Gyanvapi Truth, because it is one of the biggest surveys of the 21st century that has been conducted. A survey that has bolstered Hindu side's astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi. This is what the surveyors led by the court commissioners spotted first when they entered the Wuzukhana in the masjid complex. Take a look at this special report.
It's one of the biggest surveys of 21st century. A survey that has bolstered Hindu side's astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi. This is what the surveyors, led by the court commissioner, spotted first when they entered the Wuzukhana, a pond used by the Muslims for ablution, filled with waist-deep water. The water was drained out to see the black structure in its entirety. The Hindu side keen that it was nothing but a shivling. Each and every movement was monitored with a hawk eye by the stakeholders during the clinching survey carried out between May 14 and May 16. As the last drop of water drained out, a 2.5 feet tall shivling-like structure emerged. A white color stone was on top of shivling-like structure. The Hindu side elated at the discovery of shivling, while the Muslim side termed it a fountain.
जो हमने वहाँ पे विराट और भव्य शिवलिंग देखा था 2.5 फीट का, उसमें किसी न किसी तरह से छेद करके 63 सेंटीमीटर का और उसको एक फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की गई, उसमें एक चक्री लगा के उसको घुमाने की कोशिश की गई। ना ये फव्वारा हो सकता है, ना कभी ऐसा फव्वारा किसी ने इंडिया में देखा होगा।
As per the Hindu tradition, Nandi always faces shivling. Here too, the spot where the shivling-like structure was found is in Nandi's line of sight, but is blocked by a tall iron grill. The similarities are too uncanny, but whose prayers will be answered? That is for the court to decide. Bureau Report, Times Now.
All right. right, so you have so far seen the proof of the shibling-like structure that has now been found and emerged from the Wuzukhana often enough. But of course, it's being disputed as a fountain now from the Muslim side. So of course, we have seen and we have decided to do the simplest thing. Here is the black stone that has emerged from the Wuzukhana when the water was drained from it. That's the visual on the screen right now. Now take a look at the shibling-like structure that has been found in some of the most famous Shiv temples in India. Here's the shivling in Somnath, in Mahakaleshwar and in Baidyanath. Mind you, we have also chosen temples from different parts of the country, from Gujarat to Madhya Pradesh to Jharkhand. And when you see the image of the shibling-like structure side by side, you can best decide what is what.
It was a simple flick of the wrist. But as the key turned in the lock of the Gyanvapi basement, no one could have anticipated the proof that would tumble out. As soon as the surveyors entered, they saw several alcoves that looked like the ones used to keep diyas in a temple. In a corner, the alcoves had a distinct Sanskrit inscription. The report by the court commissioner also says that though the exact words in the engraving were indecipherable, its origin seemed clear. As the surveyors moved further, to their left, they saw 4 of these pillars. Each pillar had 4 lotus flowers each, all the way around. Now here's something interesting. We compared the lotus in this exclusive survey video to what temples around the world have. And we found that not only is this engraving common to almost all temples from Rajasthan to Tamil Nadu, but even some Shiva temples in Cambodia have prominent lotus carvings. Several motifs were prominent, but large parts of the basement also saw damage. Pillars, idols that lay in ruins. However, one idol that caught the eye was that of a crocodile. Incidentally, crocodiles are mentioned in Puranas as vehicles of God. Adi Shankar has a divine relationship with the crocodile. While bathing in a river, a crocodile captured Adi Shankara and released him only when his mother gave him permission to become a saint. The link between Adi Shankara and a crocodile is unmissable, and the significance of this idol irrefutable. The images of the survey are before you now. The question though is that if the character of Gyanvapi is that of a temple, if it looks like a temple, can it be allowed to be consecrated as a temple? Bureau Report, Times Now.
So with the help of graphics, let's make our viewers understand exactly what was found in that basement, the very same basement which was earlier locked and was barred. But according to the court orders, it had to be opened up. So as soon as you enter, 2 feet ahead next to the door is a certain wall, and what's there on the wall is something that needs to be noted. On the wall 3 feet above the ground are motifs of flowers, something very familiar with Hindu architecture that has been found in temples. Further inside the basement, 4 ancient style pillars at least 8 feet in height. So these are 4 pillars that has been found through animation as we are helping you understand. Each of these pillars has Hindu motifs from top to the bottom all the way around as well. So they are full of Hindu motifs there, lotuses, flower murals that can also be found imprinted on these walls. Now the motifs seen on the pillars are temple bells, kalash, images of flowers, again very similar to Hindu architecture that is found in temples, and these are the motifs that actually give away the details of the presence of a mandir inside the masjid complex. These are the very questions that are being raised, especially with the emergence of the shivling-like structure, with the Hindu side saying it is convinced that it is indeed a shivling. Baba mil gaye hain from the Wuzukhana.
The writings on these walls seem eager to break a long silence, maybe ruling out the deniability of what's been etched here since eternity. A video over Times Now shows the western wall of the Gyanvapi Mosque adorned with several symbols and motifs, a metaphor for what may have existed in its glory days.
सत्य को कितना छिपाओगे सत्य उतना उभरेगा। जो बिल्डिंग की पश्चिमी दीवार है उस पर देख लीजिए, दिखा दीजिए, पूरे के पूरे हिंदू कलाकृति है। कितनी कलाकृति गिनाऊं, 100 से ज्यादा है उस पर, जिस पर आप गुब्बर टिकाए।
These artifacts and carvings pointing to civilizational roots. Craftsmanship and art resting on the ancient wisdom of the land. Engravings that suggest a pattern and form native to India.
अब बाकी मंदिर के एरिया को ध्वस्त करके पार्शली इसको आपने एक मस्जिद का रूप देने की कोशिश की है, क्योंकि आपने कोई फ्रेश कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं किया है और वो जो पाप है वो आज सामने साफ बोल रहा है।
These walls may unravel secrets that may have receded from memory with the passage of time. Bureau Report, Times Now.
So even as we are seeing as to how more and more proof is now emerging through video as far as the entire Gyanvapi issue is concerned, our editor-in-chief Rahul Shiv Shankar spoke to the lawyer of the Hindu plaintiffs on what exactly it means as far as these videos are concerned.
These are the tapes that Times Now has accessed, and some of them your legal colleagues are very clearly visible. I think I've even seen you in one of the tapes. First of all, can you tell us a little bit about what we are seeing?
See, Rahul, the time when we entered that area in question, the Wazoo area was completely full with water. It was completely full with water, and at that point of time, this was the second day of survey. At the second day of survey, I pointed out to the Advocate Commissioner to reduce the water level because I could see the outer wall which is visible right now. So the moment I saw this outer wall, I felt that there is something inside, and Rahul, believe me and trust me, the claim which I had made in my petition, I felt that I am very close to it. I requested the Advocate Commissioner that we have one extra day to do the survey, and therefore the survey was carried out on the third day. And when the survey was carried out on the third day, my first endeavor and exercise was to get the water level reduced and somehow enter into the middle of this Wazoo area. And when we entered in the middle of the Wazoo area, Rahul, I saw a Bhavya Shivling of Lord Mahadev, and I believe and I strongly believe till today that it is going more down, and therefore I moved an application that that wall of Wazoo Khana also needs to be taken away so that we can go down. And by no stretch of imagination, Rahul, it can be said to be a fountain. With this conviction, Rahul, I went to the court. I asked the Honorable Court to seal the premises, and then this, you can see that this order has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and the order of the civil judge has subsumed in the order of the Honorable Supreme Court. So the point is this, that this is a shivling, there is no doubt, and this shivling was in the middle of the Wazoo area.
Okay, so let me ask
and
you,
this is a
Mr. Bishnoi Jain,
this exactly matches with our mythological claims.
Okay, are you surprised that the court has forbidden you from making these tapes public, but they have not sought a bar on the media from making this public?
Yes, absolutely correct, Rahul. The legal proposition is this, that today at around 7 o'clock we have received the certified copies of these tapes. The certified copies of these tapes were with us in a sealed cover, and we are going to return it tomorrow to the court. So there is no, so far as this leakage in the media is concerned, we don't know how this leakage has happened. But anyways, you are absolutely right that there is no bar on the media, there is no gag order, and there is freedom of speech and expression, and whatever has been done in the national interest, I think. So therefore it's an issue which has to come before the masses.
So you believe that
because it's not a question, Rahul, of one Vishnu Shankar Jain.
No, go ahead. It's not a question of one Vishnu Shankar Jain.
Yes,
go ahead.
I am saying it's not a question of one Vishnu Shankar Jain or these 5 ladies. Everyone wants that what is the truth of that area must come out before the public, and we are also fighting for a cause. We are not fighting for a personal interest. So the point is this, that in such nature of cases where the issue is of a representative capacity, definitely 5 petitioners are there in the forefront, but they are also fighting for the community, and therefore the real thing and everything should come out. Right to know is an important facet of freedom of speech and expression, and the Supreme Court in Swapnil Tripaঠি's case has said that sunlight is the best antiseptic, and therefore we have come in an era where the court proceedings are live telecasted. We have an example of Gujarat High Court where the first time in the Indian legal history a court proceeding was live telecasted, and I personally believe that these are all public records by virtue of section 74 of the Indian Evidence Act, and therefore I thank you that you have brought the truth before the masses.
Okay, well, I'll leave it at that, viewers. You've heard a spirited debate. You've seen some of the tapes, and you've heard Vishnu Shankar Jain, the man who is at the center of this entire litigation, speak his mind.
The visuals accessed by Times Now regarding the Gyanvapi controversy is extremely important. This proves to the fact and points out that the Shivling, as claimed by the Hindu side, is something to be strongly considered, and it has the structure and systems of what is conventionally considered as a Shivling. And also, coupled it along with Nandi, I believe it is a very clinching and crucial aspect that society and judiciary need to take note of.
All right, straight away going across to our team of reporters. They're joining us live from Varanasi itself. Amir, over to you, because you have Vishnu Shankar Jain with you, and a short while back we were also running exactly what their expectations are with the survey report that has also now been handed over to them.
Well, absolutely, Amita, and today's developments will be crucial because yesterday the manner in which the footage of Gyanvapi was, running across social media and on various channels, now there is an apprehension from the Muslim side that there has been a particular leakage in the footage, perhaps of the survey as well. What are you going to, do in the court today? What are your plans for today?
See, our stand is very categorical that yesterday at around 6:30 p.m. we received the certified copies of these video footages and for the photographs in a pen drive, in a sealed cover. And that immediately at 7 o'clock we conducted a press conference with all the petitioners, all the 4 petitioners, as well as the local lawyers, that this envelope is in sealed cover and we are going to return it back to the court. So if there is any leakage, it's a matter of investigation. And the point is that ultimately the issue is that we have to prepare on the merits of the case. We are preparing on the issue of the maintainability of the suit, the hearing which is likely to start on the 4th of July. So all these allied issues we are not concerned with. Our stand is very categorical that we are concerned with the maintainability and the merits of the case, as well as the authenticity of the commission report. And if there has been any leakage, so it has to be it's a matter of investigation which will be carried on by the authorities.
Vishnuji, some of the lawyers from the Hindu side have also called this leakage of the footage and so-called footage from the survey as some kind of a conspiracy against the Hindu side itself. How do you justify?
I also feel that there might be a conspiracy because see, we have received the certified copy yesterday at around 6:30, and after immediately within half an hour when the sealed cover is also not opened and the footages are out. So who has done this? Who has leaked the videos to the media and in the public domain is a matter of investigation. I cannot comment more on it, but definitely we can point out this to you that our stand is very clear that we received the footages in a sealed cover and we are going to return it back to the court. So ultimately it's for the court and it's within the domain of the court to decide that whether there has been a leakage and who has done this leakage. But I must tell you that this will not weaken our case because the commission report is on record. It's a public document. All the footages are with the court and we have to examine the footages and give our point of view so far as the commission report is concerned. If there has been any leakage or this kind of conspiracy has been tried to be created, it will never weaken the case of the Hindus.
And Vishnuji, the Muslim side is saying that they'll pursue for contempt of court against the Hindu side. How would you respond to that within the court?
See, first of all, they have all the liberty to take whatever action they want to take. But ultimately, it's a matter of investigation that who has done this leakage. We all know in the past the Advocate Commission's report was also there in the public domain. The videos are in the public domain. So ultimately, it has to be seen that who has done it. Ultimately, it may be a trap from the person who is crying foul. So let us see, when the investigation will be done, it will be out that who has leaked the footages.
But do you think, of this footage and videos having come out, will this buttress and strengthen your case further?
See, the point of view is that we have to argue before the court of law. All the video and footages are before the court. So it is, I have argued and I believe that everyone has a right to know. It's an essential part of freedom of speech or expression, but not in violation of law. And yesterday we had given an undertaking also that we are not going to release these video footages to anyone. As per the court's direction, this undertaking was given, and immediately we are going to return it back today to the court in the same manner in which we received it yesterday. So definitely it will not, I must tell you that it will not weaken our case so far as these leakages are concerned, because all these things are part of the record of the court, and we will argue the report of the commission when the opportunity comes. First, the issue of maintainability has to be decided.
And how soon are you going to ask for an ASI-led survey to further strengthen your case, because all of those details that have come out in the footage really make your case
Absolutely. See, absolutely, from day one, the moment I was in the commission and when I conducted the commission for 3 days, I made it very clear that it's a Shiv Mandir, it's a temple in the past which has been demolished, desecrated, and which has been tried to be converted into a mosque. And if you'll see all these things which are in public domain, it is very evident that whatever I said, each and every word is found correct. And the point is now that we have to, so far as the aspect of ASI survey is concerned, the moment maintainability issue is decided, we will definitely move an application for ASI survey.
Okay, thank you. So you see there, Amita, Vishnu Jain and the Hindu side lawyers actually very, very confident about the manner in which they have proceeded forward in the case, and especially although they do say that there has been no hand from the Hindu side as far as leakage of this footage is concerned, which is why they're going ahead to the court to exonerate themselves from the blame that is being put on them by the Muslim side as far as leakage of the footage is concerned. But they are very confident with the kind of case that they have at their hands, and going further they'll also press for an ASI-led survey to further buttress their claim as far as the findings of the survey, especially the shivling, is concerned.
All right, stay with us, Amir, and thank you for getting us that voice as well. Going across to Harish as well as Akansha joining us on this broadcast. Akansha, to you first. So Vishnu Jain once again maintaining their stand that they had received the sealed copies of the survey footage and they will now return it to the court soon. But the fact remains the Hindu side is certainly hopeful, even more now that more and more in fact, proof being accessed here on Times Now as well as to how there have been several motives as well as structures being found inside the basement as well as the masjid side.
Well, absolutely, that will be the key development in this case today. The pen drive in which these photos and videos of the survey were given to the 4 petitioners will be handed back to the court today. Now, the Muslim side, which refused to take the copy of these footages yesterday, is apprehending that the Hindu side is responsible for the leakage. However, the Hindu side, in a press conference yesterday, said and actually showed the envelopes which were sealed, and they said that they were not behind the leakage. However, they were happy and rejoiced that the truth has finally come out in the public domain, and the key development today will be that they will be returning it, telling the court that they were not behind the leakage. The Muslim side, it is
developments also expected once again in the court before it heads for the vacation bench. We'll be coming back to all of our reporters there on the other side of a very short break. Harish, Amir, Akansha, for the moment, thanks very much for joining in.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही, जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बात थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है?
Welcome viewers, you're watching Times Now. I'm Richa Sharma and we are starting with some breaking news coming in as far as the brutal murder of Sidhu Moose Wala is concerned, where according to sources that we have been speaking to here on Times Now, they have now stated as far as the entire incident is concerned, there were about 7 bullets that had hit Moose Wala. We also have spoken to the district medical doctor who was heading this entire team, who also conducted the post-mortem of Moosewala, whose last rites are being conducted today. But the big news is that there have been a total of 7 bullets that have hit. This is a murder that is only getting murkier, with more and more twists emerging. The angle of, in fact, even gangs that are also now emerging. Bhavtosh joining us on this broadcast. Yes, Bhavtosh, take our viewers through what more details are you picking up?
Well, it now appears that the gangs and criminals in Punjab who operate from Haryana and Delhi have complete control as far as the music industry goes, and it's being feared that 2 Punjab-based singers have a very high threat perception. In fact, these 2 Punjab-based singers, we have names of them, but because of the high threat perception they have, their names are not being revealed. And these 2 Punjab-based singers closely work, or they in fact work in association with these gangs. Now these gangs are the same gangs that in fact are involved in killing of Vicky Midhukhera and also in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. These 2 singers are also involved in settling scores among the rivals and also settling scores between different camps. Now what has happened in Punjab in past few years is that singers have been releasing their albums on social media and on YouTube. Now this means instant revenue for them, but at same time it also means rivalry among different groups. Now releasing and making of songs in Punjab is very cheap, and it also means instant popularity. This has led different gangs to enter into music industry, because there is no big studios and no big albums that are now in Punjab, for that matter even in the country, and that void has been filled by these gangs. Now gangs virtually control these singers, but as far as these 2 singers are concerned, they have a very high threat perception, and questioning of gangs as well as criminals by various agencies, by various law enforcing agencies, have revealed that these 2 singers have very high threat perception, and this information has been passed to Punjab police. One of these singers' manager is directly involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. This information was passed on by a criminal who was recently arrested by the Delhi police, and when he was questioned, he said the manager was also involved in the planning and killing of Sidhu Moosewala.
Right.
He was one of the 8 persons who is under the scanner of Punjab police.
So several twists and turns that are now emerging, Bhavtosh. Please continue to stay with us. Let me also now go across to Gurpreet joining us live on this broadcast. And Gurpreet, even as we have been getting in visuals of the last journey of Sidhu Moosewala, where hundreds and hundreds of fans have gathered, more and more in fact twists are now emerging as far as the investigation is concerned. The latest that Bhavtosh is getting for us, there were a total of 7 bullets that were lodged into Sidhu Moosewala while he was travelling in that car, and how he was ambushed as well as in a way murdered so brutally in broad daylight.
Well, yes, of course, if we can talk about investigation part, investigation is already underway. As of now, we have reached at Sidhu Moosewala's residence, where we are showing these visuals. We will try to tell each and every visual to our viewer that what is happening at the ground at this point of time. We can see from this Haveli, which we are showing on the screen at this point of time, we can see these visuals. A huge tent had been set up inside, and I'll request my VJ to zoom in to just show these visuals from that Haveli. Of the people, they are standing in queues. We see that because a lot of people across Punjab, not only from Punjab, from various states, they have come here, they have turned up here, they are waiting for their turn because they wanted to pay last respect. So I'll request my VJ to just pan your camera and show each and every visual from the ground, what is happening at the ground at this point of time. So we can see huge bandobast of this police, because the police have been deployed here. Top officer, they are already been here. A few minutes ago, we had a word with the SSP when he was having a round here. He was taking taking a stock of the situation at the ground. At the time, he was saying they have already got a lead, but the priority is there should not be disturbance of law and order. So the whole force of this district had been deployed here to maintain law and order situation. So I'll request my Vijay to zoom in and show these few visuals where we can see that the top officer, they are trying to advise the people who have come from the various states. They are talking to them. They are saying there is a huge queue. And I'll request my Vijay to show that entry gate of this Haveli to show that how the people, they are standing in the queue to just pay last respect. This is the earning of Sidhu Moosewala as a youth icon, as a singer also. The way he has been singing the songs. Some of the supporters who are also present here. So we will also talk to them. हम बात करते हैं, कुछ लोग यहाँ भी हैं हमारे साथ, उनसे भी बात करते हैं. तो आज सिद्धू मूसेवाला हमारे में नहीं रहा, तो आप कहाँ से आए हैं? तो कभी मिले हैं क्या?
मानसा रहते हैं.
मानसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से आए हैं. तो क्या लगता है कि बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ?
बहुत बड़ा दुख हुआ है.
बहुत बड़ा दुख हुआ. तो आप कहाँ से आए हैं? क्या लगता है कि बहुत बड़ा दुख हुआ? आप कहाँ से आए हैं? So there is people who are reluctant to speak on camera, but we've seen a huge number of fans. So they have already reached here. So we are showing views, visuals from the ground.
And several new angles, and the people out there, these are fans of Sidhu Moosewala who have been, in fact, been devastated post the news of his demise has been reported. And going back once again to Bhavtosh. And Bhavtosh, before we come back to you, we have some more breaking news coming in. More and more details emerging as far as the investigation is concerned. And the police is now questioning Lawrence Bishnoi. Remember, there are two Punjabi singers who are also likely to be involved in this case, and how the Moosewala assassination probe and exclusive details that we have access to on Times Now reveals this is possibly also an angle of rivalry that is now being investigated into, because remember, there are two other Punjab-based singers that are now under the lens. There is a threat perception of the singers that are absolutely high, that you were also talking about, Bhavtosh. Take our viewers through what is the investigation revealing.
Well, Richa, it's more or less clear that the music industry in Punjab is completely in control of these gangsters. These gangsters are from Haryana, and then they virtually had a control of Punjab, and they were now trying to move towards Delhi. But the lucrative music industry in Punjab had virtually, they have now tentacles in Punjab, and these singers who now release their music on social media, they now virtually take every directions from these gangsters. Now, what we have gathered from our sources is that two singers, these two prominent singers, are getting very many threats from these gangs, and these gangs are the same gangs which were involved in killing of Sidhu Moosewala and also of Vicky Medukheda. First, the gangs are Lawrence Bishnoi, Goldie Barar gang. The other one is of Lucky Patel and Kaushal Chaudhary and Devinder Bhambiya gang. Now, these two singers are also under the scanner in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. The manager of one of these singers, in fact, his name cropped up during the questioning of a criminal who was arrested on 26th April by the CIU unit of the Delhi police. Now, it's very easy now to release music on social media, and the money that these singers are getting is also very huge. Now, to fill that void of no music album, or for that matter, no big prominent studio, these gangsters have now entered that field, and these two particular singers have a very close association with these criminals, and that's what has been conveyed to Punjab police, that these two singers have a very high threat perception, and security of these two singers should be increased, or even if they don't have a security, then security should immediately be provided to them.
Absolutely, Bhavtosh, because as you were pointing out, this is a nexus that has now been exposed between the music industry as well as these gangsters. As you have been reporting, possibly how they have also penetrated into the sports field as well, and how the gangsters are now asking singers to possibly also promote the gun culture and crime, much like the Mumbai underworld of the early 90s, and how camps have been made, singers are identified, which gang they belong to, and criminals that they owe their allegiance to.
Yes, what is very disturbing and distressing is the fact that these gangs and criminals virtually are calling the shots. Singers are being remote controlled. In Punjab, singers also, in fact, act in movies. These movies are also are amateurly produced and made, and these singers, in fact, have particular camps to which they owe their allegiance. These camps are also controlled by criminals and gangsters. And you rightly said that singers promote gun culture, they promote drugs, and that's what you see in these videos. And that's what people who, in fact, track terrorism, or for that matter gangs, they have said that what's happening in Punjab is very similar to what used to happen in Mumbai or then Bombay, that the shots are being called by criminals, by underworld, and that has in fact resulted in...
And it looks like they want to create a similar kind of atmosphere as far as the state of Punjab is concerned, but it is absolutely in fact shocking to say the least, because this is a bordering state that we are talking about here. Stay with us, Bhavtosh. Even as the investigation is proceeding even further, more and more links are now emerging, and now the owner of the car who was used by the attackers in the case that has now been seized has now been tracked. In fact, Gurpreet also spoke to the owner. We listen to that conversation first.
Yesterday we have seen Sidhu Moosewala was killed in Mansa, and after that we have seen that attackers, shooters, they were able to escape from that spot. And what we have learned on the way from the gun point, they had robbed one Alto vehicle. The family which was traveling in Alto vehicle that is sitting with us, I'll request my Vijay to show the whole family. One son along with Jagtar Singh and his family members all are sitting with us. So we will talk to narrate the whole story to our viewers, that what exactly happened there, what was the incident and how did it happen here. तो जगतार जी, सबसे पहले कल जब आप आ रहे थे, कहाँ से आ रहे थे, कहाँ ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
सर जी, हम खड़क ਸਿੰਘ ਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਖੜਕ ਸਿੰਘ ਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆ ਗਏ ਜੀ। ਸਾਡੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਜੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਸਪੀਡ ਨਾਲ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਲਿਆ ਜੀ। ਰੋਕ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਮਾਲਵਾਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੋਂ, ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਜੀ। ਬਸ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਬਹਿ ਗਏ 3-4 ਬੰਦੇ।
कौन सी गाड़ी थी, कौन सी गाड़ी में आ रहे थे? जब उन्होंने आपको ओवरटेक किया, आपकी गाड़ी रोकी गई, ਜਾਂ आपने खुद रोकी, ਜਾਂ डर गए, ਜਾਂ सहम गए, क्या हुआ?
सर जी डर गए ਅਸੀਂ। ਸਾਡੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਲਾਤੀ ਜੀ ਸੜਕ ਪਰ, ਜਮਾ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਲਾਤੀ ਜੀ ਗੱਡੀ। कौन सी गाड़ी थी वो? कोरोना जी, अपना करोला जी। हाँ जी सर जी। एकदम से लगा दी तो फिर क्या हुआ? एकदम से लगाती जी, एक मगर बोलेरो लगाती जी। उसने जो सानू धमकियां दी जी गाड़ी में, कहते भी गाड़ी में बाहर निकल जाओ, नहीं हम तुम्हारे को मार देंगे जान से। हमने बच्चे, मेरी माता, हम असी बाहर निकल गए।
All right, shifting focus now to the all-important Prime Minister's visit to Shimla today. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is to sound BJP's poll bugle in Himachal Pradesh. He will also be holding a roadshow to mark 8 years of his government's achievements as well. Let me also now go across to Sabyasachi joining us live on this broadcast. This is a massive public outreach program by the Prime Minister that we are witnessing, and he will be holding a massive rally as well. Take our viewers through what can we expect.
राशन ले सकें।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi anytime soon now will be coming here in Shimla. He'll be first holding a road show from CTO to the historic Ridge, and here in the Ridge he'll be addressing the people who have gathered out here. And this particular occasion is very important because it marks the 8 years of Prime Minister as well as the BJP-led government, and specifically in this occasion he would interact with the chief ministers as well as with the beneficiaries of all the schemes which has been launched during his tenure. We'll get some reactions from the people who have gathered out here. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आज मोदी जी आ रहे हैं, 8 साल कंप्लीट होने वाले, क्या कहेंगे आप?
8 साल तो कंप्लीट होने वाले, बहुत अच्छा है। मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छे काम किए हैं और हम मोदी जी के साथ ही हैं, हमेशा मोदी के साथ ही रहेंगे। एक बार मोदी, बार बार मोदी जी।
मैम आप क्या कहेंगी? We'll get some more reactions on this. As you can see, huge number of people have gathered out here. They have come from different areas of Himachal. They have come out here in large numbers. And it is very crucial because Prime Minister after 4.5 years is coming to Himachal. Sir, आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि प्रधानमंत्री 4.5 साल बाद आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे, 8 साल सरकार के कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं, क्या कहेंगे सर?
प्रधानमंत्री जी का चाहे आप पहला कार्यकाल देख लीजिए या दूसरा कार्यकाल देख लीजिए, हर दिन आपको कोई ना कोई गरीबों के लिए और जरूरतमंदों के लिए नई योजनाएं जमीन पर होती हुई दिखाई देती हैं। यही कारण है कि यहाँ आपको इतनी सारी जनता जो है 8 साल के बाद भी दिखाई दे रही है। और एक सूचना और देना चाहूँगा कि यही कार्यक्रम पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश के अलग अलग विधानसभा के कई क्षेत्रों में लाइव भी दिखाया जा रहा है, तो वहाँ भी आपको इतनी ही भीड़ दिखाई देगी।
ये बताइए कि आज जो स्कीम्स जो बीजेपी ने लॉन्च की थी, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने लॉन्च की थी, खास करके उन लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे जो इन स्कीमों का फायदा ले रहे हैं।
हाँ बिल्कुल, उन लोगों से आज बातचीत भी करेंगे और जिन जिन लोगों को बेनिफिट मिला है वो सारे लोग यहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं और बहुत जोश है महिलाओं में, चाहे किसानों में, चाहे युवाओं में, क्योंकि हर वर्ग को मोदी जी ने आगे उठाया है।
आप क्या कहेंगे सर, 4.5 साल बाद प्राइम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं और चुनाव भी नज़दीकी है, क्या क्या मुद्दे हैं इस बार के, आपको क्या लग रहे हैं?
देखिए, पिछले 4.5 सालों से हिमाचल प्रदेश में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जयराम ठाकुर जी के अध्यक्षता में सरकार चल रही है और पिछले 4.5 वर्षों से जनहित में जितने भी कल्याणकारी योजनाएं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा चलाई गई हैं, आप जनसलाभ देखकर यह समझ सकते हैं कि किस तरह लोग सरकार की नीतियों से, सरकार की योजनाओं से भली भांति परिचित हैं, लाभान्वित हैं और सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ ले रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिमाचल प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सत्ता में दोबारा रिपीट करेगी और विकास के नए नए आयाम भारतीय जनता पार्टी द्वारा स्थापित किए जाएंगे। आज जिस तरह आप देख रहे हैं कि
so there you heard that people are quite excited that after 4.5 years Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming to Himachal to address a massive road show as well as a large amount of people who have come here from different areas, and it is very crucial because he's going to interact with the beneficiaries of all these schemes which has been launched over this period of 8 years, as well as interacting. He will be interacting with the CMs virtually. Chief Minister Jairam Thakur had reached here in the historic ridge a few hours back. He personally had taken stock of the security situation here, and after some time Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is going to carry out the road show from CTO to this historic ridge and then address the public gathering here. Back to you.
Sachi, and even as during the event, apart from in fact meeting with the beneficiaries of these different schemes, he will also be interacting with the chief ministers possibly of all states, who will also be virtually connected with the program. For 30 minutes the Prime Minister will interact with the beneficiaries of 16 centrally sponsored welfare schemes, and he will also release the 11th installment of the Kisan Samman Nidhi for a worth of rupees 21,000 crores. Certainly this is a big event they are looking at, and also to run up to the elections. This is also Mission Himachal Pradesh that we are looking at for the BJP.
चंद ही मिनटों में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री
Well, absolutely, it's Mission Himachal Pradesh for the BJP because this time around they are fighting a three-front war, whereas the BJP is fighting the Congress as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. So that makes the battle of Himachal quite interesting. But we spoke to Jairam Thakur. He seems very confident. He says that so far the trends show that the BJP is going to have a clean sweep again here. But the Prime Minister visiting here to mark the 8 years of his government, to speak to the people out here. Around several thousands of BJP workers starting from the lower level to the upper level have gathered out here. So it's going to give them a major boost ahead of the Himachal election. So let me tell you that this particular model was also being adopted in the Uttar Pradesh polls, where these are the local workers who are responsible responsible to reach every district, every rural areas and make sure that they do prachar for the party. So this kind of addressing by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will definitely give a boost to the party workers who have gathered out here, and also over the period of time the party, the government which has launched all the beneficiaries which will directly talk to them to take their feedback, good or bad, and that is the same he has instructed to his chief ministers as well, to get on ground, to interact with the beneficiaries, to get the ground report whether they are actually getting benefits from these schemes or not. So any sort of feedback will be welcomed by the party.
Absolutely, Sabyasachi. Even as we saw how the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur also spoke to the media ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, which we are expecting any time now, as you have been reporting from the place where the rally will be conducted, how he has appreciated the Prime Minister as being the most impressive years in the history as the country has got its new identity, he says. He also spoke about how Himachal Pradesh holds a significant and a very close relation with the Prime Minister, who has worked on several projects, specifically talking about aims at Bilaspur or even the completion of the Atal Tunnel in Rohtang.
Absolutely. See, Chief Minister Jairam Thakur has said that Himachal Pradesh has a close relation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi because of the several development projects that has taken place. And this time around, these are the projects where which is going to give a huge boost to the BJP government over there. Though the state government has said that time and again, they have made sure that they connect to the people on ground. They make sure that the development work happen, and that is why Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is going to come here after 4.5 years to talk to the people, to talk to all the people who have got benefits from these schemes. So clearly, overall, it's a very important situation for the state government here in the state, because we are just few months away from the polls. So definitely, it's going to sound the bugle for the election here in Himachal.
Absolutely, and stay with us, Sabyasachi, even as we'll play out the entire interaction that we had with the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jairam Thakur, who appreciated the Prime Minister's effort in the progress of Himachal Pradesh.
So one comment, sir. So one comment on the 8 years of the Modi government, sir.
बहुत बेहतरीन कार्यकाल, शानदार कार्यकाल और यशस्वी कार्यकाल जिसको हम कह सकते हैं।
सर कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आप और सरकार इस टाइम अराउंड, क्योंकि चुनाव जस्ट नॉकिंग ऑन द डोर्स है सर।
हम तैयारी के साथ हैं, पूरी तैयारी के साथ हैं, सरकार बनाएंगे।
So anytime now we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive as far as the rally is concerned. And thank you, Sabyasachi, for that. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with the latest. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Welcome. You're watching Times Now. My name is Amita Barber. This morning we have multiple stories that we are tracking non-stop right here from the studios, especially what's happening there in Varanasi, and in a short while from now in Mansa, Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala's last rites will be taking place today. So let's quickly take a look at the top headlines we're tracking this hour. Gyanvapi evidence is out there for everyone to see when it comes to the motives and the temple-like structure that has been found in the survey. A lot of developments also expected today as far as the shivling-like structure is concerned. Let's move on now. The Mantri who has been arrested, we are talking about the AAP Minister Satendra Jain. Shortly at 1 p.m. we are told that he will be produced in the Rouse Avenue court in the Hawala racket that is being said. Moosewala murder, we are looking at many murky details that are coming out of the investigative agencies as the SIT that has been formed are investigating the matter. The cremation, the last rites will be happening around noon. Ticket attack on the Kisan leader that had happened in Karnataka, in Bengaluru yesterday. The farmer organizations are now demanding a protest, a statewide protest in all of the state of Karnataka, calling it a BJP-sponsored attack. Last headline, as we talk about the day for Dhami to retain the Chief Minister's chair, it is going to be a big challenge for him at this point, even as Champawat votes. These are the top headlines we are tracking for you this morning. Let's quickly take a look at the top story. Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satendra Jain, who has been taken into custody by the ED. This is after the case that was being filed and investigated by the CBI in the FIR that had followed up. Now we are looking with the ED that has taken the custody of the Aam Aadmi Party minister, who will be produced in court in a short while from now at around 1 p.m. Bhavtosh getting us more details. Yes, Bhavtosh.
Amrita, he will be produced before the concerned special court at Rouse Avenue. at around 2 p.m. and it's expected that the Enforcement Directorate will be seeking his further custody. The CBI registered a case of disproportionate assets against Satendra Jain in 2017 and Now, yesterday the AAP said that CBI filed a closure report, which is, according to sources in CBI, it's untrue. The trial is continuing against Satendra Jain, and the Lieutenant Governor, the then Lieutenant Governor, in fact, gave a go-ahead for CBI to prosecute him. And on that FIR, CBI's FIR, the Enforcement Directorate filed a case of money laundering. While the disproportionate asset case was that of 1.7 crore rupees, CBI, the ED in fact went ahead and proved that the money laundering case was worth at least 4.81 crore rupees. They have said that Satendra Jain, through a network of Hawala operators, in fact, put out money in shell companies which were directly, indirectly controlled by Jain's family, and then purchased land in and around Delhi and also paid loans which the shell companies controlled by Jain's family had purchased. They also said that Jain, as a cabinet minister, had gone through various cabinet notes which clearly proved that agriculture land was being converted into industrial land. And they have said that this is a very serious offense. They said that they were investigating this case for a very long time. Yesterday he was called here at Enforcement Directorate's office. He could not explain the source of money, and then subsequently he was placed under arrest. Now ED has said that they had done their groundwork and homework, and then he was placed under arrest. And obviously his arrest has led to a bitter war of words between AAP and BJP. ED on its part have said that they had also attached assets worth 4.81 crore rupees of Jain's family, and they have said that they have identified 5 shell companies which were controlled by Jain's family. At that point of time, ED says that Satendra Jain never questioned attachment of those assets, and why AAP has now started questioning the arrest of Satendra Jain.
Absolutely, Bhavtosh, because they are linking it politically. As far as Satendra Jain's arrest is concerned, yesterday when he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Hawala transaction case, let's in detail take a look at this case.
In January, just weeks before Punjab elections, Arvind Kejriwal predicted his minister Satendra Jain's arrest.
पंजाब चुनाव के पहले आने वाले कुछ दिनों में ईडी सतेंद्र जैन जी को गिरफ्तार करने वाली है। उनका स्वागत है।
4 months later, Kejriwal word has come true.
The Enforcement Directorate has arrested Health Minister Satendra Jain as the ED initiated the investigation into the Money Laundering Act, which was registered back by CBI in 2017. Right now we are outside the ED office where Health Minister Satendra Jain has been arrested. We have been told that he was called for normal questioning at around 11:30, and after the due procedure he was arrested.
Satendra Jain has been on the ED radar since 2017 on money laundering charges. He is accused of moving money through shell companies. In 2018, he was twice questioned by the investigating agencies. Last month, ED had attached Satendra Jain's assets worth 4.8 crore rupees.
Satendra Jain की गिरफ्तारी के बाद हवाला, काला धन, ब्लैक मनी, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग, बेनामी कंपनियां, वो सभी चीज जो मैं बार बार पिछले 5 साल से कह रहा था, वो सामने आने के बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल को मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पर बैठने का कोई हक नहीं है। उनको तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
The ED case against Satendra Jain is over suspicious transactions conducted in 2015-2016. Jain is accused of using Hawala to route alleged illegal proceeds. ED suspects that money was used to buy land and pay off loans.
7 बार वो ईडी के सामने पेश हो चुके थे। 7 बार। कभी ईडी को उनकी गिरफ्तारी की जरूरत महसूस नहीं हुई, लेकिन जैसे ही सतेंद्र जैन हिमाचल प्रदेश के इंचार्ज बनाए जाते हैं, वैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पेट में दर्द शुरू हो जाता है।
But the heat is on the Aam Aadmi Party. The party's government in Punjab recently sacked a minister on corruption charges. Now Kejriwal is being reminded to do the same in Delhi.
सबसे पहले हम मांग करते हैं हाई मोरल ग्राउंड जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आपने स्थापित किए हैं, बिना देरी किए सत्येंद्र जैन जी को मंत्री पद से बर्खास्त करिए। जो पंजाब में किया है वो दिल्ली में दोहराइए, वरना आपकी कथनी पंजाब में कुछ और करनी दिल्ली में कुछ और दिख रही है।
For now, Aam Aadmi Party is alleging political vendetta and blaming the BJP. But with one of his favorite ministers in ED custody, following a lengthy probe, how long can Kejriwal brush aside corruption charge on Satendra Jain? Bureau Report, Times Now.
ये ईडी का भी केस ऐसा ही है, 8 साल पुराना केस है। जो हवाला की बात हो रही है वो 2015 से 2017 के बीच में हुआ, लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन जी उस कंपनी से 2013 में रेजिग्नेशन दे चुके थे। तो जो व्यक्ति उस कंपनी से 2 साल पहले रेजिग्नेशन दे चुका है, जिस कंपनी के 2015 से 17 के मालिक ने खुद कोर्ट में कबूल भी कर लिया है कि हवाला उसने किया, तो आज ये केस सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण से उठाया जा रहा है और वो है हिमाचल प्रदेश का चुनाव।
Let's move on to the biggest story of the day, because this is the biggest surveys of the 21st century that has been conducted. A survey that has bolstered the Hindu side's Astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi complex. This is what the surveyors led by the court commissioner spotted first when they entered the Wuzukhana in the Gyanvapi complex. And this is the big story all about in detail. Take a look.
It's one of the biggest surveys of 21st century. A survey that has bolstered Hindu side's Astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi. This is what the surveyors, led by the court commissioner, spotted first when they entered the Wuzukhana, a pond used by the Muslims for ablution, filled with waist-deep water. The water was drained out to see the black structure in its entirety. The Hindu side keen that it was nothing but a shivling. Each and every movement was monitored with a hawk eye by the stakeholders during the clinching survey carried out between May 14 and May 16. As the last drop of water drained out, a 2.5 feet tall shivling-like structure emerged. A white color stone was on top of shivling-like structure. The Hindu side elated at the discovery of shivling, while the Muslim side termed it a fountain.
जो हमने वहाँ पे विराट और भव्य शिवलिंग देखा था 2.5 फीट का, उसमें किसी न किसी तरह से छेद करके 63 सेंटीमीटर का, और उसको एक फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की गई, उसमें एक चक्री लगा के उसको घुमाने की कोशिश की गई। ना ये फव्वारा हो सकता है, ना कभी ऐसा फव्वारा किसी ने इंडिया में देखा होगा।
As per the Hindu tradition, Nandi always faces shivling. Here too, the spot where the shivling-like structure was found is in Nandi's line of sight, but is blocked by a tall iron grill. The similarities are too uncanny, but whose prayers will be answered? That is for the court to decide. Bureau Report, Times Now.
So you have so far seen the video of the shivling-like structure that emerged from the Wuzukhana, and often seen enough, that is exactly the point which is now being disputed as a said fountain by the Muslim side. So we have decided to do the simplest thing. The black stone that can be seen emerging from the Wuzukhana when the water was drained from the tank. Now take a look at the shivling-like structure that has emerged in black stone that has been found in some of the most famous Shiv temples across India. We'll give you examples in Somnath, in Mahakaleshwar, in Baidyanath. And we have chosen temples from different parts of the country, from Gujarat to Madhya Pradesh and even to Jharkhand. And when you see those images of a shivling-like structure side by side, you can best decide what is what, exactly what has now been found by the surveyors in the Gyanvapi complex.
It was a simple flick of the wrist. But as the key turned in the lock of the Gyanvapi basement, no one could have anticipated the proof that would tumble out. As soon as the surveyors entered, they saw several alcoves that looked like the ones used to keep diyas in a temple. In a corner, the alcoves had a distinct Sanskrit inscription. The report by the court commissioner also says that though the exact words in the engraving were indecipherable, its origin seemed clear. As the surveyors moved further, to their left, they saw 4 of these pillars. Each pillar had 4 lotus flowers each, all the way around. Now here's something interesting. We compared the lotus in this exclusive survey video to what temples around the world have. And we found that not only is this engraving common to almost all temples from Rajasthan to Tamil Nadu, but even some Shiva temples in Cambodia have prominent lotus carvings. Several motifs were prominent, but large parts of the basement also saw damage. Pillars, idols that lay in ruins. However, one idol that caught the eye was that of a crocodile. Incidentally, crocodiles are mentioned in Puranas as vehicles of God. Adi Shankar has a divine relationship with the crocodile. While bathing in a river, a crocodile captured Adi Shankara and released him only when his mother gave him permission to become a saint. The link between Adi Shankara and a crocodile is unmissable, and the significance of this idol irrefutable. The images of the survey are before you now. The question though is that if the character of Gyanvapi is that of a temple, if it looks like a temple, can it be allowed to be consecrated as a temple? Bureau Report, Times Now.
So the writer on these walls and maybe out ruling out any deniability. What has been etched there since eternity, a video that has now been accessed by Times Now shows the western wall of the Gyanvapi complex that is adorned with several symbols and motifs which are very similar to the Hindu architecture that is often found in ancient temples.
The writings on these walls seem eager to break a long silence. Maybe ruling out the deniability of what's been etched here since eternity. A video with Times Now shows the western wall of the Gyanvapi Mosque adorned with several symbols and motifs. A metaphor for what may have existed in its glory days.
सत्य को कितना छिपाओगे सत्य उतना उभरेगा। जो बिल्डिंग की पश्चिमी दीवार है उस पर देख लीजिए, दिखा दीजिए, पूरे के पूरे हिंदू कलाकृति है। कितनी कलाकृति गिनाऊं? 100 से ज्यादा है उस पर, जिस पर आप गुंबद टिकाए।
These artifacts and carvings pointing to civilizational roots. Craftsmanship and art resting on the ancient wisdom of the land. Engravings that suggest a pattern and form native to India.
बाकी मंदिर के एरिया को ध्वस्त करके पार्शली इसको आपने एक मस्जिद का रूप देने की कोशिश की है, क्योंकि आपने कोई फ्रेश कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं किया है और वो जो पाप है वो आज सामने साफ बोल रहा है।
These walls may unravel secrets that may have receded from memory with the passage of time. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Let's move on now to a breaking update. A migrant woman teacher who has been shot at and injured in Kulgam district of South Kashmir. This is the initial details that are emerging. Ishan, what has happened?
She's a migrant teacher who was posted in a school, and that is where she was shot at by militants. Police is saying that she was rushed to the hospital, though the police is saying that she is still injured. But we have been told by our sources that she has succumbed to her injuries at a hospital. Now again, minorities, particularly Kashmiri Pandits, are coming under attack, and Hindus, and that seems to be one more attack. But now we have already seen that there's a deadlock between these employees and government that is ongoing. But some of them had actually resumed their work and went to their school, and that is when today we are told by police that militants appeared and fired at this lady. These are just initial details that we are getting to you. We are waiting for the police to reveal other details, like who were the people behind this particular attack and what led to this attack, because police had promised that there won't be any such attacks, and they are trying to reassess the entire security situation. But another attack taking place on a migrant lady. We are also told that she is part of that PM package. Of which Rahul was also part of, and she was shot dead. This is the second attack of such nature which has taken place after Rahul, but he was the first, and this is the second attack that has taken place in Kulgam. Security forces have been rushed to the area. We're told that a coordinated search operation is underway, but in most of these cases, when militants fire upon them, they try to escape. But yes, definitely this lady, again, who was part of PM's package, has been shot at. Now the government will definitely have to relook at the entire security mechanism, because last time when Rahul was killed, it was promised to these Kashmiri Pandits to stay here and not try to go to Jammu. They were protesting, they are still protesting in fact, but they had tried to tell them that these incidents would not repeat, and they are trying to make sure that. But yet again, another Kashmiri Pandit teacher shot at, one waiting for the details at what led to this attack and what police says. We have to wait for that.
Right, but Ishan, the details of the attack, because this is also emerging as one of those attacks, especially when it comes to the migrant workers there who are earning a living in the valley. Just stay on with us, Ishan. Sushil Panditji is with us on the phone line. Sushil Panditji, unfortunately, we are talking once again at a time when another attack that has happened, this time against a migrant teacher in Kulgam.
It is pathetic. It is heartrending. There are no words left, and I don't know what they are waiting for. Repeated pleas are falling on deaf ears. We are repeatedly told to bear some more, for some more time, some more patience. Is this what we are waiting for? Another murder, another life lost. What are we supposed to bear patience for? I think it is crossing the limits of all sensitivity. And now women, defenseless women, unarmed, innocent women, please do not exploit our destitution. Our compulsion to earn an honest wage, our compulsion to raise families and provide for them should not be exploited for your political experiments. Please, it takes decades to bring up a young person.
Right,
and it
sir.
takes a few seconds to take away their lives and destroy families. I don't know what to tell this government, this heartless, completely heartless government, remorseless government, which takes no responsibility.
Right, sir. You're demanding answers from the government there, because we are looking at this point, another attack that is taking place against a Hindu teacher, a migrant teacher in the valley. Sushil Panditji, thank you very much for joining us. Coming back to you, Ishan, on that, because this is a similar incident that had also happened when the school principal and the teacher were shot at in a school in the valley. And this is once again, we are reporting of a migrant teacher who has been shot dead by terrorists. Where exactly did that happen? Is it a similar situation where we are looking at a school attack or elsewhere?
We're told by sources that she was in her school when this attack unfolded. She's been identified as Rajni, who was living in Kulgam district itself. Now, several people were told by sources that she was part of that PM's package, similar to what Rahul Bhatt was part of, where several Kashmiri Pandits were brought to Kashmir Valley under a package, and they were given work opportunities and also provided, houses, flats, and other facilities to make sure that Kashmiri Pandits' return is ensured.
But yes, recent times has seen a strike and continuous spike in the number of deadly attacks on Kashmiri Pandits who have come back to Kashmir Valley by militants, and continuously they are being targeted. Rahul Bhatt's killing was something where the Kashmiri Pandits for the first time hit the street and lodged a very strong protest.
Right, Ishan, unable to hear you clearly. We'll just reconnect that line. Mr. Ashok Pandit is also with us on the phone line. Mr. Pandit, another attack against a Hindu teacher being reported in the valley, sir.
I don't know. I don't have words to, express my anger, my emotions, because we are on the streets in Srinagar, shouting, screaming at the top of our voice that please relocate us from Kashmir to Jammu. But it's going on the deaf ears. The LG, the governor, the state government, the center is absolutely not. They don't even consider our pain. They have sold our pain, but they're not even considering our pain. I was in Kashmir last week for a week. The thing is that you have to understand our emotions. You are secured. Security is around you. Security is not around us. We have to go into the offices in the side of Kashmir, and we are getting killed one by one every day, every week. There's a body coming to our house. What is this? What is this apathy? Why our people, our leaders are not understanding our pain? Why are they not relocating all these 5,000 workers under Prime Minister's package back to employees, back to Jammu? Why are they not listening to us? What are they trying to prove? Whom are they trying to prove that situation in Kashmir is fine? Situation in Kashmir for Kashmiri Pandits is hell. We are living in ghettos. We are living in jail. We are living in a kind of situation where nobody is caring for us. The entire employees are on the streets. They have been singing, they have been shouting, they have been screaming, they have been crying. But nobody is there to listen to us. Why it is happening to us? We have been suffering from last 32 years. You have used us, you are selling our tears, but you are not thinking about us. It is shameful. I appeal to the Prime Minister of this country that please take care of us and transfer us to Jammu before we lose many more lives now. It is absolutely, senseless. It's absolutely back on apathy. They are not bothered about us.
Right, sir. You're angry, sir, and rightly so, because looking at the situation, one after the other targeted killings have been taking place in the valley. Mr. Ashok Pandit, thank you very much for joining in. Ishan, if you can hear me now. And Sohail, we are also told. Sohail, is it confirmed she has been shot dead?
Yes, in fact, this incident took place in Gopalpur at Kulgam. We've been told that the militants attacked her inside the government high school there, where she was posted and in fact had joined her duties. Because most of the Kashmiri Pandit employees were on protest, they were not resuming duties, but this lady had in fact joined her duties back. Now the hospital sources confirming that the lady had in fact received multiple gunshots there, has succumbed to her injuries. This is the latest we are getting. Body of this teacher is settled there at district hospital. Kulgam security forces have cordoned off the area. A search operation is underway to nab those attackers.
Right, but Sohail, exactly what is being said where this attack happened? Did it happen at the school while she was there teaching?
Well, in fact, we are being told that she had just arrived in school when this attack took place, because the timing we are being told is around 10 to 20. So this attack took place when she was just arriving in this particular school, and she was about to teach those students. They were.
Right, so Sohail giving out the details on the confirmation that this Hindu teacher, migrant teacher by the name of Rajni, she was injured, fatally injured when it comes to the terrorist shooting at her. Unfortunately, she has succumbed to her injuries. Dr. Ved with us also on the phone line. Sir, another targeted killing being reported in Kulgam, sir.
Very unfortunate losing people. Particularly minority, Kashmiri Pandit minority like this. I think it is high time the precautions are taken that everyone, those who are working under the Prime Minister's package are put in secure accommodation and they work in places where their security is ensured. Otherwise, till these people, these groups are outside and their weapons, with weapons they're outside, they would be targeting these, because this is with a particular intention to create a sense of scare and fear amongst the minority, which is the agenda of the people handing from across. That they wanted to Talibanize Kashmir, and they don't want any other community to be present there.
Right, but Dr. Vaid, how is it that the terrorists know who are those people, especially who are Hindus or even Kashmiri Hindus or migrants who are earning their livelihood, being under the Prime Minister's package, because we are looking at second such killing, targeted killing that has taken place, sir?
See, definitely somebody is leaking this information to the terrorists. There are vested interests who do not want these posts to go to migrants. Obviously, somebody is identifying the target and giving this target to the terrorists, and they are undertaking this agenda of the ISI.
Right, sir, because it was first Rahul Bhatt, and in one of the most secure places where he used to work, sir, he was targeted and he was killed by terrorists. Now, many of these terror organizations that are emerging, sir, said to be offshoots of the same terror organizations like the LAT.
Yes, they are offshoot of the same LAT, and they are pursuing the agenda of the ISI. They are targeting Kashmiri Pandits so that their agenda of cleansing the Kashmir Valley is completed. They are targeting labor so that Prime Minister's push for development is derailed. They are targeting panchis and sarpanchis so that grassroots democracy is derailed. They are targeting other policemen to demoralize J&K police. So this is all with a particular agenda.
Right, sir. Dr. S.P. Vaid, thank you very much for joining us here on Times Now. Sandeep Mawa, who's a Kashmiri Pandit, also with us on the broadcast. Mr. R.S.N. Singh is also with us, a defense expert. But Mr. Mawa, coming to you first, targeted killing, sir, that has been on the rise, sir. We are looking at Hindu teacher, a migrant teacher, teaching in a school. That is when the attack happened. Unfortunately, she's lost a battle.
See, it is the idea of ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pandits. It is a clear message from Pakistan, ISI and stooges of Pakistan in Kashmir. They don't want Kashmiri Pandits to serve people. We want to serve people of Kashmir. We are not here for livelihood or anything else. We want to contribute. We want to serve people. Kashmiris have been hurt. They have been demoralized. But Pakistan is hell-bent. They are working on the idea of ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pandits. I was trying to convince my Kashmiri fellow men, Kashmiri Hindus, to stay back. Don't leave. We'll fight it out. But I don't know what government is doing. I'm completely upset with the present dispensation the things are moving. They should start an operation all out and clean up the mess. They have complete information where the militants are, where are they operated, how they manage. Why don't they start up a complete operation? What stops them? How long would Kashmiri Pandits bleed? How long? It has been 32 years we have been bleeding left, right and center. For what fault? For being, our only fault is that we are nationalists. That is the only fault. And we want to serve people of Kashmir, irrespective of caste, color and creed. That is our fault. Isn't it a genocide?
And it still continues till date. It still continues till date. Mr. Mawa, thank you very much for your point of view. We can understand that you're angry at the situation there. Mr. R.S.N. Singh, sir, do you see a pattern that seems to be emerging from these terror outfits, sir? Because they have been targeting migrants, they have been targeting the minority community. Thereafter, they started also targeting Muslims who are Kashmiris and are part of the mainstream, sir. We see that happening with the Jammu and Kashmir constable just a short while back. And now we're looking at another targeted killing of a Hindu woman teacher in her school.
No, let me reverse the order. It is elements within being exploited by elements outside. It's very convenient, and I was also, of the same view, till not very long ago, that things are being orchestrated by Pakistan. Of course, it is being orchestrated by Pakistan. But have you ever given it a thought that why aren't they being orchestrated by our nationalist ideology or Hindu caste ideology or DNA ideology or Kashmiri ideology? Why is the Pakistani ideology having an upper hand? till you find answers to these questions and all this, package. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that, it's an ideological war. These packages don't work. You can't put a package before a jihadi and expect him to, spare your life. It didn't happen with Yasin Malik also. It didn't happen when the exodus took place. And now, I would rub it again on those detractors of Kashmir files. Where are you? Where are you today? What do you have to say? Was it exaggerated? All these the third-rate fellows in Bollywood, third-rate columnists, who fancy themselves to be great writers, people of, I don't know, of so many hues, of occupations in this country, those people who criticize Kashmir's files. I have a question to ask. What do you have to say now? I don't know. You are not even a human being. You pretend to be a human being. And, all these, fulminations and castigating, the filmmaker who showed the reality. And as someone who has served in that area, let me tell these jokers that what was shown was not even 20%. But you, the sinners, you are bigger sinners than the jihadi proxies in Pakistan and the proxies in India were bigger sinners than that. तुम मुझसे भी बड़े पापी हो, तुम जिहादियों से भी ज्यादा पापी हो, जो तुमने कहा कि ये एग्जैजरेटेड था. आज क्या बोलोगे इसके बारे में?
Right.
आज क्या बोलोगे?
And we are all outraged here, sir. We have been getting several such voices of Kashmiri Hindus who have come forward and shared their grievance and their, in fact, anger on this entire matter, because not the first time we have been reporting this. Thank you, Mr. R.S.N. Singh, for joining us here on this broadcast. Going across to, in fact, Pradeep Datta. Pradeep, even as the case is being reported, we have a first response coming in from Mehbooba Mufti, who is now saying that despite the government of India's fake claims about Kashmir being normal, it's obvious that targeted civilian killings are on the rise. And she also goes on to once again blame the BJP for the same and not the terrorists who have in fact done this attack.
Nothing can be more tragic and unfortunate than this thing, because Mehbooba Mufti will not be blaming Pakistan and Pak proxies for any of these killings. The story of horror that started in the early 90s is continuing even today, and I agree with what Colonel R.S.N. Singh had been saying. There had been a lobby that had been ridiculing Kashmir files, saying that it is misrepresentation of fact. What they have to say today. See, another Hindu teacher, a migrant teacher who was there to serve people of Kashmir Valley, had been targeted while she was trying to build future of the younger generation. What was her fault? Because she was Hindu? The reason is, one thing is clear. I think we should not mince word. One thing is clear, what they are trying to do. These Pakistan-sponsored terrorists, in fact supported by these mainstream political party leaders in Kashmir Valley, all they are doing is they are targeting Hindus, they are targeting Hindustanis, and they are targeting Hindustan. When I say they are targeting Hindus, you must have seen how Supinder Kaur was targeted, Deepak Chand was targeted, Rahul Bhatt was targeted, and now this Rajni Devi, a teacher from Samba area in Jammu region. And see, when I say Hindustani is targeted, Saifullah, because he was there for the idea of India. He was there to sacrifice life for tricolor. He was there for motherland. That's why Saifullah and his daughter were targeted. And why, when I say Hindustan being targeted, often we see how they try to target our soldiers, their own line of control, because they are totally against the symbols of India. But problem is that neither the civil society is coming out unless and until, because if they are talking about Kashmiriyat, this is high time the civil society in Kashmir Valley, they will have to come out on street and they will have to speak. When they can speak for Yasin Malik, they can come out and pelt stone in Mysoma area. What is stopping them today to come out and pelt stone against these Pak proxies? What is stopping them? I think this duplicity and hypocrisy is not going to work. If they are really scared, they should be scared of the terrorists, because they have suffered a lot for the last 3 decades because of Pak-sponsored terrorism. But unfortunately, they are completely in a mute mode. And these mainstream political party leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, they are only providing oxygen to ecosystem of terror
that is existing there. We are witnessing coming in from several such Kashmiri Hindus as well as the entire nation today. Sushil Pandit now joins us live on this broadcast. Sushil Pandit,
Pandit. Yet again we are reporting another death. This time a migrant woman teacher has been shot dead and injured in Kulgam's South Kashmir area. Even as more details are emerging, she is a Kashmiri Hindu teacher that we have gotten information about. And even before the incident occurs,
नारे वहां पर लगाए जा रहे हैं और पुष्प वर्षा भी वहां पर की जा रही है। आप देख सकते हैं लोगों में कितना उत्साह है। सड़क के दोनों ओर वहां पर लोग मौजूद हैं और इसके बाद
Alright, we are cutting across live to these latest visuals on our screen right now. Coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has now arrived in Shimla to participate in a slew of events organized in the state's capital and district headquarters as far as the Garib Kalyan Sammelan is concerned. Later on, he will also be joined by the Chief Minister of all states virtually connected with this particular program. Certainly, this is Mission Himachal Pradesh that we are looking at right ahead of the all-important elections later this year, and he will also be in fact interacting with the beneficiaries of around 16 centrally sponsored welfare schemes. Sabyasachi joins us live on this broadcast. Yes, Sabyasachi, the first images of the arrival of the Prime Minister on our screen.
Well, Prime Minister in few minutes will be reaching this historic place in Himachal Pradesh, that is the ridge. He has reached the CTO from where he is holding a road show, and he'll be reaching here. The distance is around 0.5 to 1 kilometer distance, and you can see there is completely the entire area of this historic ridge is filled with BJP supporters, is filled with people who have come from different areas of Himachal Pradesh to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because it marks the 8 years of the BJP-led government in the state, and it's very crucial because Prime Minister himself is going to address the crowd out here after 4.5 years, and that's a big thing because the election in Himachal Pradesh is in a matter of few months, and the Prime Minister himself will start the bugle of the election here in Himachal, in Shimla, ahead of the polls. And also he will be interacting with the CMs virtually, and he has also directed the CM, the state representative, to go to all the places to make sure that they interact with the people on ground to get the feedback on the schemes which has been lodged by the BJP party over this period, to make sure what is the reaction of the people on ground, whether good or bad. He himself will be interacting with the beneficiaries of the different schemes which he himself has launched. So these are some of the crucial points which Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be focusing on, and clearly he has instructed all his CMs, all the MLAs, the MPs to interact with the local people to get the ground report, to make sure that whether the feedback is good or bad, but they should carry the feedback further on all the schemes which has been launched by the BJP. And just few minutes more that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come here. The Chief Minister of Himachal, Jairam Thakur, has reached here. He personally took stock of the entire situation, and the entire area of the historic ridge is completely filled. Back to you.
And staying with these images, Sabyasachi, live from Shimla, where shortly from now we're expecting the Prime Minister to address a rally there. And clearly this is also once again the BJP kick-starting their campaigning with the Prime Minister's presence there. Well, at the same time interacting with the beneficiary, because remember, we saw how Jairam Thakur spoke about the special bond Prime Minister shares with Himachal Pradesh, and under his leadership, he says the state had got several big projects and even seen faster completion of projects, which includes the Atal Tunnel of Rohtang. Before that, let me also now go across to Mr. Rajagopalan joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Rajagopalan, huge crowd seen in Shimla today awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister right ahead of the Himachal polls. How significant is this?
It's very, very important, very, very significant. Politically, if you watch that, on Deepavali days, Prime Minister goes to the forward areas and he spends time with the army men. On the 8th anniversary of his functioning as a Prime Minister, today he has gone to Shimla. If you remember, on the day after the victory of UP second time, Prime Minister went to Gujarat. So therefore, he selects the places, he chooses the venue and addresses the mass, keeping the public welfare scheme in mind. That is why Prime Minister's name is akin to the vote bank politics. Prime Minister is a well-known popular figure in Shimla. The elections are being held. With the backdrop of Mr. Narendra Modi, presence in Shimla is going to create an enthusiasm for the BJP cadre. That is the reason why Narendra Modi is in Shimla. Apart from that, today is his completion of 8th anniversary and beginning of 9th. Therefore, he has selected Shimla. That shows how he attaches significance to the state of Shimla, because that is going to elections very soon.
Mr. Rajagopalan, in the initial 30 minutes, we are also expecting the Prime Minister. As you rightly pointed out, he will be interacting with the beneficiaries of 16 government welfare schemes, and thereafter he will address the public from the ridge as well. He has also said as to how his visit is absolutely crucial, as you pointed out, right ahead of the all-crucial elections in the state. His popularity is certainly being witnessed on the ground with the amount of people we can see at this rally.
In Uttar Pradesh, Prime Minister spoke to Labharathis of at least 2,000 people, and now today in Shimla, Prime Minister is going to talk to 1,800 to 2,000 beneficiaries. They are all Labharathis. That is how BJP is having its cadre, its vote bank, and also popularity of. So all three is going to be a major show, and you can witness it in another half an hour.
Absolutely. And Mr. Rajagopalan, we are expecting as to how this is also the occasion to commemorate the completion of 8 years of the union government, and certainly this will also in a way launch, and this outreach program of the Prime Minister is to really know on ground whether or not these schemes are reaching to the people on ground or not, and that's the clear instruction coming in from the Prime Minister himself, because he wants to hear from the people on ground as to whether or not they are benefiting from these schemes or not.
Prime Minister is direct touch with the people, voters, through Man Ki Baat, through this type of welfare schemes, and he interacts with them. Apart from that, yesterday at the BJP headquarters, when Mr. Amit Shah and other senior ministers, including Mr. Nadda, said Prime Minister is keen on the last man delivery. That is why even in the Namo app, they have added one portion of that.
Absolutely, and live images on our screen right now coming in. First images of the Prime Minister reaching Shimla, where he is now interacting, shaking his hand and waving to the crowd there who are waiting his presence there in presence of the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh themselves. Going across to once again Sabyasachi. Yes, Sabyasachi, we have the first images on our screen of the Prime Minister, who is now, in fact, it seems, walking towards the rally. This is the street that leads towards the ground where he will be addressing the people as well.
Absolutely. See, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is just a few minutes away from this particular location, that is the ridge. He has reached, he had come from the CTO towards the ridge, and now he is walking up to the ridge, and anytime soon Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be reaching the stage where he will be addressing this massive crowd which has gathered today. And what is interesting, that not only people from Shimla but people across the state has come over here to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because after 4.5 years is the first time that he is coming in, and right before the elections which are going to take place in Himachal. So himself is going to start the bugle in Himachal Pradesh for the polls, and that is why it is very crucial, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as we heard, that he has chosen places like Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh where the election is due in this year. So these places are very crucial, and he decided that this is the best place to celebrate the 8 years of the Narendra Modi government and send the message across to the people, and also to make sure that his government reach the people at the local level. And clear instructions have been given to the ministers, the MPs, the MLAs, others, to make sure this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken to make sure that he connects with the people on ground.
Absolutely, Sabyasachi, and even as we can see once again, the Prime Minister, who is now travelling in his car with his cavalcade and a lot of security personnel on ground as well, waving to the crowd. This is a massive public outreach program by the Prime Minister, also kick-starting BJP's mega poll bugle as far as the state of Himachal Pradesh is concerned. Once again, Sabyasachi, take our viewers through the significance of the Prime Minister's presence today, because this is a public outreach program we are looking at, and possibly around 17 lakh people from across the country will also connect virtually with this program being held at Ridge Maidan in Shimla.
Absolutely, around 17 lakh people will be connecting virtually, and let me show you the visuals out here. This is the amount of crowd which has gathered out here at the Ridge in Shimla, and Prime Minister's visit in Shimla is very significant because it's an outreach initiative by the Prime Minister. He has decided to celebrate the 8 years of the Narendra Modi government here at the Ridge. He decided to connect with the people on local ground. He will have a virtual interact with the CMs. He have instructed the CMs, the MLAs, the MPs to make sure that they connect on ground with the beneficiaries to take feedback from them. He himself will be interacting with the beneficiaries, around 2,000 beneficiaries with whom the Prime Minister himself will be interacting. And people from across the state of Himachal Pradesh has come out here to listen to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi have to say. And it is very important because after 4.5 years, this is the first time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Himachal Pradesh, and also the kind of development work that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made sure that takes place in Himachal Pradesh, be it the Atal Tunnel or other development programs, had really taken place at a very quick space. So that is also one of the big advantage, or you say benefit, that has given to the BJP party.
Absolutely, Sabyasachi, and also this election is crucial for the BJP because they have won 2 elections straight back to back, and certainly the Prime Minister who's sounding BJP's poll bugle in the state, where the party is facing an anti-incumbency and 2-front challenge from the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, who are also now looking as a challenger for the BJP, and they might try to bank in on the incumbency factor.
Oh, definitely. See, the incumbency factor is definitely a disadvantage for the BJP. But this time around, they are fighting two-way war. One against the Congress and another against the Aam Aadmi Party. But who is the best person to start the mission of Himachal Pradesh than the Prime Minister himself? So that is why Jairam Thakur, the CM of Himachal Pradesh, is backing on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to start the initiative to talk about the kind of development work that has taken place in Himachal Pradesh to all the people who have gathered out here, and also across the country to the 17 or 18 lakh people who will be connecting virtually to this address of Prime Minister.
Absolutely, and we saw how the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jairam Thakur, also spoke about how he feels fortunate enough that the Prime Minister is coming to Himachal Pradesh Ridge Maidan after the glorious performance of 8 years of BJP in power, and how he looks forward to another term possibly this time as well, because remember, he spoke about how the Prime Minister shares a special bond with the state with a slew of infrastructure projects that he has also looked after.
Well, absolutely. See, the CM Jairam Thakur had sounded quite confident while we spoke to him. He says that this time around the BJP will be able to make it a hat-trick. But this time around the battle is going to be definitely very interesting, because earlier it was just between BJP and Congress, but this time around Aam Aadmi Party has also come inside the picture. And he mentions that Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds a very significant role here in Himachal Pradesh. He has a special bond with the people and with the place. And with the kind kind of development program that has taken place here over the years and the kind of pace that it has taken, so it has been really commendable. So that is why Chief Minister Jairam Thakur is banking, and you can see people have gathered out here. They are standing, and anytime soon Prime Minister Narendra Modi might be coming here in the stage.
Absolutely. Live images, Sabyasachi, on our screens right now. Earlier as well, just a short while back, the Prime Minister, in fact, was on the streets. He was waving to those crowds, and the popularity that he shares is certainly being witnessed once again, Sabyasachi, in Shimla, where he is right now conducting this road show towards the rally as well, and how he has been welcomed and a resounding welcome for the Prime Minister with rose petals and flowers that are being showered on him.
Oh, definitely. See, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a mass leader, no matter what people say, and you can see the amount of crowd who have gathered out here. They have come from different areas of Himachal Pradesh, and it is not easy to come to the ridge. You have to almost climb up, and it is difficult. So people of different age groups have walked this distance to come out here to the ridge, because you have to leave your vehicle at the tourism lift, and then from the tourism lift you have to all the way walk towards the ridge. So this amount of crowd which has gathered out here shows the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and clearly this time around it's very significant because it marks the 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and after 4.5 years Prime Minister himself is going to come to Himachal Pradesh to start the mission of Himachal Pradesh and start the bugle here. Back to you.
Absolutely, Sabyasachi. Even as we are staying live with these images on our screen right now, first and times now from Shimla, where the Prime Minister has just now reached. Shortly from now, he's expected to address that massive rally in Ridge Maidan. But remember, the focus today remains as far as speaking and interacting with the beneficiaries of around 16 centrally sponsored welfare schemes. He will also release the 11th installment of the Kisan Samman Nidhi of 21,000 crore rupees. Certainly, Sabyasachi, the focus is on the people on ground and reaching to the grassroots levels, even in a state like Himachal Pradesh. And also we are expecting a lot of people to also join this particular rally and address of the Prime Minister virtually from across the country.
Well, absolutely. Two of the most important things. One is to connect with the beneficiaries on ground. Over the period of time, the schemes which has been launched by the BJP government to make sure that people are actually getting the benefit of these schemes. Yes. And that is why strict instructions has been given from the Prime Minister himself to his state representatives to make sure that they take the feedback. And he himself has said that whether the feedback is good or bad, but the BJP government will take it. Second is looking at the elections that are coming in. Right. The elections are due in Himachal, the elections are due in Gujarat this year, and next year also you have elections in 5 other states, and then you have...
crucial for the BJP, and that's what we are witnessing with the Prime Minister's presence as he begins and kickstarts the election, possibly an election campaign for the BJP in the state. Stay with us, Sabyasachi, even as we'll play out this first reaction coming in from Jairam Thakur, the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, ahead of the Prime Minister's visit.
So one comment, sir. So one comment on the 8 years of the Modi government, sir.
बहुत बेहतरीन कार्यकाल, शानदार कार्यकाल और यशस्वी कार्यकाल जिसको कह सकते हैं।
सर, कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आप और सरकार इस टाइम अराउंड हिमला में, क्योंकि चुनाव जस्ट नॉकिंग ऑन द डोर्स है सर? ठीक है,
हम तैयारी के साथ हैं, पूरी तैयारी के साथ हैं, सरकार बनाएंगे।
All right, going back to Sabyasachi once again. So Sabyasachi, we are staying with these images anytime now. We are expecting the Prime Minister to reach the dais, address that rally. But before that, the interaction, the all-important interaction with the beneficiaries is what we are going to witness.
Well, absolutely. All eyes are on Prime Minister. Anytime soon he will be coming here at the Ridge Maidan to address this crowd. Just few minutes back, Anurag Thakur, Union Minister Anurag Thakur had come on the stage, and people are waiting. They're continuously cheering. Let me show you the out here. People are continuously standing in for almost 20 minutes now, waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to go up to the podium and address the crowd. But all focus will be on how the Prime Minister is going to connect with the beneficiaries on ground to make sure that he collects their feedback on all the schemes which has been launched by the Prime Minister, which is very important on ground.
All right,
and we have
Sabyasachi, let me also now go across to Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP joining us over the phone line. So Shehzad, the popularity of the Prime Minister can be witnessed through these images on our screen. He's holding a road show first and then we'll be addressing that all-important rally in Shimla.
Well, you see, the Prime Minister's motto over the last 8 years has only been Garib Kalyan and Jan Kalyan, and if you can see, in the last 8 years, it has only been about seva of the people, and therefore today the Prime Minister is addressing this Garib Kalyan Sammelan, which is basically going to address the people, the beneficiaries directly, and in fact, a new class of beneficiaries have been created, be it the Shauchalays, be it the Ujjwala Yojana cylinders that we've given, be it the concrete houses we've built for poor people, be it the Nal Se Jal Yojana. A new class of beneficiaries, Labhartis, have been created, and that is the support base of the BJP over the last 8 years, who have always been supporting Prime Minister for his Garib Jan Kalyan.
Shehzad, once again we are witnessing the Prime Minister's presence in Himachal Pradesh, because later on this year there is an all-important election that we are looking forward to, and this time the BJP will be also fighting the anti-incumbency factor against not just Congress but also the Aam Aadmi Party.
You see, I think first of all, the Aam Aadmi Party is in competition with Nota in most states, so I don't think there is any much relevance for Aam Aadmi Party in Himachal or in other states. But having said that, the idea is to constantly go between the people and give them an account of what we have been doing, and that is something that our party does on a regular basis, and this is yet another instance of the Pradhan Sevak only going to the Janta and telling them about the number of things we have done and continuing to make them aware of the policies that we are implementing on the ground, for which people are supporting.
And Shehzad, another important point being that in the initial 30 minutes we are expecting the Prime Minister to interact with the beneficiaries of these 16 centrally based welfare schemes of the government. How important is it for the government, and specifically the Prime Minister, to reach out and learn from the people on the ground? What benefits have they had so far?
You see, this is a government that works on the feedback directly from the people of India, and therefore this is not the first occasion, but in fact the Prime Minister constantly communicates with the beneficiaries, with the people directly, and it is their feedback, it is their input, be it in the elections or in such communications, that enables us to deliver more efficiently to the people of India. And therefore this is yet another exercise of samvad that the Prime Minister continuously has with the Janta.
All right, thank you Shehzad for that, and we have the live images now of the Prime Minister reaching the dais in presence of the senior ministers of the state of Himachal Pradesh. And Sabyasachi, if you're still there, we have the first live images of the Prime Minister finally reaching the dais after that road show.
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has finally reached the Ridge Maidan, and accompanying him are the Union Minister as well as the senior state leader.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम सब आपका मंच पर स्वागत करते हैं। मंच पर मौजूद हिमाचल प्रदेश के राज्यपाल श्री राजेंद्र विश्वनाथ अर्लेकर जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी, केंद्रीय सूचना एवं प्रसारण और खेल एवं युवा मामलों के मंत्री श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी,
हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार के शहरी विकास मंत्री श्री सुरेश भारद्वाज और शिमला से लोकसभा के सांसद एवं प्रदेश बीजेपी अध्यक्ष श्री सुरेश कुमार कश्यप जी का भी हम स्वागत करते हैं। आप सभी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ा रही है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपका देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश से बहुत लंबा नाता रहा है और माननीय आपकी आज की ये यात्रा इस जुड़ाव को और ज्यादा मजबूत कर रही है। कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत में सबसे पहले हम आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे हिमाचल प्रदेश के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी को कि वो आएं और दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करें। और हिमाचल की पहचान के तहत यहाँ पे स्वागत होता हुआ
अतिथि देवो भव की परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हिमाचल की पहचान यहाँ की शॉल और टोपी से स्वागत किया जा रहा है। देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश के पुरातात्विक वैभव को प्रदर्शित करता श्री भीमा काली मंदिर का रेखा चित्र भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेंट किया जा रहा है। आप सभी को ये जानकर हार्दिक प्रसन्नता होगी कि ये रेखा चित्र शिमला स्थित कॉलेज ऑफ फाइन आर्ट्स के बच्चों द्वारा बनाया गया है।
तो प्रधानमंत्री जी की गरिमा में वो उपस्थिति हम सबके बीच में मौजूद है। अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके मार्गदर्शन में सरकार की जिन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को हिमाचल प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार के माध्यम से जिस तेजी से जमीन पर उतारा गया है, उसकी अमिट छाप आज पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश में साफ तौर पर देखी जा सकती है।
प्रधानमंत्री जी आपके इसी जन कल्याणकारी सपने को हिमाचल प्रदेश में पूरा कर रहे हैं यहाँ के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी। अब हम हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री जी से निवेदन करते हैं कि वो आए और प्रधानमंत्री जी का पूरे राज्य के लोगों की ओर से औपचारिक रूप से स्वागत करें।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज इस बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक पल पर गरीब कल्याण सम्मेलन के इस कार्यक्रम में देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश के शिमला के इस ऐतिहासिक रिज के मैदान में हम सबको अपना आशीर्वाद देने के लिए पहुंचे। देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश के शिमला के इस ऐतिहासिक रिज के मैदान में हम सबको अपना आशीर्वाद देने के लिए पहुंचे। हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री और हम सबके प्रेरणा स्रोत आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय श्री राजेंद्र विश्वनाथ अर्लेकर जी, केंद्रीय युवा सेवा एवं खेल तथा सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, वर्चुअल माध्यम से हमारे साथ जुड़े सभी प्रदेशों के माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण, मंत्रीगण, सांसदगण, शिमला के हमारे लोकप्रिय विधायक और शहरी विकास मंत्री आदरणीय श्री सुरेश भारद्वाज जी, शिमला के लोकप्रिय सांसद और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश के सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री सुरेश कश्यप जी, यहां उपस्थित सभी भाइयों बहनों और पत्रकार मित्रों, मैं आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम में आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का इस देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। तेज गति से तरक्की की है और आपके मार्गदर्शन में, आपके नेतृत्व में भारत ने 8 वर्ष का हमारी सरकार का कार्यकाल, यशस्वी कार्यकाल जिसको मैं कह सकता हूं, वो पूर्ण किया है, जिसके लिए मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश के सभी भाई बहनों की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। और देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश में आज के इस कार्यक्रम में विशेष तौर से यहां आगमन पर आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, आप सबका आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। हिमाचल आपके दिल के बहुत करीब है और इस बात को हमने एक बार नहीं अनेक बार आपके आंखों में इसकी झलक देखी है, लेकिन मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं, जितना स्नेह आप हिमाचल के लोगों को करते हैं, हिमाचल के इस देवभूमि के लोगों के प्रति रखते हैं, हिमाचल देवभूमि के लोग भी आपको उसी स्नेह की तरह, स्नेह के साथ जो है आपको याद करते हैं, सदैव जो है आपके साथ चट्टान की तरह खड़े हैं। बहुत लंबे समय तक आपका हिमाचल प्रदेश में संगठन की दृष्टि से काम करने का जो कार्यकाल रहा है, एक नहीं अनेक जगह आपका जाना हुआ और कितने सारे लोगों को आप आज भी नाम से जानते हैं। सुरेश भारद्वाज जी कह रहे थे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से, जाखू का जिक्र कर रहे थे कि चलो आज जाखू भी जा आते हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि जाने का तो बहुत मन है, जहां आप बोलेंगे वहां जाने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। लेकिन इसी पल आपने एक बात और याद की कि क्या वो दीपक अभी भी पैदल जाता है? एक छोटे से कार्यकर्ता, हमारा संगठन का कार्यकर्ता, उनको भी आज नाम से आप स्मरण करके जो है, जैसे आप अन्ना डेल पहुंचे तो आपने स्मरण किया, स्वाभाविक रूप से ये एक रिश्ता बताता है, ये रिश्ता बहुत मजबूत है हिमाचल के साथ। हम अभी आते आते मैं संकोच भी कर रहा था, संकोच इसलिए कर रहा था कि शिमला का ही हम यहां तक का ये सफर, अन्ना डेल से यहां रिज के मैदान तक का, ये शिमला का रिज का मैदान बहुत छोटा मैदान है। यहां हजारों की संख्या में लोग आए हैं, लेकिन वो इस सभा के स्थल में पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं, वो वहीं खड़े हैं। एक विनम्र आग्रह हमने किया कि अगर आप 5 मिनट के लिए थोड़ा सा चल करके उनके साथ आप मिल करके चल सकते हैं, उनसे बात करते हुए चल सकते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। आपने तुरंत जो है वो हमारा आग्रह स्वीकार किया, मैं आपका आभारी हूं। आप माल रोड पे पैदल हो करके यहां तक पहुंचे, शिमला वॉच कंपनी के पास तक पहुंचे। और स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरा यह मानना है कि बहुत पुरानी यादें आपको ताजा हुई होंगी, जब आप माल रोड पे रिज के मैदान पे चलते थे, कॉफी हाउस में जाते थे, कॉफी हाउस में बैठ के कॉफी पीते थे, कुछ मीडिया के साथियों के साथ मिलते थे, कुछ वकीलों के साथ मिलते थे, कुछ व्यापारियों के साथ मिलते थे। स्वाभाविक रूप से वो बहुत ऐसी यादें हैं, शायद मुझे लगता है कि आप कभी भूल नहीं पाएंगे। और जिस तरह से पिछली बार भी जब आपका आना हुआ, जिस दिन शपथ ग्रहण समारोह था, उस दिन आपका जब आना हुआ, उस दिन भी आप यहां से तो चले गए, लेकिन कॉफी हाउस में आप रुक गए और रुक करके वहां पर जो है कॉफी आपने पी। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से ये हमारे लिए, हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए एक गर्व की बात है कि आप इतना करीबी के साथ, इतने भावनात्मक रिश्ते के साथ हिमाचल के साथ जुड़े हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, डबल इंजन की सरकार, आपके नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार ने इन 4.5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में बेहतरीन काम करने की कोशिश की।
Times now. Action begins here.
कंस्ट्रक्शन में यहां सरकार चल रही है और फिर से सरकार बनाएंगे। इतनी ही बात कहते हुए एक बार फिर से आप शिमला पहुंचे। शिमला के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम में जहां आप राष्ट्र को भी आज पूरे सभी मुख्यमंत्री को संबोधित करने वाले हैं, आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय हिमाचल।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, एक वक्त था कि शहरी और ग्रामीण भारत के अंतर को लेकर देश दुनिया में चर्चा हुआ करती थी, लेकिन बीते कुछ वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री जी आपके नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से सामाजिक आर्थिक योजनाओं ने पूरे भारत में विकास की अविरल धारा बहाई है, उसी का असर है कि आज हमारे गांव शहरी सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित हो रहे हैं। तो हर गरीब और वंचित व्यक्ति को उसके हिस्से का पूरा हक वक्त पर पारदर्शी तरीके से मिल रहा है।
और अब हम इसी परिवर्तन को रेखांकित करती कुछ प्रमुख योजनाओं पर आधारित एक वीडियो फिल्म को दिखाएंगे, जो दर्शाती है कि कैसे लोगों की जिंदगी में एक बड़ा बदलाव आ रहा है।
एक समय था जब छत की कमी से जूझते परिवार धूप बारिश सहन करने के लिए मजबूर थे। पानी के लिए महिलाओं का संघर्ष और लंबी कतारें किसी से छिपी नहीं थी। साल 2014 में पहली बार केंद्रीय सत्ता की कमान संभाली नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ने। देश में शुरू हुआ नए अवसर, नए इंफ्रा का नया दौर।
हम तोड़ रहे हैं जंजीरें, हम बदल रहे हैं तस्वीरें।
Just before the Prime Minister starts to speak, let's get you a breaking update. Hardik Patel is all set to join the BJP. This is coming days after when he had dumped the Congress party. Amit Kumar is with us with more details. Amit, confirmation आ गई है कि हार्दिक पटेल ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं बीजेपी?
जी हाँ, जो जानकारी मिल रही है, जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, हाई प्लेस सोर्सेज जो बीजेपी के हैं, कि 2 तारीख को यानी 2 जून को बीजेपी में शामिल हो सकते हैं। और जो बातचीत थी वो लगभग पूरी हो चुकी है हार्दिक पटेल से और बीजेपी के हाई लेवल से। और खासकर गुजरात में बात यह है कि गुजरात में नाराजगी यही थी कि गुजरात कांग्रेस में कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद भी हार्दिक पटेल को कोई बड़ी जिम्मेदारी नहीं दी गई थी, उनको कामकाज को कुछ तवज्जो नहीं दी गई। तो ऐसे में ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि बीजेपी जो वहां की जो गुजरात बीजेपी है उनसे बात हो गई और गुजरात बीजेपी ने टॉप लीडरशिप जो कि दिल्ली है वहां से ग्रीन सिग्नल ले लिया है। और जानकारी ये है कि 2 तारीख को यानी 2 जून को 2 दिन बाद हार्दिक पटेल बीजेपी में शामिल होंगे।
जी, लेकिन उनका जो रोल रहेगा बीजेपी में उसके बारे में कोई जानकारी है, क्योंकि गुजरात के चुनाव आने वाले हैं?
जी हाँ, रोल क्या होगा उसके बारे में हालांकि नहीं बताया गया, लेकिन हाँ इतना जरूर है कि पाटीदार हैं और पाटीदार एक बड़ा वोट बैंक है, तो एक पाटीदार को एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी जा सकती है उनको क्योंकि पाटीदारों के चेहरे के तौर पर कांग्रेस ने उनको शामिल किया था। तो पद क्या मिलेगा, जिम्मेदारी क्या मिलेगी, उसकी बात अभी नहीं कही जा रही, लेकिन हाँ इतना जरूर है कि चुनाव प्रचार में हार्दिक पटेल का बड़ा इस्तेमाल हो सकता है। विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ेंगे नहीं लड़ेंगे ये तो हार्दिक को तय करना है, लेकिन एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी जाएगी और साथ ही साथ एक प्रमुखता के साथ उनको एक फेस के तौर पर पूरे चुनाव में भी पाटीदार फेस के तौर पर चुनाव में भी उनका इस्तेमाल होगा, प्रचार में भी इस्तेमाल होगा और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी दी जा सकती है।
धन्यवाद आपका अमित हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सो द न्यूज कमिंग इन दैट हार्दिक पटेल इज ऑल सेट टू जॉइन द बीजेपी एंड दैट्स गोइंग टू हैपन ऑन द 2nd of June come Thursday when his confirmation will come. Officially he will be made part of the BJP. Let's move on now to the other big story we are tracking this morning. When Prashant Kishore has lashed out at the Gandhis with his most scathing attack yet, and he goes on to say that the Congress will drown others as well. Prashant Kishore's big attack on the Congress party that he has made in Hajipur, saying the Congress does not improve itself, it will drown us too.
पंजाब का चुनाव जीते 19 में जगन मोहन रेड्डी के साथ आंध्रा में चुनाव जीते, अभी बता रहे हैं 21 में तमिलनाडु, 20 में दिल्ली जीते केजरीवाल के साथ, 21 में तमिलनाडु और बंगाल जीते, 17 में एक चुनाव यूपी हार गए, कांग्रेस के साथ कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए तय कर लिया कि कांग्रेस के साथ काम नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए ऐसी पार्टी है तो सुधरती नहीं है, तो हमारा बड़ा सम्मान है कांग्रेस के लिए, लेकिन अभी की जो कांग्रेस की व्यवस्था है वो ऐसी है कि अपने तो सुधरेगा नहीं, हम अपने तो डूब रहा है, हमको भी डुबा देगा। 11 साल में 2011 से 21 के बीच 10 साल में 11 चुनाव से जुड़े रहे हैं। एक ही चुनाव हारे यूपी में, वो कांग्रेस के साथ था, इसलिए उसके बाद तय किया कि इन लोगों के साथ कभी काम नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि ये मेरा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड खराब कर दिया, वो भी हारते हैं।
Well, let's go across to Nyamika for a quick update because Nyamika, Prashant Kishore speaking like this for the Congress party. He was the one who had talked about reforms within the Congress party, thereafter was rejected and not taken upon by the party itself.
Well, absolutely. This was the second time when he has openly criticized the Grand Old Party, and before this he has also spoken about the Udaipur Chintan Shivir of Congress Party by saying that nothing fruitful has come out from that Chintan Shivir, and this is the second time when he has attacked the Congress by openly speaking against the party line and saying that he will never ever try to work with them as he has his track record has been ruined because of the Congress, and he has also mentioned about the previous elections in which he has worked as a political analyst, and he has said that since 2011 to 2022 he has associated with 11 elections and only one has got lost, which was being fought by the Congress and SP together in UP assembly polls, and he has before this also spoken against the Congress party regarding the Chintan Shivir, and this statement has been can be seen as an attack against the Congress, as since the time when he rejected the offer of Congress to get inducted within the party, he was not openly criticizing or saying anything against the party.
On the Congress party saying that when it comes to the Congress party, they have lost so many elections that he has decided to never work again with these people. He was referring to the Congress party. Let's move on now to the other big story, because unfortunately, once again, a migrant woman teacher targeted killing that has taken place in Kulgam district of South Kashmir. Straight away going across to Pradeep Datta, who is with the family of the teacher Rajni, who had succumbed to her injuries, unfortunately, when the attack happened at her school. Pradeep, over to you.
Another unfortunate incident, in fact, another tragic incident. एक बार फिर से हमने देखा किस तरीके से आतंकवादियों ने हिंदुओं को निशाना बनाया है। ये लगातार ऐसी घटनाएं होती आ रही हैं। ये जो हॉरर की स्टोरी हमने 90 के दशक में शुरू हुई थी, आज भी चल रही है। मेरे साथ उनके फादर इन लॉ, उनसे बातचीत करते हैं। क्या आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी तक आई है?
क्योंकि बातचीत क्या करनी है, ये बेड़ा करके गरिए टकाई हुई है बीजेपी ने साढ़े लोगों का इंदी वजह ने सारा कुछ होता जब इन्हें पता है भी वो इन्हें लोग जेडे बाहर देखते हैं उन्हें रोज हमले रोज मारा, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं आज तक की। 12-12 साल हुई है बच्चे जिन्हें उसे के देख के जा रहे कोई ट्रांसफर नहीं जाके जब साथ पता नहीं पहले दिन कश्मीरी पंडित जी मारे, पहले भी से मारे मारी याद नहीं। गवर्नमेंट को सोचती है,
मैं समझ सकता हूँ। हिंदी में थोड़ा बता पाएंगे?
गवर्नमेंट का कसूर है सारा।
आपको क्या लगता है ये जो लगातार
अगर गवर्नमेंट चाहता सब कुछ हो सकता, लेकिन कर दिए कुछ नहीं है। इन्हें कुछ खुले खुले सेठ कुछ सिक्योरिटी नहीं तो कुछ नहीं थी फोर्स इन्हें फोर्स बेसाब लाई खुद स्कूलें जाते पता भी स्कूल में मले बात नहीं।
देखिए, इनको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं सुरक्षा जो प्रदान नहीं करी है सरकार ने। आप देख सकते हैं माँ की हालत इस समय आप देख सकते हैं, माँ पूरी तरह से बेहाल हैं। मैं पहले भी इनसे बात कर रहा था, इनकी आंखें पथरा गई हैं, आंसू थमने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं, पूरी तरह से परेशान है। माँ कब हुई थी रजनी से? कोई बात हुई थी आपकी पहले? कितनी देर पहले बात हुई थी आपकी रजनी से? क्या बात हुई थी कोई रजनी से? कब बात हुई थी?
बड़ी बात कल इधर में फोन किया, वो खड़ी ही।
क्या बोला था इनको फोन करके?
उसने राधा जो नहीं बोली नहीं, बस आखिरी में रोटी ही खा रही।
Pradeep, will just come back to you. Of course, the family is inconsolable there because another targeted killing that has taken place. So, Sohail, meanwhile, we are also told that protests are taking place against this killing of Rajni.
चंद लोगों को यहाँ पे बचा नहीं सकेंगे, तो क्या क्या प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं वो कि मैं कल को ये करूँगा, कल को वो करूँगा।
Sohail?
क्यों आप कश्मीरी पंडित को, क्यों आप माइनॉरिटीज को बार-बार किल कर रहे हैं?
Yes, in fact, after this killing of the teacher in South Kashmir's Kulgam district, now the Kashmiri Pandit employees have again gathered here in Batwara season. VG is showing you the images here. They are holding again protest and demanding that they be relocated to Jammu division. These protests, these employees have been in fact protesting from last 2 weeks. In fact, after the killing of Rahul Bhatt, these employees have held direct dialogue with the LG administration. In fact, the delegation also met LG Manoj Sinha. These employees were assured that they will be given safe and secure atmosphere. They will be placed in district headquarters and Tahsil headquarters so that they do not feel insecure at these places. But now, after this killing, a Hindu lady teacher who was in fact killed and attacked in Gopalpura village of South Kashmir's Kulgam district and in fact has come to injuries. These Kashmiri Pandit employees are angry. In fact, they are refusing to talk to media, saying that they have been demanding time and again that they be relocated to Jammu division. Still, we will try to get into some questions. आप कुछ आज बताना चाहेंगे फिर एक बार जो है इस तरह की किलिंग हुई है और क्या कहेंगे आप?
सर, सिंपल सी बात है, हमने बहुत बाइट से दी, हम बहुत परेशान हो गए। हमें हर बार कहा जाता है आपको सिक्योरिटी मिल जाएगी। हमें शेखपुरा में जाके डिवकॉम सर ने स्पेशली बोला था
और अब खुद का मकान मिला है तो क्या फर्क महसूस कर रहे हैं?
जी, पहले हमारे पास रूम होते थी लेकिन बहुत कच्चा रूम होती थी, तो उसमें हमको बैठने का बहुत सहूलियत ठीक से नहीं होता था, क्योंकि बर्फ के टाइम पर, बारिश के टाइम पर शौचालय भी सही नहीं होती थी, हमारे पास आंगन भी नहीं होती, तो बहुत तकलीफ होता था। अभी आपके मेहरबानी से हमें पैसा मिला, तो हमको स्कीम के हिसाब से हमको पैसा मिला, हमको अपना पक्का घर मिला, बहुत मिला, अच्छा मिला, शौचालय भी बनाया, अटैच बाथरूम मिला, आंगन मिला, बहुत मैं खुशी हूँ, बहुत अच्छे हूँ साहब।
तासी जी, आपने तो सेना में रह करके ये मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए अपनी जवानी खपा दी और आज भी आपके दिल में उतनी ही भक्ति, उतना ही प्यार बना पड़ा है और हम लोगों का कर्तव्य बनता है कि आप जैसे देश के होनहार नागरिकों के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। तासी जी, योजनाओं को प्राप्त करने में आपको कोई दिक्कतें आई क्या? सरलता से प्राप्त?
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो इस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बात थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है, जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है।
Very good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now. You're watching Times Now live with me, Kritzween And well, remember, we're already talking about the ongoing Gyanvapi controversy, and a lot of developments taking place on that front. Parallelly, a mosque controversy has also broken out in Karnataka's Mangaluru, and it continues to escalate after a temple-like structure was reportedly found during the renovation of a mosque in Malali. A lot of political reactions coming in on that. Listen in first up.
State government continues to be one of, and they have claimed that it being a work property, the court is not in jurisdiction. So they also claimed that under places of Worship Act 1991, the suit is not maintainable, but I begs to differ with them. According to me, suit is very much maintained before the court because it is an ancient monument, which is an exemption clause which is available under the provisions of Worships Act of 1991. So anyway, we are filing detailed objection today. It is for the Honorable Court to determine whether the suit is maintainable, whether this issue is taken up or not. At the same time, similar to Gyanvapi, where the conducting of survey by the concerned department has discovered.
So you're saying you're going to be filing an appeal so that a survey is going to be done?
We are planning to file. We are planning to file it today. Okay. And of course, for the Honorable Court to consider this aspect.
And let me go across to Deepak, who's joining us with more details on the story. Deepak, you know, very, very similar to what has come to light in the Gyanvapi issue. Now, as far as this particular mosque is concerned, take us through the timeline and the claims that are being made by both the sides. Where does the story stand as of today? All right, we'll reconnect with Deepak in just a bit as he is tracking the latest on this. Well, this is now coming to light from Karnataka in Malali, where once again there is a demand for Nyay for Astha. Now, the matter of Malali Mosque is in the court. The court has ordered status quo till 3rd of June, and remember how Mangaluru is already a sensitive place and elections are also going to be taking place early next year, and in that sense the police there has also said that action would be taken to ensure peace by holding meetings with the officials. So that's the record that has been coming in from the police there, and the Masjid Mandir Rao once again has taken center stage this time around in Malali in Karnataka. Imran is now joining us live for the moment to take us through the latest we're tracking on this. Imran, tell us about the ongoing controversy as far as this mosque in Malali is concerned, the claim that is being made by both the sides.
Well, absolutely. It's a 18-year-old mosque which went for June 21st. Last month, April 21st, they wanted to renovate it. And during this time with the renovation, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad claimed that symbols of Hindu temples have been found below the masjid. And since then, they approached the court 3 days later, where they got a stay order over this issue. The VHP also conducted Tambula Prashna. It's a divination process where they claim that they found through the process, they found that it's a Hindu temple and it's of Shaiva tradition. Now, the MLA of that area, Bharat Shetty, tried to have a meeting between both Muslims and also Vishwa Hindu Parishad to resolve this matter amicably. But now the other saffron group has come out opposing it, saying that this is an attempt by on the part of the BJP MLA Bharat Shetty to appease the Muslims, and they're completely opposing it. And they're saying that it's a Hindu temple, there should be no negotiations between Muslims and the Hindus, and it should be handed over. Similarly, SDPI also conducted a rally a couple of days back. They also claim that there should be no negotiation over this issue. It is a mosque, and they will not allow even an inch of that soil of that mosque to be given to any other party, and it shall remain a masjid. Now, the matter is with the DC now. The court is also hearing is today. Hearing was there. My colleague Deepak will get you more updates on that. But DC is matter with now. The district administration has sealed the area, especially the controversial part of it. No person, media or others are allowed in that area. The question is about whether in any endowment documents that shows this as a Hindu temple.
Absolutely.
Or
and interestingly, the Mangaluru Civil Court is all set to take up the issue today. Let me bring in Deepak on that note. Deepak, striking similarity between this particular case and that of the Gyanvapi, and here as well, the Hindu lawyer is now all set to make that demand of appointing a court-appointed commissioner to conduct a survey. So, striking similarity that is coming to light. What more can you tell us?
Yes, a lot of developments expected. I'm standing right now outside the Mangalore court complex, where in a couple of hours from now, within the couple of hours from now, there's going to be, of course, this matter that's going to be heard. As of now, like Imran was pointing out, there is a status quo at this point in time on any sort of renovation work or any work that could be carried out at the Malali Masjid. Now, the matter was supposed to be heard a few days later, but because of several objections that have been filed from the Muslim side, the matter is being taken up today. But the biggest development of the day is going to be that from the Hindu side, the lawyer is going to be filing a petition in court today seeking for a court-appointed commissioner who along with the Archaeological Survey of India officials, his request is going to be to the court to allow the ASI representative and the court-appointed commissioner to do a survey of the entire area, both visual and documentation-based survey, after which that will be presented in court. Whether the court will allow for that today is going to be very interesting. Apart from that, the Muslim side has also put up several objections to the original petition that was filed by the Hindu side, saying that they do not really have the documentation to prove that there was a temple that existed, and that should be dismissed. So all of these matters come up in court in the next couple of hours. We've also been told now that the Muslim side advocates are already inside the court hall. We are expecting the Hindu side advocates to arrive here at the Mangaluru court complex in a short while from now. So it's going to be yet another rerun of what's happened at Gyanvapi. It looks like from the, like Imran was pointing out, there has been a lot of developments that have taken place over the last few days with regard to this issue, including meetings which were called to discuss about each side's or each stakeholder's aspect to this entire controversy. Now, as of now, no consensus has been reached, but each one's point of view has been taken in this particular regard, while a legal battle continues now in court.
All right, Deepak, stay on with us. A lot of reactions coming in, and this is certainly a developing story that we're tracking from Karnataka. First up, some reactions, and then I'll come back to you.
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಶಾಸಕರಾದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭರತ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿರವರು ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಂಧಾನ ಸಭೆ ನಡೆಸಿರುವುದನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕೇಸರಿ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಖಂಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರಿಗೆ, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ನಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಅಂದರೇನು, ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆ ಎಂದರೇನು, ಸಹಬಾಳ್ವೆ ಅಂದರೇನು ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸರಿ? ಭರತ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿರವರೇ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರ ಓಟಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭಯ ಬಂದಿದೆಯಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಓಟನ್ನೇ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಗೆಲ್ಲುತ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಧೈರ್ಯ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲವೇ? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಭೆ? ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು? ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ದರ್ಗಾಗಳಲ್ಲಿ.
All right, Deepak, as you continue to stay on with us, as far as this particular issue is concerned, tell us about the kind of facts that have come to light that has certainly given rise to curiosity among the locals there. We've seen people thronging this particular masjid to really take a look of the kind of remnants that have been recovered, essentially a parallel that is now being drawn to the Gyanvapi case. What has exactly been found there?
Well, it was in April that, there was a renovation work that was being carried out at the Malali Juma Masjid. At that point in time, a compound wall, was brought down. That's when the locals there noticed a structure which looked like a temple. And immediately there were a few, locals who tried to take some photographs, what they could see from outside itself. Then we had the Vishwa Hindu Parishad which came there, visited that particular spot. Immediately a lawyer filed a petition in court that this looks like an ancient monument, Hindu monument, and it needs to be protected. And immediately that day itself the court had granted status quo, meaning that there could be no renovation work that could be carried out in that particular area. And after that the status
Deepak,
quo has
hold on with that thought. We're being joined by Vinod Bansal of the VHP. Mr. Bansal, क्या बनाते हैं आप इस स्थिति को लेके अपना पर्सपेक्टिव आगे रखिए, क्योंकि ज्ञानवापी में भी ऐसे ही नैरेटिव बाहर आए थी, ऐसे ही फैक्ट्स एक एक करके बाहर आए थे. सर्वे की डिटेल्स जब बाहर आई तो पता चला कि मंदिर से रिलेटेड कई चीजें वहां पे थी और वहीं पे मस्जिद बनाया गया था. ये बोला जा रहा है हिंदू साइड से. यहां पे भी ऐसा ही बोला जा रहा है. जब रेनोवेशन का काम किया गया शुरू, तब कई सिमिलैरिटीज निकल के आई मंदिर के काम की वहां पे, और अब यही डिमांड इस मलाला मस्जिद को लेकर भी बाहर आ रही है. आप क्या कहेंगे?
रूप से देखिए, ये मलाला मस्जिद क्या है, ये जो रेनोवेशन का काम उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया उसके तुरंत बाद वहां पर हमने एएसआई को कॉल किया और द वीएचपी टीम हैज टेकन दिस मैटर टू द कोर्ट आल्सो. द कोर्ट इज हियरिंग द इशू. अभी क्या है कि इसमें हम ये कहते हैं कि जो सच्चाई है उसको फाइंड आउट करना चाहिए, और मंदिर है तो मंदिर के अवशेष की जांच की जानी चाहिए. एएसआई को उसके लिए अपना इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए. जब कोर्ट में मामला पहुंच गया है तो फिर जल्दी किस बात की है? वी शुड ट्राई टू डिग आउट द फैक्ट्स. और उसमें बेसिकली अभी जो लोग इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं वो वास्तव में देखा जाए तो सत्य के अन्वेषण का विरोध कर रहे हैं
जी.
ये तो सच्चाई है कि हजारों लाखों मंदिरों को तोड़ करके ये मस्जिद नुमा ढांचे खड़े किए गए थे और जगह जगह किए गए थे. आज देखिए कि कल जो है दिल्ली के अंदर जो बारिश और आंधी तेज आई, उसमें से जामा मस्जिद का ऊपर का जो पीतल का कलश था वो टूट के गिरा. आप सोचिए कि जामा मस्जिद के टॉप ऑफ दी गुंबद वो एक पीतल का कलश था. क्या पीतल का कलश किसी मस्जिद के ऊपर हो सकता है? कभी सुना है क्या? आपके शुद्ध दर्शकों ने कभी नहीं सुना होगा. कल वो पीतल का कलश जब टूट के गिरा तब पता लगा देखिए क्या हो रहा है. अब इसमें तो एक्सकेवेशन की भी जरूरत नहीं है. देयर इज नो नीड टू एक्सकेवेट. या तो सीधे सीधे साफ कह रहा है कि भाई क्या चीज है. क्या इन्वेस्टिगेट होने नहीं चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये जो मुस्लिम मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं वो जो मुस्लिम इन्वेडर्स थे उन्होंने हमारे मंदिरों को तोड़ करके और मूर्तियों को खंडित करके आस्था पर चोट पहुंचा करके और हिंदुओं के हृदय की भावना को रौंदते हुए उन्होंने इस तरह की चीजें बनाई थी। तो कोई मलाला की मस्जिद की बात हो कहीं और की, लेकिन कुल मिला के जिस तरह से हिंदू जनमानस को कुचला गया, जिस तरह से हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को खंडित किया गया, जिस तरह से हमारी मूर्तियों को तोड़ा गया, ये चीजें कोई नई बात नहीं है। तो जब लोग बोलते हैं तो वेट फॉर दैट, और इसमें हिंदू समाज को भी सत्य के अन्वेषण से रोकना ये किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है।
जी मिस्टर बंसल, जो दूसरी साइड का क्लेम है सर, वो ये साफ शब्दों में कह रहे हैं कि आप लाइन कहां ड्रॉ करेंगे, बिकॉज दिस विल नाउ ओपन फ्लड गेट्स।
नो ऑफ कोर्स, देखिए सच्चाई को रोक कब तक रोक सकोगे आप, और कितने को रोकोगे आप? वॉट एवर फैक्ट्स इज देयर, द फैक्ट्स शुड कम आउट ओपनली। देखिए ये भारत है, कोई टर्की, सीरिया, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश नहीं है जहाँ पर कि सिर्फ आपने कह दिया और हमने मान लिया, या जो उसमें एक पर्टिकुलर किताब में जो कुछ लिखा हुआ है वही विज्ञान है और वही जो रॉकेट साइंस है। ये तो भारत है जो सत्य का अन्वेषण हमेशा चलता रहता है। वी आर गोइंग ऑन टू एक्सकेवेट द ट्रुथ ऑफ द थिंग्स। तो उसमें एक हो, लाख हो, हजारों, करोड़ हो, इससे क्या फर्क पड़ना है? एंड वाई यू आर गोइंग टू अफ्रेड ऑफ द सिचुएशन कि आगे क्या होगा? भाई जब जो चीज सच्चाई है वो सामने आनी चाहिए, और जो सच्चाई के साथ संपूर्ण देश को खड़ा होना चाहिए, वेदर इट इज हिंदू, मुसलमान, एनीबडी एल्स।
Okay. Mr. Bansal, can I request you to sir hold on to that line? We are also getting reactions from Mr. Majid Memon, leader of the NCP, senior advocate. Mr. Memon, do you agree with what Vinod Bansal is saying? I think we've lost that line with Mr. Memon, but the point that Vinod Bansal is making, Kritzween, and thank you Mr. Bansal for speaking to us. Rahul Ishwar also joining us. Rahul Ishwar, what do you make of this? Hindu side performed a Bhumi Pujan. They said we found divinity. Now the matter is in court. The Hindu side wants a Gyanvapi like survey commissioner which will go inside and videotape everything.
2 points, sir. One, even the Varanasi court has pointed that Bhaichara, Kayam Rahe and the communal harmony should be there. At the same point of time, we should remember that there are such important sensitive points that has been destroyed during the course of centuries. So when Hindu community is raising such issues, we need not brush it under the carpet. There can be a sensible middle ground. Our community leaders can talk it out. And these kind of spaces are recorded in history too. For example, during Tipu's invasion, they have recorded with pride that they have destroyed many bases of worship. So there are some facts of history which we need to talk it out. And of course, Honorable Court definitely should take it ahead. But even the courts have emphasized a very balanced approach. That balance is, let us have communal harmony, let us keep it sensitive and moderate. At the same point of time, we cannot close our eyes towards something.
Mr. Memon, what do you make of this massive development coming in on the Juma Masjid in Malali? Both lawyers have reached the court as we speak. The Hindu side wants a survey like what happened in Gyanvapi.
See, now I think there are thousands and thousands of mosques and temples, and so most of them are very ancient heritage structures. Now, this has become a trend now that from one particular state, one particular city, you see some people go and claim that, well, this mosque was earlier a temple 300 years ago or 400 years ago. You know, this is creating unnecessary controversy and hatred and suspicion and animosity between two major communities of this country, namely the Hindus and the Muslims. They have been living traditionally in a very cordial atmosphere for the past several years, even prior to independence, during British Raj also.
No,
so
Mr. Memon, I understand your point that you're making, sir, but if a petitioner, in this case the Hindu side, the devotees, you can call call them what you want to, if they are seeking judicial remedy, what is the problem? How is this about then harmony and hatred, bigotry, all that?
No, I'm asking you the same answer I'm giving you, that, well, one after the other, how many hundred such petitions will come in different parts of the country? And the courts have nothing else to do, that they will only decide whether it is temple or a mosque. There are no other, people are languishing in custody. The courts have no time for them to restore their personal liberty. Therefore, what I was suggesting is that Supreme Court must take cognizance of the fact that these types of claims are rising day after day from one corner or the other corner. This has to be consolidated together and let Supreme Court under the Constitution of India decide once and for all freedom of faith, freedom of maintaining the religious places, because this will go on without any break. How many such petitions will come from?
Sir, the people will decide. Let the courts take a call on the number of petitions that reaches the court. Mr. Memon, just stay on with us. Dr. Y. Bharat Shetty, he's the MLA from Mangalore. He's the BJP MLA from Mangalore. Mr. Shetty, thank you for speaking to Times Now. What do you make of this, sir? You've been speaking to both sides. In fact, you also assured the Hindu side that the demands will be looked into, and now the plea has reached the court.
Yeah. Now, this has been a previous demand also of the local Hindus that a proper survey should be done by a competent authority. Regarding that, they have put an application to the district commissioner also. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. Go make your point, sir, please.
Yeah. They then I think they have approached the court to ask the court to give directions to the archaeological department to do a survey on that to the court commission. So they've been telling that is not a new thing. They have already in their first representation also they have asked for a survey so that there won't be any confusion about what is what. Hello. Yeah,
following the findings in the month of April, we are being told that the renovation work was also stopped. Now, has that triggered, in some sense, a problem on ground, or are things relatively peaceful?
It's all peaceful there. It has been peaceful since 2 months. There has been no issues. Last week only, the Congress State President, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, and the SCPI President of the state also as making very aggressive statements and all. I would say rather instigating statements. After that, the whole situation got little tense. But locally, we are not facing any problem. Immediately after that, I have called both the sides. The masjid Hindus of the local Hindus. We have had a meeting with them, talked with them, and told them that no untoward incident should not happen or law and order should not arise. Both sides have been very considerate about this issue, and we are not facing any problem as of now.
Yes. A quick update from the court as Mr. Bharat Shetty continues to stay on with us. And Mr. Shetty, you can perhaps elaborate a little more on that. As the court proceedings are currently underway and the matter has been taken up in the court, we are picking up similarities between what's happening in this masjid in Karnataka and what's happening in Gyanvapi, and the kind of apprehensions that are being put out by the other side are also very similar. The Hindu side is saying that a detailed survey must be conducted, but the other side, of course, not in the favor of the same. Mr. Shetty, thank you for joining us here on Times Now Live. For the moment, viewers, we need to quickly cut across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's currently speaking in Shimla, sounding the poll bugle there in Himachal Pradesh.
तो हमारे नड्डा जी जो हिमाचल के ही हैं, हमारे जयराम जी, उनकी तरफ से एक सुझाव आया और दोनों सुझाव मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगे. ये 8 वर्ष की निमित्त कल मुझे कोरोना काल में जिन बच्चों ने अपने माता और पिता दोनों खो दिए, ऐसे बच्चों का जिम्मा संभालने का अवसर कल मुझे मिला. देश के उन हजारों बच्चों का देखभाल का निर्णय सरकार ने किया और कल उनको मैंने कुछ पैसे भी भेज दिए डिजिटली. 8 साल की पूर्ति में ऐसा कार्यक्रम होना मन को बहुत सुकून देता है, आनंद देता है. और फिर मेरे सामने सुझाव आया कि हम एक कार्यक्रम हिमाचल में करें, तो मैंने आंख बंद करके हाँ कह दिया, क्योंकि मेरे जीवन में हिमाचल का स्थान इतना बड़ा है और खुशी के पल अगर हिमाचल में आकर के बिताने का मौका मिले तो फिर तो बात ही क्या बनती है जी। आज इसलिए मैंने कहा कि 8 साल के निमित्त देश का ये महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम आज शिमला की धरती पे हो रहा है, जो कभी मेरी कर्म भूमि रही, मेरे लिए जो देवभूमि है, मेरे लिए जो पुण्य भूमि है, वहां पर मुझे आज देशवासियों को इस देवभूमि से बात करने का मौका मिले, ये अपने आप में मेरे लिए खुशी अनेक गुना बढ़ा देने वाला काम है। साथियों, 130 करोड़ भारतीयों के सेवक के तौर पर काम करने का मुझे आप सबने जो अवसर दिया, मुझे जो सौभाग्य मिला, सभी भारतीयों का जो विश्वास मुझे मिला है, अगर आज मैं कुछ कर पाता हूं, दिन रात दौड़ पाता हूं, तो ये मत सोचिए कि ये मोदी करता है, ये मत सोचिए कि मोदी दौड़ता है, ये सब तो 130 करोड़ देशवासियों की कृपा से हो रहा है, आशीर्वाद से हो रहा है, उनकी बदौलत हो रहा है, उनकी ताकत से हो रहा है। परिवार के एक सदस्य के तौर पर मैंने कभी भी अपने आप को उस पद पर देखा नहीं, कल्पना भी नहीं की है और आज भी नहीं कर रहा हूं कि मैं कोई प्रधानमंत्री हूं। जब फाइल पर साइन करता हूं, एक जिम्मेवारी होती है, तब तो प्रधानमंत्री की दायित्व के रूप में मुझे काम करना होता है, लेकिन उसके बाद फाइल जैसी चली जाती है, मैं प्रधानमंत्री नहीं रहता हूं, मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ 130 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिवार का सदस्य बन जाता हूं। आप ही के परिवार के सदस्य के रूप में, एक प्रधान सेवक के रूप में जहां भी रहता हूं काम करता रहता हूं और आगे भी एक परिवार के सदस्य के नाते परिवार की आशा आकांक्षाओं से जुड़ना, 130 करोड़ देशवासियों का परिवार, यही सब कुछ है मेरी जिंदगी में। आप ही हैं सब कुछ मेरी जिंदगी में, और ये जिंदगी भी आप ही के लिए है। और जब हमारी सरकार अपने 8 वर्ष पूरे कर रही है, तो आज मैं फिर से मैं इस देवभूमि से मेरा संकल्प भी दोहराऊंगा, क्योंकि संकल्प को बार बार स्मरण करते रहना चाहिए। संकल्प की कभी विस्मृति नहीं होनी चाहिए। और मेरा संकल्प था, आज है, आगे भी रहेगा। जिस संकल्प के लिए जीऊंगा, जिस संकल्प के लिए जूझता रहूंगा, जिस संकल्प के लिए आप सबके साथ चलता रहूंगा। और इसलिए मेरा ये संकल्प है, भारतवासी के सम्मान के लिए, हर भारतवासी की सुरक्षा, उस हर भारतवासी की समृद्धि कैसे बढ़े, भारतवासी की सुख शांति की जिंदगी कैसे मिले, उसी एक भाव से गरीब से गरीब, दलित हो, पीड़ित हो, शोषित हो, वंचित हो, दूर सुदूर जंगलों में रहने वाले लोग हो, पहाड़ी की चोटियों पर रहने वाले, छूट-फूट रहने वाले एक आध दो परिवार हो, हर किसी का कल्याण करने के लिए जितना ज्यादा काम कर सकता हूं, उसको करता रहूं। इसी भाव को लेकर के मैं आज फिर से एक बार इस देवभूमि से अपने आप को संकल्पित करता हूं। साथियों, हम सभी मिलकर भारत को उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाएंगे जहां पहुंचने का सपना आजादी के लिए मर मिट जाने वाले लोगों ने देखा था। आजादी के इस अमृत महोत्सव में भारत के बहुत उज्जवल भविष्य के विश्वास के साथ भारत की युवा शक्ति, भारत की नारी शक्ति, उस पर पूरा भरोसा रखते हुए मैं आज आपके बीच आया हूं। साथियों, जीवन में जब हम बड़े लक्ष्यों की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं तो कई बार यह देखना भी जरूरी होता है कि हम चले कहां से थे, शुरुआत कहां से थी की, और जब उसको याद करते हैं तभी तो हिसाब किताब का पता चलता है कि कहां से निकले और कहां पहुंचे, हमारी गति कैसी रही, हमारी प्रगति कैसी रही, हमारी उपलब्धियां कैसी रही। हम अगर 2014 से पहले के दिनों को याद करें, उन दिनों को भूलना मत साथियों, तब जाकर के ही आज के दिवसों का मूल्य समझ आएगा। आज की परिस्थितियों को देखें, पता चलेगा साथियों, देश ने बहुत लंबा सफर तय किया है। 2014 से पहले अखबार की सुर्खियों भरी रहती थी, हेडलाइन बनी रहती थी, टीवी के पर चर्चा होती रहती थी। बात क्या होती थी? बात होती थी लूट और खसोट की बात होती थी, बात होती थी भ्रष्टाचार की, बात होती थी घोटालों की, बात होती थी भाई भतीजेवाद की, बात होती थी अफसरशाही की, बात होती थी अटकी लटकी फटकी योजनाओं की। लेकिन वक्त बदल चुका। आज चर्चा होती है सरकारी योजनाओं से मिलने वाले लाभ की। सिरसा से कोई समा देवी, सिरमौर से हमारी कोई समा देवी कह देती है कि मुझे ये लाभ मिल गया। आखिरी घर तक पहुंचने का प्रयास होता है। गरीबों के हक का पैसा सीधा उनके खाते में पहुंचने की बात होती है। आज चर्चा होती है दुनिया में भारत के स्टार्टअप की, आज चर्चा होती है, वर्ल्ड बैंक भी चर्चा करता है भारत के ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की। आज हिंदुस्तान के निर्दोष नागरिक चर्चा करती है अपराधियों पर नकेल कसने की हमारी ताकत की, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस के साथ आगे बढ़ने की। 2014 से पहले की सरकार ने भ्रष्टाचार को सिस्टम का जरूरी हिस्सा मान लिया था। तब की सरकार भ्रष्टाचार से लड़ने की बजाय उसके आगे घुटने टेक चुकी थी। तब देश देख रहा था कि योजनाओं का पैसा जरूरतमंद तक पहुंचने के पहले ही लूट जाता है। लेकिन आज चर्चा जनधन खातों से मिलने वाले फायदों की हो रही है। जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल से बनी त्रिशक्ति की हो रही है। पहले रसोई में धुआं सहने की मजबूरी थी, आज उज्ज्वला योजना से सिलेंडर पाने की सहूलियत है। पहले खुले में शौच की बेबसी थी, आज घर में शौचालय बनवाकर सम्मान से जीने की आजादी है। पहले इलाज के लिए पैसे जुटाने की बेबसी थी, आज हर गरीब को आयुष्मान भारत का सहारा है। पहले ट्रिपल तलाक का डर था, अब अपने अधिकारों की लड़ाई लड़ने का हौसला है। साथियों, 2014 से पहले देश की सुरक्षा को लेकर चिंता थी, आज सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, एयर स्ट्राइक का गर्व है। हमारी सीमा पहले से ज्यादा सुरक्षित है। पहले देश का नॉर्थ ईस्ट अपने असंतुलित विकास से, भेदभाव से आहत था, दुखी था। आज हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिल से भी जुड़ा है और आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से भी जुड़ रहा है। सेवा, सुशासन और गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए बनी हमारी योजनाओं ने लोगों के लिए सरकार के मायने ही बदल दिए। अब सरकार माई बाप नहीं है, वो वक्त चला गया। अब सरकार सेवक है, सेवक, जनता जनार्दन की सेवक है। अब सरकार जीवन में दखल देने के लिए नहीं, बल्कि जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए काम कर रही है। बीते वर्षों में हम विकास की राजनीति को देश की मुख्य धारा में लाए हैं। विकास की इसी आकांक्षा में लोग स्थिर सरकार चुन रहे हैं, डबल इंजन की सरकार चुन रहे हैं। साथियों, हम लोग अक्सर सुनते हैं कि सरकारें आती हैं, जाती हैं, लेकिन सिस्टम वही रहता है। हमारी सरकार ने इस सिस्टम को ही गरीबों के लिए ज्यादा संवेदनशील बनाया, उसमें निरंतर सुधार किए। पीएम आवास योजना हो, स्कॉलरशिप देना हो या फिर पेंशन योजनाएं, टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हमने भ्रष्टाचार का स्कोप कम से कम कर दिया। जिन समस्याओं को पहले परमानेंट मान लिया गया था, हम उसके परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन देने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जब सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण का लक्ष्य हो तो कैसे काम होता है, इसका एक उदाहरण है डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम। अभी मैं जो कह रहा था, डीबीटी के माध्यम से, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट स्कीम के माध्यम से 10 करोड़ से अधिक किसान परिवारों के बैंक खाते में सीधे 21,000 करोड़ रुपए ट्रांसफर हो गए। ये हमारे छोटे किसानों की सेवा के लिए है, उनके सम्मान की निधि है। बीते 8 साल में ऐसे ही डीबीटी के जरिए हमने 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा सीधे देशवासियों के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर किए हैं। और ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि 100 पैसा भेजा तो पहले 85 पैसा लापता हो जाता था। जितने पैसे भेजे वो पूरे के पूरे सही पते पर, सही लाभार्थी के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं। साथियों, आज इस योजना की वजह से 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए की लीकेज रुकी है। पहले यही 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए बिचौलियों के हाथों में चले जाते थे, दलालों के हाथों में चले जाते थे। इसी डीबीटी की वजह से देश में सरकारी योजनाओं का गलत लाभ उठाने वाले 9 करोड़ से ज्यादा फर्जी नामों को हमने लिस्ट से हटाया। आप सोचिए, फर्जी नाम कागजों में चढ़ाकर गैस सब्सिडी, बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए भेजी गई फीस, कुपोषण से मुक्ति के लिए भेजा गया पैसा, सब कुछ लूटने का देश में खुला खेल चल रहा था। ये क्या देश के गरीब के साथ अन्याय नहीं था? जो बच्चे उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा करते हैं, उन बच्चों के साथ अन्याय नहीं था? क्या ये पाप नहीं था? अगर कोरोना के समय यही 9 करोड़ फर्जी नाम कागजों में रहते तो क्या गरीब को सरकार के प्रयासों का लाभ मिल पाता क्या? साथियों, गरीब का जब रोजमर्रा का संघर्ष कम होता है, जब वो सशक्त होता है, तब वो अपनी गरीबी दूर करने के लिए नई ऊर्जा के साथ जुड़ जाता है। इसी सोच के साथ हमारी सरकार पहले दिन से गरीब को सशक्त करने में जुटी है। हमने उसके जीवन की एक एक चिंता को कम करने का प्रयास किया। आज देश के 3 करोड़ गरीबों के पास उनके पक्के और नए घर भी जहां आज वो रहने लगे हैं। आज देश के 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा गरीबों के पास 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा है। आज देश के 25 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों के पास 2-2 लाख रुपए का एक्सीडेंट इंश्योरेंस और टर्म इंश्योरेंस है, बीमा है। आज देश के लगभग 45 करोड़ गरीबों के पास जनधन बैंक खाता है। मैं आज बहुत गर्व से कह सकता हूं कि देश में शायद ही कोई ऐसा परिवार होगा जो सरकार की किसी न किसी योजना से जुड़ा न हो, योजना उसे लाभ न देती हो। हमने दूर सुदूर पहुंचकर लोगों को वैक्सीन लगाई है। देश करीब 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन डोज के रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर पहुंच रहा है। और मैं जयराम जी को बधाई दूंगा। कोरोना काल में जिस प्रकार से उनकी सरकार ने काम किया है और उन्होंने ये टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन होने के कारण टूरिज्म के लिए तकलीफ न हो, इसलिए उन्होंने वैक्सीनेशन को इतना तेजी से चलाया। हिंदुस्तान में सबसे पहले वैक्सीनेशन का काम पूरा करने वालों में जयराम जी की सरकार अग्रिम पंक्ति में रही। साथियों, हमने गांव में रहने वाले 6 करोड़ परिवारों को साफ पानी के कनेक्शन से जोड़ा है, नल से जल। साथियों, हमने 35 करोड़ मुद्रा लोन देकर गांव और छोटे शहरों में करोड़ों युवाओं को स्वरोजगार का अवसर दिया है। मुद्रा लोन लेकर कोई टैक्सी चला रहा है, कोई टेलरिंग की दुकान खोल रहा है, कोई बिटिया अपना स्वयं का कारोबार शुरू कर रही है। रेहड़ी ठेले पटरी पर काम करने वाले लगभग 45 लाख साथियों को भी पहली बार बैंकों से ऋण मिला है, अपने काम को बढ़ाने का रास्ता मिला है। और जो प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना है ना, मेरे लिए संतोष की बात है, उसमें 70% बैंक से पैसा प्राप्त करने वालों में 70% हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बन करके आज लोगों को रोजगार दे रही है। साथियों, यहां हिमाचल प्रदेश के तो हर घर से शायद ही कोई परिवार ऐसा होगा जिस परिवार से कोई सैनिक न निकला हो। ये वीरों की भूमि है जी, ये वीर माताओं की भूमि है जो अपने गोद से वीरों को जन्म देती हैं, जो वीर मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे अपने आप को खपाते रहते हैं। साथियों, ये जो सैनिकों की भूमि है, ये सैन्य परिवारों की भूमि है। यहां के लोग कभी भूल नहीं सकते कि पहले की सरकारों ने उनके साथ किस तरह का बर्ताव किया। 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन के नाम पर कैसे उन्हें धोखा दिया। अभी हम लद्दाख के एक पूर्व सैनिक से बात कर रहे थे, जीवन सेना में बिताया था, उसको पक्का घर हमारे आने के बाद मिल रहा है। साथियों, उनको निवृत्त हो गए भी 30-40 साल हो गए। साथियों, सैन्य परिवार हमारी संवेदनशीलता को भली भांति समझता है। ये हमारी ही सरकार है जिसने 4 दशकों के इंतजार के बाद 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन को लागू किया। हमारे पूर्व सैनिकों को एरियर का पैसा दिया। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ हिमाचल के हर परिवार को हुआ है। साथियों, हमारे देश में दशकों तक वोट बैंक की राजनीति हुई है। अपना अपना वोट बैंक बनाने की राजनीति ने देश का बहुत नुकसान किया है। हम वोट बैंक बनाने के लिए नहीं, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। जब देश राष्ट्र के नवनिर्माण का हो, जब लक्ष्य आत्मनिर्भर भारत का हो, जब इरादा 130 करोड़ देशवासियों की सेवा और उनका कल्याण करने का हो, तो वोट बैंक नहीं बनाए जाते, सभी देशवासियों का विश्वास जीता जाता है। इसलिए हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास की भावना से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ सबको मिले, हर गरीब को मिले, कोई गरीब छूटे नहीं। अब यही सरकार की सोच है और इसी अप्रोच से हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमने 100% लाभ 100% लाभार्थी तक पहुंचाने का बीड़ा उठाया है। लाभार्थियों के सैचुरेशन का प्रण लिया है। 100% सशक्तिकरण यानी भेदभाव खत्म, सिफारिश खत्म, तुष्टीकरण खत्म। 100% सशक्तिकरण यानी हर गरीब को सरकारी योजनाओं का पूरा लाभ। मुझे ये जानकर अच्छा लगा कि जयराम जी के नेतृत्व में हिमाचल प्रदेश इस दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है। हर घर जल योजना में भी हिमाचल 90% घरों को कवर कर चुका है। किन्नौर, लाहौल स्पीति, चंबा, हमीरपुर जैसे जिलों में तो 100% कवरेज हासिल की जा चुकी है। साथियों, मुझे याद है 2014 से पहले जब मैं आपके बीच आता था तो कहता था कि भारत दुनिया से आंख झुकाकर नहीं, आंख मिलाकर बात करेगा। आज भारत मजबूरी में दोस्ती का हाथ नहीं बढ़ाता है। और जब मजबूरी में दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाता है ना, तो ऐसे बढ़ाता है। बल्कि आज भारत मदद करने के लिए हाथ बढ़ाता है और हाथ ऐसे करके ले जाता है। कोरोना काल में भी हमने 150 से ज्यादा देशों को दवाइयां भेजी हैं, वैक्सीन भेजी है। और इसमें हिमाचल प्रदेश के फार्मा हब बद्दी की भी बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत ने सिद्ध किया है कि हमारे पास पोटेंशियल भी है और हम परफॉर्मर भी है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं भी मान रही हैं कि भारत में गरीबी कम हो रही है, लोगों के पास सुविधाएं बढ़ रही है। इसलिए अब भारत को सिर्फ अपने लोगों की आवश्यकताएं ही पूरी नहीं करनी है, बल्कि लोगों की जागी हुई आकांक्षाओं को भी हमें पूरा करना है। हमें 21वीं सदी के बुलंद भारत के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए अपने आप को खपाना है। एक ऐसा भारत जिसकी पहचान अभाव नहीं बल्कि आधुनिकता हो। एक ऐसा भारत जिसमें लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर लोकल डिमांड को भी पूरा करे और दुनिया के बाजारों में भी अपना सामान बेचे। एक ऐसा भारत जो आत्मनिर्भर हो, जो अपने लोकल के लिए वोकल हो, जिसे अपने स्थानीय उत्पादों पर गर्व हो। हमारे हिमाचल का तो हस्तशिल्प, यहां की वास्तुकला वैसे ही इतनी मशहूर है। चंबा का मेटल वर्क, सोलन की पाइन आर्ट, कांगड़ा की मिनिएचर पेंटिंग के लोग, और इसे देखकर टूरिस्ट लोग दीवाने हो जाते हैं। ऐसे उत्पाद देश के कोने कोने में पहुंचे, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजारों की रौनक बढ़ाए, इसके लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। वैसे भाइयों और बहनों, हिमाचल के स्थानीय उत्पादों की चमक तो अब काशी में बाबा विश्वनाथ के मंदिर तक पहुंच गई है। कुल्लू में बनी हमारी माताओं बहनें बनाती हैं। कुल्लू में बनी पुहलें सर्दी के मौसम में काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर के पुजारियों और सुरक्षा कर्मियों की मददगार बन रही है। बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते मैं इस उपहार के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, बीते 8 वर्षों के प्रयासों के जो नतीजे मिले हैं, उनसे मैं बहुत विश्वास भरा हुआ हूं, आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ हूं। हम भारतवासियों के सामर्थ्य के आगे कोई भी लक्ष्य असंभव नहीं है। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में एक है। आज भारत में रिकॉर्ड विदेशी निवेश हो रहा है। आज भारत रिकॉर्ड एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। 8 साल पहले स्टार्टअप्स के मामले में हम कहीं नहीं थे। आज हम दुनिया के तीसरे बड़े स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम हैं, तीसरे बड़े। करीब करीब हर हफ्ते हजारों करोड़ रुपयों की कंपनी हमारे युवा तैयार कर रहे हैं। आने वाले 25 साल के
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking at a rally in Shimla, but we'll turn our attention now to developments in Jammu and Kashmir, where a teacher has been killed in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir at a government school. She hails from Samba in Jammu, and she's again part of a spate of targeted killings that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir over the last few months. A teacher, Rajni Bala, has been killed in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. And there's been a callous reaction that has come from the ranks of the National Conference. Of course, Omar Abdullah has condemned what has happened, but Farooq Abdullah most recently, when specifically asked about this latest targeted killing in Kulgam, has said everyone will kill. Let's listen into what Farooq Abdullah said a short while ago.
और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब। और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब। और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब। और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब। और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब। और कुलगाम में एक लेडी टीचर को मारा गया है अभी मार जाएंगे साहब।
Well, let me go across to Ishan, who's joining us from Samba, which is where Rajni Bala hailed from. Ishan, what can you tell us about the atmosphere there in Samba, the reaction to what has happened in Kulgam?
Well, yes, I'm exactly at the spot here in Kulgam where this incident has taken place. And let me show you the area. This is an isolated area where the school is located. Now, the blood of that lady is being cleaned from this particular place. There was an FSL team which was here, which collected some samples and also picked some important evidences from the spot to establish the crime. And ask my camera person to zoom in and show you this is a school, Government High School, Golipora, where this teacher was deployed on her duty. And this is when she was entering, we believe, to the school. And some meters away from the school entrance, she was shot at. We are told that teachers from the same school came here. They took her to the hospital. Her belongings, including shoes and bag, was with the teacher, locals here of the school. And also, let's look at the vicinity also. Let me give you a brief look of the vicinity. This is entirely orchard vicinity. There are orchards all around on my left hand side and on my right hand side. This is a very isolated building. So that is why it was easy for them to come here and target. But despite that, we have seen the targeted killings have gone up. Security forces have been deployed in the area. There is already, conflict between Kashmiri Pandits, Hindus particularly also, and government, demanding that a transfer should be made to Jammu. They don't feel safe in Kashmir Valley. And today, one more killing taking place, despite the government's assurance that they will try to stop it and they'll try to provide them safe and secure accommodation. And despite government's move, these killings are still taking place. And you can see behind me, this is the vicinity where this incident took place. Let me also show you that school. This is the Government High School located in Goripora area where this incident unfolded. This is where I'm walking. You can see this is the road which leads to the school, and you can see behind me, this is the school building. And then, it's again isolated area. No other building. There's an under construction house also here, but no other building is in the vicinity. So yes, this can be seen also from a prism of security lapse, that this Kashmiri, this teacher was deployed here, despite the government's threat assessment that there could be vulnerable people could be targeted. She was in the school where, it's very isolated, and maybe it's very easy to come here and target, and that is why it became a soft target. Now, there have been mounting attacks ever since Rahul Bhatt's killing. Kashmiri Pandits have been hitting streets, demanding that transfer should be made to Jammu, and they don't feel safe and secure in Kashmir Valley. And today, they are again raising the same voice after this fresh killing. But yes, importantly, once again, one more person has been targeted. We have seen that there has been a spike in the number of attacks. Security forces saying that they are trying to ensure that these incidents do not repeat. But despite that, these attacks are taking place, which is a cause of worry for the security forces. At the same time, political parties have started a blame game where you're seeing the PDP and other political parties are blaming the government of India for claiming that there is no normalcy in Kashmir when these killings are still taking place. So one side, there is a political blame game. On the other hand, there are those who have come to Kashmir Valley or working in Kashmir Valley but want to go back given the threat assessment. They don't feel safe in Kashmir and are also demanding answers from the government. We are here at the school. The staff has left. School has been shut down. We're also hearing that, the entire area, there is a coordinated search operation going on from the security forces. Now, one has to see that will there be additional measures that the government will take to ensure that these killings do not take place.
Right, Ishan, thanks for that. In fact, let me go across immediately to Sohail as well, who is joining us from the capital of Srinagar. Sohail, what can you tell us about what's happening there? We hear that Kashmiri Pandits have in fact come onto the streets and are protesting against this spate of targeted killings.
Yes, in fact, against this killing that took place in Kulgam area of South Kashmir today morning, these Kashmiri Pandit employees who were till protesting inside this public park in Batwara has now blocked Srinagar Jammu National Highway outside at Batwara. In fact, they are, you can see in those pictures, they have completely blocked this road. They are sitting on road protesting against the killing and in fact demanding that they be relocated to Jammu division till the situation in Kashmir, as they claim, is not normal and till the situation improves in Kashmir. These Kashmiri Pandit employees have been protesting from last few weeks, in fact, after the killing of Rahul Bhatt, who was killed inside in his office in Chadura. Now, after this killing that took place in South Kashmir's Kulgam district, where this lady teacher was targeted by militants and shot dead, these Kashmiri Pandit employees holding protest here. First pictures on Times Now, in fact, completely have these Kashmiri Pandit employees have completely blocked roads. Earlier, they were protesting, in fact, inside inside this public park. Now they are on road, in fact blocked this road. Senior police officers are here. They are trying to motivate and pursue them so that the road is not blocked, but still protests happening here, and they have completely blocked. Now you can also see a traffic jam here. These Kashmiri Pandit employees are protesting, in fact, from last few weeks against the killing of Rahul, but in fact putting him on. They had in fact held direct dialogue with LG administration as well. A delegation of 25 members of these Kashmiri Pandit had in fact met LG Manoj Sinha as well, but those talks didn't prove any results. Now again after this killing wherein this Hindu leader teacher was targeted in Kulgam district of South Kashmir, these Kashmiri Pandits are holding protest and have completely blocked this road. Back to you.
In fact, Ishan, continue to be with us even as you have been reporting live from one of the locations, and we have been speaking to several Hindu families there. And Sohail, coming back to you, not the first time you're witnessing this kind of a protest on ground. Help us understand the anger that we are witnessing and how they seem to be tired with one after the other attacks as well as gruesome killings that are happening against Kashmiri Hindus.
Well, this incident that took place in South Kashmir's Kulgam district, as I mentioned, has again created fear among the Kashmiri Pandit employees who are serving Kashmir from last 12 years. In fact, they are the employees who were recruited under Prime Minister's employment package. These Kashmiri Pandit employees have been protesting since the day Rahul Bhatt was killed inside in his office in Chardura area of Badgam. Since then, we have seen government of Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, the LG administration in Jammu and Kashmir taking a number of measures. In fact, these Kashmiri Pandit employees shifting them to safer places, posting them at district headquarters, at tahsil headquarters, ensuring that these employees be placed on those locations where they feel safe. But we have seen these Kashmiri Pandit employees not agreeing with the LG administration and continue to put this demand of relocating them to Jammu division. These Kashmiri Pandit employees claim and they say that the situation in Kashmir is not normal, and because they fear for their lives. Now these employees are in fact again protesting. They have blocked this Srinagar-Jammu National Highway. In fact, Batwara in Srinagar. There's a highly militarized area in fact here in Kashmir Valley where they have blocked this highway. Back to you.
All right, Sohail is getting us those live updates from the protest taking place as far as the previous targeted killing that had happened of a Kashmiri Pandit, Rahul Bhatt, who was also killed in a similar manner. Let's listen into what his father has to say, because till the time he says that a direct message is not given to those terrorists and their commanders who are sitting from across the border, such targeted killings will unfortunately continue.
हत्या की है, इससे पहले आपके बेटे को मार दिया था उन्होंने।
ये सर निर्मम हत्या है, टारगेट किलिंग है। हिंदुओं को सड़क पर मारा जाता है, क्या कहेंगे इससे अलावा, और क्या आपसों में मारा जाता है। अब हमारे लिए जगह कहाँ बची है?
तो क्या कहेंगे इसको लेके आप?
देखो जी, एकजुट कर होना पड़ेगा तमाम आवाम को, लोगों को भी, पॉलिटिशियंस को। इसके अलावा इसी से पाकिस्तान को भी मुंह तोड़ कर जवाब देना पड़ेगा। ऐसी स्ट्रेटजी ना करे, ऐसे हरबे इस्तेमाल ना करें। आजकल वक्त आ गया, क्योंकि ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, ऐसा जेंट के नहीं चल सकता। ये टारगेट किलिंग करे, लोगों को सड़कों पर मारे, किसी भी, जैसे टीवी आर्टिस्ट को मारा, किसी बेचारे पुलिस वाले को चलते थे। जब तक आम आवाम नहीं निकलेगी, पॉलिटिशियन मिलकर नहीं निकलेंगे, इसके खिलाफ विरोध नहीं करेंगे, इसके खिलाफ लड़ेंगे नहीं, तब तक ये मसला हल नहीं होगा।
आपको क्या लगता है अब पाकिस्तान को कड़ा जवाब देना पड़ेगा, तभी ये
जरूरत है पाकिस्तान को भी कड़ा जवाब देने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि वो बार बार स्ट्रेटजी चेंज कर रहे हैं, बार बार अपने हथियार बदल रहे हैं। इससे हम जैसे लोग मेरा लड़का मारा गया, आज किसी और हिंदू की सांबा में हत्या की गई, परसों वो अमीन, वो आर्टिस्ट थी, टीवी आर्टिस्ट, उसको बेचारी को मारा गया। क्या जुर्म था उनका? रोजी रोटी ही कमाते थे ना, रोजी रोटी। पुलिस वाला बेचारा जा रहा था, क्या जुर्म किया था उसने? उसकी बेटी भी मार दी यार। इससे
All right, going across to my colleague Pradeep Datta, who continues to get us the latest updates and speaking to the family members of this teacher as well.
कहीं इंसानियत के खिलाफ जाती है।
देखिए, एक डर का माहौल है, भय का माहौल है, परेशानी भी है और सवाल एक ही है, हिंदू होना कोई गुनाह नहीं है, यही हर कोई सवाल यहाँ पे पूछ रहा है।
So Pradeep, speaking to the family members of Rajni, the teacher who was killed, she was teaching at that school in the remote area in Kulgam for past several years there. And this is what happens when terrorism strikes, because with all the more difficulty in starting schools, in making people and parents explain the importance of education to send their children to school, now that school for now has been closed because of the terror attack that happened this morning. Unfortunately, Rajni could not survive. She was battling for her life, but she succumbed to those injuries. On your left, Srinagar protest happening. Ravindra Raina is speaking currently. Let's cross live.
दक्षिण कश्मीर के कुलगाम के एक स्कूल में काम करने वाली एक हिंदू महिला टीचर रजनी बालाजी की जिस प्रकार निर्मम हत्या की गई है, ये मानवता का कत्ल है। पिछले दिनों कश्मीरी पंडित राहुल भट्ट साहब हों या टीवी कलाकार अमरीन भट्ट हो या रियाज अहमद ठोकर साहब हों या वहां के अंदर काम करने वाले पुलिस के जवान कादरी साहब जो अपनी छोटी नन्ही मुन्नी बच्ची को लेकर स्कूल जा रहे थे, पाकिस्तानी कायर दरिंदे आतंकवादियों ने उनको भी निशाना बनाया और आज फिर से एक कायराना हरकत इन कायर पाकिस्तानियों ने की है। जैसे राहुल भट्ट जी के कातिल आतंकवादियों और टीवी कलाकार अमरीन भट्ट के कातिल पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को हमारी सेना और पुलिस ने 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर उनका सफाया किया। श्रीमती रजनी देवी जी के इन कातिलों को भी जमीन के पाताल से निकाल कर मौत के घाट उतारेंगे। ये खून का और मौत का तांडव जो पाकिस्तान कश्मीर घाटी के अंदर खेल रहा है, भारी कीमत इन पाकिस्तानियों को पहले भी चुकानी पड़ी है और आगे भी इन पाकिस्तानियों को इन कुकर्मों की, इन पापों की, इस जघन्य अपराध की भारी कीमत पाकिस्तान को और उनके इन आतंकवादियों को चुकानी पड़ी।
Going back to Pradeep once again. Yes, Pradeep, you have been speaking to the family of the deceased victim who has now lost her life. They are devastated. Once again, we are in fact witnessing similar such pictures after what had happened to Rahul.
Well, in the meantime, let's go across to Sohail where these protests are taking place, and the entire road there, Sohail, that has been blocked. Similar pictures that happened in the killing of Rahul Bhatt when they had blocked the road that led to the Raj Bhavan meeting, the Lieutenant Governor there. But at this point, we are looking at similar pictures that are also coming in today from Srinagar.
Yes, in fact, there is again anger and again among these Kashmiri Pandit employees who in fact were assured by the LG administration that they will be taking measures to ensure the safety and security of these employees. I will go to some of these protesters and speak to them. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ये तो जो हुआ है, हत्या हुई है हमारी बहन की, ये हम एलजी साहब को बताना चाहते हैं कि अभी वो किसका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि और मरे कि और जाए। हमने डे वन से एक ही डिमांड लगाई थी रिलोकेशन की। जब हमारी जो डेलीगेशन उनसे मिली थी, हमें बड़ा पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस लग रहा था, हमें लग रहा था कि चलो कुछ तो होगा। हम बड़े शांति से बैठे हुए थे, लेकिन बार बार कत्ल होगा हम नहीं सहेंगे, बार बार कत्ल होगा हमारी बहनों का हम नहीं सहेंगे। आज इनको ऑफिस में जाके बुलाया गया है स्पेशली और उसको मारा गया, प्लांट में मर्डर किया गया है उनका। तो अब हम ये चीजें नहीं बर्दाश्त करेंगे। एलजी साहब से डिमांड है या तो हमें रिलोकेट किया आउट ऑफ कश्मीर वैली और जल्दी से जल्द, नहीं तो 90 की तरह फिर से मास माइग्रेशन हो जाएगा।
So these Kashmiri Pandit employees here again and again putting the same demand they had been demanding from day first that they will be relocated to Jammu division till the situation here improves in Kashmir Valley, as they claim that the situation is not normal and in fact they are not feeling safe here in Valley. And this in fact this is one of the important and one of the major demands of these Kashmiri Pandit employees. They had been demanding this from on the day Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit employee, was killed inside in his office in Chadura. I will speak to more protesters here. LG एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ जो है आपकी बात हुई थी, आश्वासन मिला था, अब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ, उसके बाद आपको क्या महसूस हो रहा है, क्या डिमांड?
उसमें कुछ नहीं करना, मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि ये प्लांट किलिंग हो रही है हमारी, बुलाया जा रहा है घरों से और मतलब जो भी आ रहा है उसको मार के जा रहे हैं, ये हमारे लिए सही नहीं है। हमको मास लोकेशन चाहिए, सबको मास लोकेशन चाहिए, बस मेरा यही कहना है, हमको मास लोकेशन चाहिए, बाकी कुछ नहीं चाहिए हमको।
Only one demand these Kashmiri Pandit employees have put forward here and asking LG administration that they be relocated to Jammu, because they are saying, and in fact that's happening on the ground, is that Kashmiri Hindus are being selectively targeted. We have seen, and in fact all those people who side with government of India, they are in fact being targeted, and those people who support the idea of India in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir Valley, are being targeted. Now this lady, in fact teacher, was targeted outside her school in Gopalpur area of South Kashmir, Kulgam district. She was there serving this education department and in fact teaching Kashmiri students from last many years. She was residing on a rented road in Kulgam district. Her neighbors in fact say that she was a very gentle lady and in fact supporting Kashmiri society and serving Kashmiri society here. But she was targeted and in fact she received critical injuries in district hospital Kulgam. She succumbed to her injuries. After in fact the doctors there tried their best. Now this protest happening on at Batwara in Srinagar, in fact on Srinagar Jammu National Highway. This road also connects Srinagar city with the rest of the South Kashmir. This road has been completely blocked by Kashmiri Pandit employees here, who are protesting for last many days inside this public park in Batwara, Srinagar. A massive traffic jam because of this protest. We can also see that these Kashmiri Pandits are continuously protesting against the administration, against these selective target killings.
In fact, Sunil, continue to be with us even as we have two separate visuals on our screens as we have been showing as to how the Hindu protests are happening in Srinagar and Kulgam. Well, at the same time, the National Conference President Farooq Abdullah is certainly fear-mongering and mocking the plight of the Kashmiri Hindus, Suhail, when he was asked about the incident, he says that everyone will be killed. So instead of condemning this attack, he is in a way mocking the plight of the Kashmiri Hindus.
Well, Farooq Abdullah was there at the AD office in Srinagar today. He had to appear before the AD office, and now on this particular incident, he was asked about this particular incident. Instead of condemning this killing, instead of giving a straight reply to this question, he in a way created more fear, tried to create more fear by saying that everyone will get killed in Kashmir. That's what his response was. In a way, tried to create more fear in Kashmir, especially mocking this the killing of this Hindu teacher who was killed in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. This has been the problem with the politicians in Jammu and Kashmir for long, especially in Kashmir Valley. Instead of standing with the people, instead of condemning those killings, they are creating more fear and more panic in Kashmir Valley. This is the time then we are in fact in Jammu and Kashmir, the politicians and the country has to get together to condemn these killings and to ensure that every other citizen who resides in Kashmir Valley, who is in fact resides in Jammu and Kashmir, is safe and is not harmed. This is the bottom line. But here in Kashmir, we have seen these Kashmiri Pandits not agreeing, not towing this line, instead creating more panic and fear and panic in Kashmir. Back to you.
Absolutely. So you're getting us those pictures of the protest that is currently taking place. Quickly going across to Ishan as well, because Ishan, we know the kind of problems that parents face in sending their children to schools, but this incident has made the school to be shut today. Any word that you may have tried to get from the other teachers and the admin there, exactly what happened? All right, before we go across to Ishan, let's play out a breaking update that we are getting as of now. Well, the government is now seeking details of the migrant employees. That's the update that is coming in, because it seems like this is targeted killing that is happening, especially of those people who were part of the Prime Minister's package. As Ishan, the government is now seeking details of those people there, the migrant workers especially, because one after the other we are looking at targeted killings that are happening of those people who are earning a livelihood in the valley.
Well, yes, if you remember last time, the government had sought details of those who fall under PM package when Kashmiri Pandits, Rahul Bhatt's killing took place, and then to provide them safer location and accommodations, the government came out with an order asking departments to furnish details about those Kashmiri Pandits who are working in Kashmir under PM package. And now, since this Hindu who was, working in Kashmir Valley and is an SC, and that is why now to widen it up, to provide them secure accommodation and to see the number of them working in Kashmir Valley and where they are located, and if they are working in vulnerable positions and locations, the government is taking details from all the departments where they could be working, because there's a lot of workforce also from Jammu division who work here and who have been accommodated in Kashmir Valley and are working here under different government schemes, and this teacher was part of that. She was an SC and she was posted here in Kulgam. Remember, this is a very vulnerable place. We are also told that there was another killing which took place around this locality also some months back, and now this is the second incident that has unfolded in the same area almost. This is the school. I'll show you. I'll ask my camera person to show you. This is the school where she was teaching. Now security forces have gone out and they were checking the entire vicinity to see if they could collect any evidences. But now look at the area. I'll try to give you a brief description of this area. I'll ask my camera person to show you. This is the area. Orchards, long trees, dense cover, and that is why this school is very isolated. The house being constructed next to this particular school is still being constructed, and there is very less or thin population of locals living here, and that is why this isolated locations becomes a threat. Last time when the government had sought to relocate Kashmiri Pandits from similar such locations which could be vulnerable, these people might have been left out. Why I'm saying might is because now the government has swung into action and sought details of these other persons who are working in Kashmir Valley, SC, ST. This is the entire location where she was coming in from, the road, and this is exactly the spot where you can see where she was shot at. Police came here, they collected some samples, and the body was found here. That is when teachers from the school rushed in, took her to the hospital. There was a man, local man, village head, who was still holding to her bag and a pair of shoes. When she was rushed from this place to the hospital, we are told her husband is also working as a teacher in Kashmir Valley. She has a small daughter. They were living in a rented accommodation just few kilometers away from where we are. We spoke to the local there. He said that they were very well behaved, mannered, and every day they would see them coming out. We also spoke to the house owner where she used to live. She was living there for 5-6 years, and they said that they were going about their normal lives, and they don't know that what really transpired today, that they were shot and killed. There's a condemnation also from the village head. We spoke to him some time back. So there's already a coordinated search operation which is going on in the area. One has to see that if police is able to get any vital clue from the location.
In fact, stay with us, Ishan, and as you pointed out, you also spoke to one of the house owners who was in fact in close contact with the family as well as the school teacher as well, and he has spoken highly about how she was a hard-working woman staying with the family and never ever created trouble for anyone.
ख्याल में पिछले 5-6 साल से रहती है।
5-6 साल से रहती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि
सेंटर लड़की थी, टीचर, मुसलमान लड़की जैसे दुपट्टा पहनती थी और जाती थी स्कूल। गोपालपुर में इसकी ड्यूटी थी और उसका हस्बैंड भी बहुत स्मार्ट था, शरीफ था, किसी कोई बात नहीं, कोई बिल्कुल किसी कोई ताल्लुक नहीं था, और वो मुझे बड़ा भाई समझकर ऐसे सलाम करता था। छोटी बच्ची उसकी 10 साल की होगी, 5वीं में 6वीं में पढ़ती होगा आयुष में, पता नहीं क्या हो कैसे हुआ।
Well, a ground report also coming in from Ishan, who has filed this report. The husband also a teacher. Now they are survived by their very young daughter. The mother now being no more, as she was targeted by terrorists. A cowardly terror attack that happened this morning.
Right now in Savalgam area of Kulgam, this is the rented accommodation of that teacher who was shot dead in the morning today. This is where she lives with her husband and a small daughter, and the neighbors say that she left early morning from here, the house owner, and she was very respectful to everybody in the locality. We know that an attack unfolded here in Kulgam district. She was working here as a teacher. She originally hails from Samba and was working in Kashmir Valley as a teacher. Now there have been a spike in the number of these incidents. This is in Kulgam district, and this is the 2-room we believe set where she used to live, and along with her family of 2 more people. Now all the family has gone to hospital since this incident has unfolded, but yes, continuous number of attacks.
Crossing live to a BJP press briefing happening on the arrest of the Aam Aadmi Party minister. Take a look.
आम आदमी पार्टी के सर्वोच्च नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपसे जनता ये पूछना चाहती है, इतना भ्रष्टाचार जहां जहां आपके कदम पड़ते हैं वहां पे भ्रष्टाचार मिलता है, और ये जग जाहिर है कि सतेंद्र जैन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के बड़े ही चहेते हैं। आरोप बहुत गंभीर हैं। 4 कंपनियों के माध्यम से करोड़ों रुपए का धन शोधन किया है इन्होंने। जनता का रुपया और अपने फायदे के लिए भ्रष्टाचार करते हुए उसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। आज की प्रेस वार्ता का अगर कोई शीर्षक हो तो यह हो सकता है कि हवाला से हवालात तक, हवाला से हवालात तक जनता की सेवा करने का जो दम भरते हैं, आज वो जनता के सामने नहीं आ पा रहे हैं। ये आज सवाल हम पूछना चाहेंगे कि क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप में, आपकी पार्टी में कुछ भी नैतिकता बची है? आपको आज ये बताना पड़ेगा कि ये दोगला रवैया क्यों है आपका। आपके चहेते हैं इसलिए उन पे कानून लागू ना हो, आपकी नाक के नीचे कोई भ्रष्टाचार करे, और क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है आम आदमी पार्टी उसी काले धन की कमाई से चलती है, तो आप चुप्पी साधे रहेंगे। दो प्रदेश में, जिसमें एक दिल्ली यूनियन टेरिटरी है, 2 सरकारें आपकी, 2 स्वास्थ्य मंत्री, दोनों जेल में, दोनों पे भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ही के इशारे पे यह भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा है। 100% करप्शन रेट है आपका। और ये ट्वीट आपका एक आया था जब आपने पंजाब के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को मजबूरी में हटाया था, तो आपने लिखा था, प्राउड ऑफ यू भगवंत, योर एक्शन हैज ब्रॉट tears to my eyes, whole nation today feels proud of आप। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपके वो आंसू घड़ियाली थे। आज देश पूछ रहा है, एक और भ्रष्टाचारी स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जेल की सलाखों के पीछे है, आपने चुप्पी साधी हुई है, उसको बर्खास्त नहीं करेंगे, एक बार फिर नहीं कहेंगे that Arvind Kejriwal is proud of Arvind Kejriwal and tears are flowing through my eyes because I'm sacking the corrupt health minister, Mr. Satendra Jain? देखिए, सारांश यही है, जब इनका भ्रष्टाचार पकड़ा जाए तो ये कहते हैं कि हमारा भ्रष्टाचार अच्छा है। आप हमारा भ्रष्टाचार देखिए, इससे भी दिल्ली का ही भला हो रहा है। और यह भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को याद दिलाना आवश्यक है। अरविंद जी, आपके ही शब्द हैं, आप कहते हैं हम रोएंगे नहीं। पंजाब के चुनाव से पहले 23 जनवरी 2022 को अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया और एक ट्वीट करवाया आम आदमी पार्टी के ट्विटर हैंडल से और कहा, मोदी गवर्नमेंट इज प्लानिंग टू अरेस्ट आवर मिनिस्टर सतेंद्र जैन राइट बिफोर पंजाब इलेक्शंस। और अंत में लिखा था, हम चन्नी जी की तरह रोएंगे नहीं। तो इतना आज जरूर पूछेंगे कि जब आज ईडी
All right, we have some breaking news coming in even as the BJP has been questioning the silence of the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, Arvind Kejriwal has responded to the arrest of Satendra Jain. He says that I have personally studied this case. It is completely a fraud case, he says. We neither tolerate corruption nor do we do corruption. We have a very honest government. We'll first listen into some reactions of, first up, Arvind Kejriwal.
सतेंद्र जैन जी के इस केस को मैंने खुद पर्सनली सारा स्टडी किया। ये बिल्कुल कंप्लीटली फर्जी केस है। बिल्कुल उनको जानबूझ के पॉलिटिकल कारणों की वजह से फंसाया गया है। तो मैं समझता हूँ सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं। सच्चाई का रास्ता बहुत कठिन होता है। तो भगवान हमारे साथ है, ईश्वर हमारे साथ है और वो बहुत जल्दी हमें जुडिशरी के ऊपर भरोसा है और जुडिशरी न्याय करेगी और वो निकल के आ जाएंगे और इस फर्जी केस टिकने वाला नहीं है।
Political vendetta is a valid ground to quash the proceedings. क्यों नहीं सतेंद्र जैन गए न्यायालय का दरवाजा खटखटाते? क्योंकि वो ईमानदार पार्टी के ईमानदार स्वास्थ्य मंत्री हैं, उनका लीडर ईमानदार, लेकिन वो नहीं गए। और इसकी वजह है जो आरोप लग रहे हैं, ये आरोप बहुत ही संगीन है। 4 कंपनियों के माध्यम से 4 करोड़ 81 लाख रुपए इसको घुमा के अपने लाभ के लिए परिवर्तित किया गया है। ये मीडिया के सूत्रों से जो बात बाहर आई है। और एक बड़ा प्रश्न और है, पिछले माह 4 करोड़ 81 लाख रुपए की इनकी संपत्ति भी जब्त की गई। किस न्यायालय ने हस्तक्षेप करके इनको रिलीफ दिया? जब आप में ईमानदारी की ताकत नहीं होती तो आप में यह आत्मविश्वास भी नहीं होता कि आप संवैधानिक तरीके से न्यायालय का दरवाजा खटखटाएं और न्यायालय हस्तक्षेप करे। और एक बात और कहूंगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ऐसे भ्रष्ट मंत्रियों के साथ जनता की गाड़ी कमाई को अपने लाभ के लिए उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसलिए व्यस्त भी हैं। ये वसूली की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार है। लेकिन
All right, so we are playing out reactions that are coming in from both sides. In a while, shortly, Satendra Jain himself will be presented before the court. We'll be keeping an eye out on all the details, heading into a short break right now.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only
check the spread of the asymptomatic infections who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society. But again, it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Right, we're cutting across to these latest visuals on our screen right now, coming in of the last riots, the last, in fact, journey being taken for Moosewala, that is Sidhu Moosewala. Even as we are seeing a large number of fans reaching at the spot. This is the village that we are talking about of Sidhu Moosewala, where his final journey is being conducted. Going across to Gurpreet, joining us on this broadcast. Yes, Gurpreet, we are getting in these latest visuals. Hundreds of fans on the ground right now.
Yes, of course, we can see these pictures here, and from the ground we are reporting at this point of time. First, I'll request my vijay to show that tractor view, the body of on which the body of Sidhu Moosewala is being taken toward the cremation ground. Since morning, we have seen that fans of Sidhu Moosewala had started pouring in here, and it's a total emotional scene at this point of time. Emotions are very heavy, high at this point of time, because they feel the way Sidhu Moosewala has left them, that is not accepted. And in Punjab, we have seen the youth, they feel he was a youth icon for all the youth of Punjab. So a lot of people, at the same time, we have seen how the security arrangements have been made, but despite having huge security, somewhere down the lane it seemed that police had failed to control the situation. And visuals which you are showing at this point of time, I'll request my Vijay to zoom in and show how the family is very, very emotional. So this side where we are standing at this point of time, these are the pictures from the ground which we are showing at this point of time, that long queue, if we can describe in words, it's very difficult at this point of time. The people from across Punjab, from nearby states, they have also come here. So it's a very, very emotional scene at this point of time. The people, the followers, they are waiting since morning. The fans who have come here, they are waiting since morning. They are not having any water, any food item, any refreshment, but they want to have a glimpse of Sidhu Moosewala. Some of the people, they were allowed inside, they were able to go inside, but some of the people, they were not able to go inside. So that's why they are waiting. They will be able to get a chance at the cremation ground, and now they are following Sidhu Moosewala. And not only even these fans and followers, we have seen the former Deputy Chief Minister Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa. He was also sitting in ambulance. He is also chasing that same tractor, because everybody wants to contribute and pay last respect to Sidhu Moosewala. So I'll request my Vijay to show these visuals to the on this field, that how these fans, without bothering any problem, without bothering this scorching heat, they are moving towards cremation ground. From here we can see show these visuals, that even on the roofs of this village, this village from where we are reporting at this point of time, this is the Sidhu Moosewala's village. This is called Mansa village, from where we are reporting at this point of time. The people, they are trying to get last glimpse of Sidhu Moosewala. They are standing on the roofs of these buildings, these houses. We are also reporting from one of the roof from here, so we can see that there is the total emotional scene at this point of time. So let's see how the police are going to take investigation further. But as of now, it is very, very clear that how the things are getting unfolded. It seems that Sidhu Moosewala was able to get huge fan following. Once again, we will show that Haveli, that is the famous Haveli, that was the dream house of Sidhu Moosewala, where he wanted to stay, live in life. He had a lot of dreams here. So we can see now this even Sidhu Moosewala's Haveli, only police officials were present here. Everybody had left toward the cremation ground, because everybody wants to pay last respect to Sidhu Moosewala. So I'll take along with my camera person, so that we will show each and every visual, and we will tell our viewers what is happening at the ground. That is very, very important to tell at this point of time, because this is the international star. Sidhu Moosewala had become an international star, and he has a fan following not only in Punjab but across the world also, because he was very famous. He was a young star, and the people who had come here since morning, we have been interacting with them. They are saying that he was a young icon, and the loss of Sidhu Moosewala, especially for Punjab. So all these things are giving updates to the people of this area, and especially in this village.
All right, we'll try to fix that audio with Gurpreet, but live images on our screen right now coming in of hundreds and hundreds of fans who are now paying their last respect to Sidhu Moosewala as he takes his last journey. Remember, it's a murder that has been most foul and ferocious. He has been a famous Punjabi singer. He has a huge fan following, not just in Punjab, but even internationally. And the manner in which he was killed and murdered, and the brutality has certainly jolted not just Punjab, but the entire nation. Times Now has also been meticulously decoding the evidence that has been found. There have been several angles now emerging, including that of the gang rivalry, as well as the Tihar-Canada link that is also being pieced together. We have accessed multiple CCTV footages as well, where it can be clearly seen how assault rifles had clearly rained these bullets on Sidhu Moosewala. and his 2 associates in his own hometown. And this chilling footage has clearly been jolting the entire state of Punjab, even as fans have been paying their last respects to Sidhu Moosewala. And remember, this is the village where it all began for him. And he has had a huge fan following with the social media presence in the past few days that we have witnessed since the news broke of his death. And now the investigation, even as it proceeds further, we have seen these are a large amount of fans that have now gathered in Mansa. This is the village where he began it all, and he has been, in fact, he has a huge fan following, not just in India or Punjab, but also internationally. That's the reason we saw as to how several international artists had also come up and in fact, shared their grievances as well as solidarity over the death of this artist. And we are getting in these live images now of the fans paying their last respect. We can see they are climbing atop whatever they can find access to, and they are chanting his name, showing reverence and showing their respect to their hero as well.
So yes, this is Sidhu Moosewala's fans today remembering him as they pay their last respects to the singer. A very young singer, gone too soon, just 28 years old, and this incident has left the entire nation shocked. Now, if we talk about Sidhu Moosewala, as we keep our focus on the visuals that are coming in, look at the number of people gathered essentially to pay their respects to Sidhu Moosewala one last time. Now, the way he was shot dead, the chilling scenes that we've been getting to our viewers, of course, have been the highlight of it all. But this is a day that we also take out some time to remember Sidhu Moosewala, his work, and how he was a very well-known rapper, singer, and of course very recently had joined politics as well. He did contest in the recently concluded Punjab election. So yes, he was certainly gaining fandom each passing day, and an exceptional singer at that. We've also seen the kind of reactions come in on social media. Remember, viewers, it's not just Indian musicians, Punjabi singers who've remembered him. Through the last 2 days, we've also seen reactions coming in from well-known Hollywood rappers. For example, Drake had paid a tribute to Moosewala on social media. We've seen Indian-born Canadian rapper AP Dhillon also remember Sidhu Moosewala as he penned his tribute. So we have seen those kind of tributes coming in from across the world, not just here in India or in Punjab, that we have seen those kind of overwhelming tweets and videos being put out for him, but exceptional remembrance that we've seen across the world. In fact, remember AP Dhillon, again another well-known singer, he shared a photo of Sidhu Moosewala, posted it with broken heart emojis, and that's the sentiment that we've essentially picked up over the last 2 days. So yes, we've seen several Punjabi artists, Punjabi singers, Indian musicians take to Twitter, take to social media, talk about their share of experiences with him and the kind of legacy, remember, that Sidhu Moosewala has also left behind. Viewers, his song that was released just a few months ago.
In fact,
the last
Christine, continue to be with us. Let me also now go back to Gurpreet once again, who joins us live from the place where these fans have gathered in large numbers. Yes, Gurpreet, take our viewers through what's happening there. We can see there is an entire cavalcade that is now carrying the last remains of Sidhu Moosewala, and fans are chanting his name as well.
Well, yes, of course, we have seen that there is a total emotional scene at this point of time, and emotions are very, very high at this point of time. But we have seen some of the fans, they were able to go inside his Haveli, that famous Haveli, that was his dream house. Sidhu Moosewala was talking about that Haveli, he will stay there. Some of the fans, they were not able to go inside. So I'll request my VJ to pan all the visuals so that we will show each and every visual to our viewers who are watching at this point of time. And the people, they are raising slogan in favor of Sidhu Moosewala, saying Sidhu Moosewala will remain within the hearts of the fans, and he will never ever go away at any cost. But at the same time, we have seen the family members. So one of the family members, he was doing the same gesture which Sidhu Moosewala was saying. So that means a very, very strong message they are going to give to people of Punjab and fans of Sidhu Moosewala, that they have lost their son, but still that determination is there. They feel that it's a big loss, but with a very, very brave heart, they are facing these people. And now once again, we can see that the fans, they have come on tractors, trolleys, and even some of the fans, they have come on the cars. Huge vehicles have been parked here. So I'll request my Vijay to show this parking space visuals also, because this is also very important. We have seen since morning huge number of fans, they have started coming here. They have parked their vehicle here. They were waiting.
All right, we'll try to go back to Gurpreet shortly, but a massive crowd being witnessed at Sidhu Moosewala's funeral. These are the last rites and the last journey that he's taking towards the cremation ground. And remember, these are fans that love him. They have been listening to his music as well as as followers of his political career. These are tractors, cars, and also they are lining up on the streets of Mansa, which is his village, Kritsween, and take our viewers through his popularity as well. But before that, let me also now go across to a singer, that is Ravi Shergill, joining us on this broadcast. Ravi, how would you see these pictures on our screen? The fans certainly trying to once again... All right, we'll try to go back to that shortly, but once again going back to Kritsween. So Kritsween, we are getting in these images, once again portraying the popularity that he shared and enjoyed, and the love of the people that can be witnessed on the streets of Mansa, where it all began for him.
Absolutely. You know, thousands of people gathered there to show his love to Sidhu Moosewala, pay their respects, of course, the last time, and the kind of crowd that we do see on our screens speaks for itself, the kind of love that he received all throughout. Now, he was a young singer, like we've been talking about, and we are taking our time to really talk about Sidhu Moosewala one last time. Remember, now, he was known as Shubdeep Singh Sidhu, and Sidhu Moosewala was his professional name, so to say. He was a rising artist in South Asian music before he was fatally shot in India. Now he's 28-year-old, and to give you a quick backgrounder into this very talented person, he moved to Brampton from India as an international student in 2016. So a short-lived career at that. He kickstarted his music career when he released his first single on YouTube. And ever since, there's been no looking back for Sidhu Moosewala. He's had a following of more than 11 million subscribers on YouTube to begin with. So one can say in the last 4 to 5 years itself, he rose to fame. And how? He was born and raised in this village, villagers of the same that you can see on your screens, visuals, and the kind of chants that are essentially being raised by all of those people. Sidhu Moosewala chants all over the place. He was raised in this village of Mansa district of Punjab, obtained a degree in electrical engineering is what we've been told. He studied in Ludhiana, so his graduation was from Ludhiana, and then he made his way to Canada. He studied in Toronto, and then he began his music career. So he became a full-time artist thereafter.
Absolutely, Kritsween. Even as we have seen as to how... Yes. Before that, let us also now go across to Salim Merchant joining us on this broadcast. And Salim Merchant, we have seen the entire industry, be it Bollywood, Punjabi or international, they have come out and expressed their anger, their in fact solidarity with the family as well as fans of Sidhu Moosewala, who had gained immense popularity in such a short span of time.
Yeah, he's so much love and and he's somebody who lived his life his way. I mean, he never really made any music for any film or any record label or anything like that. Like, he made music for himself, and his expression was absolutely independent in his thoughts, in his words, in his beats, and the kind of success that he's got in such little time was only because he only followed his heart. And I've worked with him, and he's such a wonderful human being. I mean, apart from him being a great writer and a singer, he was a wonderful human being. Really kind-hearted, very respectful, and had his feet on the ground, and never was kind of had that pride and that sort of airs about his success, because he's really struggled, and he's come from a very low. And it did go to his head that he was, a superstar.
Absolutely. And Salim, once again taking our viewers through his achievements. He had moved to Canada after his graduation, but he had actually gained his popularity in the recent years in 2018, when he was also listed in the 66th Billboard Canadian album charts. He also, in fact, made his debut and entered the UK singles chart, later on in the top 5 of the global YouTube musical chart. So he had gained a lot of popularity in just a short while, and at such young age.
And you know, he and it's not just him who wanted to. I mean, they wanted to collaborate with him as well. Speaks very, very high of his musical ability.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Salim Merchant, for joining us here on Times Now. Going back to Kritsween once again. And Kritsween, as you were highlighting the achievements of Sidhu Moosewala, how he moved to Canada after his graduation, released his first song there. However, he gained his popularity with his first track, that is So High, in 2018. Later on, he was on the Canadian Billboard albums chart. He was on the UK singles chart, and later on the YouTube music chart as well. So he had a lot of popularity among his fans.
Oh yes, you know, from So High to The Last Ride, really highlighting his journey as a singer. It's been a short-lived career, but of course he's gathered a lot of fandom and a lot of love. You know, to point out here, since we're talking about his work, he's often spoken of destruction in his songs, self-praise, rebellion. Those have essentially been the themes that he's focused on all throughout. Often citing personal reasons as well. He cited personal reasons through his songs, spoken of his experiences as a Sikh from a low-income background, also spoke of how at a very young age he was exposed to violence, drugs and guns in the state of Punjab. So he has highlighted some of those issues through his songs as well. All through his music career, we've seen the kind of different genres that he's essentially focused on, but of course he's known as a hip-hopper. So his main genre being hip-hop, we've seen the kind of work that he has given his viewers, his audiences the last few years, and which, as you were pointing out, to 2018 onwards is when he was at the peak of his career. But we've been focusing on some of his songs, some of his work, given the kind of love that they have spread not just across Punjab and also Canada, but also several parts of the country. We've seen how his songs have also more often than not spoken of uplifting, uprising and getting the community what they should truly be deserving of. So those are the themes that he's essentially focused on. But yes, as we keep up with these visuals, very important visuals, because they do speak of who Sidhu Moosewala was and what he really meant, not just to his localites, not just to people of his village, but across the country. A very, very famous name, and gone too soon, just 28 years old when he was shot dead. A brutal assassination that was carried out, and investigation certainly underway at this point in time. But like we've been focusing on his journey all throughout, we've also been talking about how ironical it is that his last song was The Last Ride. The name of the song was The Last Ride, released earlier this month, a tribute to one of his biggest influences, Tupac Shakur. So that has been some of his work all through the last few years. But his music videos have every now and then, the last few years, garnered millions of views on YouTube. And that is something that has been exceptionally sensational. He's cultivated, of course, a controversial reputation as well. We've seen some of the controversies around him also playing out in a massive way. But that said, yes, visuals speaking for themselves, the kind of fandom he enjoys really on your screens, viewers, to see, and how the family is completely broken at this point in time, given the brutal assassination that was carried out.
Absolutely, Christine, and once again taking our viewers through the family members, the images on our screen, completely distraught, and paying their last respect to Sidhu Moosewala as he takes his journey. And we will be closely tracking these developments, because the fans, these are hundreds and hundreds of fans who love him, who have loved his music and have been following his political career on the ground in Mansa. That's where it all began for him, and we will keep a close watch on that. And slipping into a short break, we'll be back with the latest on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
right-wing groups have now decided to march to Srirangapatna on June 4th. They are now demanding Tipu Sultan's mosque is an Anjaneya temple and it should be handed over to Hindus. The CBI custody of S. Bhaskar Raman has been extended till June 1st in connection with the visa scam case. He was arrested by the CBI on May 17th. Meanwhile, India's active caseload now currently stands at 17,883 and active cases stand at 0.4%. Over 2,134 recoveries have been recovered and reported in the past 24 hours and taking the daily positivity rate to 0.64%.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो
Well, hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now's Breaking Ground. I'm Meghna Deka. First up, let's take you across to Mansa, where the final journey of Punjabi singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moose Wala is currently on the way. All those who have questioned him, look at the kind of fan following he has nonetheless. Tractors, cars, they have lined up on the streets as there are thousands of fans and supporters, and his family members who've lined up on the streets to catch a final glimpse of the superstar of Punjabi music industry. Times Now is getting you these live visuals from Mansa. This is the final journey. After this, his cremation is expected to be held. Remember, earlier in the day, Moose Wala's body finally was brought back from the hospital where it was undergoing autopsy after the tragic incident day before yesterday when he was shot dead when he was out with two of his associates in his Thar. After that chilling, brutal murder which happened, of course the police are doing their jobs, but on the ground it's not really about who really killed him and the justice which still awaits, but also look at the kind of popularity he enjoys. For them, he is the son of soil, the man who came from very humble origins and rose to superstardom on YouTube. Let me go across to Gurpreet Singh China, who's getting us these live visuals. Gurpreet, these visuals are a telling testimony of the kind of popularity that Sidhu Moosewala enjoyed.
Well, yes, of course. We have seen since morning a lot of fans. They were standing in a queue to just have a last glimpse of Sidhu Moosewala, and at this point of time, the body has already been reached at the cremation ground where the rituals are being performed. But at the same time, huge people are present here. So it clearly testimony that how much fan following does he have from Punjab, and it's not from Punjab youth. He was a youth icon at the international level, and a lot of people, they were saying, they are blaming the state government, saying had the security not withdrawn by the state government, his life could have been saved. So all these points are being raised, and we have seen emotions are very high at this point of time, and the supporters as well as the fans, they are raising slogan in favor of Sidhu Moosewala, saying that he will remain in their heart, he will never go away from their heart at any cost, because he has a lot of contribution in promoting Punjabi culture at the international level. So we have seen some of his singer followers, they have also come here. At the same time, a lot of politicians from the Congress party, we have seen that they were accompanying. His father was very emotional at that time when the body had just left from his Haveli. That was the dream house of Sidhu Moosewala. He constructed this Haveli to have a dream house. He was saying that he made a gym inside. He had made so many facilities inside because he wanted to enjoy lavish life, and that was under construction. But the moment that the body has been taken on the tractor, that was the famous tractor which Sidhu Moosewala was driving so many times, and so many times we have seen the videos were viral on that tractor. That tractor had been decorated by the family members, and they had decided to take that body onto the cremation ground on the same tractor. When the father, he was taking the body toward the cremation ground, he was very emotional. The picture was very emotional. He was doing the same gesture which Sidhu Moosewala used to do, but he was weeping, he was crying, because he was the only son of the family members, and they have lost that last ray of hope, because Sidhu Moosewala performed very well, and he was able to stand up to his family. So he has a lot of respect within the family, and he had come from a very humble background, and for that we have seen these fans and followers who have reached here without bothering by this scorching heat. They are standing in the queue, and some of the people, they were able to go inside, and they were able to pay last respect to Sidhu Moosewala. But those who were not able to get the opportunity, they have come directly to this cremation ground, where we can see a number of people, they are standing here. They just want to have a glimpse of Sidhu Moosewala, so that before going for the final rituals of this cremation ceremony, they wanted to have a glimpse. So that's why what we have seen at the ground at this point of time, huge gathering is there. It's even very difficult for the people to stand here. So first they wanted to take this body to the cremation ground, but after that they had decided and changed the place from there, because the way the sentiments are very high at this point of time. They feel that the followers as well as the fans who had come from not only from Punjab, from the other states also, they should get an opportunity to have a last glimpse. They will be able to pay last respect to Sidhu Moosewala. So that is the situation at the ground at this point. The heavy pulse have been deployed, not only from Mansa, even from the nearby districts. Right. The heavy pulse have been deployed.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Let me go across to Anurag Basu, who is also joining us, a filmmaker. Anurag, unfortunate tragedy has taken Sidhu Moosewala away from his fans. However, look at the kind of repertoire of songs that he's left behind, which have topped the UK singles chart, the Guardians amongst the top 50 up and coming. It's there in the YouTube music chart. Goes to show that art of this nature, art of this kind, really transcends boundaries of everything, be it religion, space, global borders. Well, we'll try and reconnect with Anurag Basu. In fact, let me go across to Gurpreet, who has been getting us minute-by-minute updates from Mansa as we see. And what's very emotive is that the tractor on which his body is being taken is the same tractor that Sidhu Moosewala has been driving around. We've seen him do that in several of his videos as well, in his music videos. He was very fond of that tractor. He shot many of his music videos on this tractor. Today, when he's no more, his family members have decked up the same tractor. Today, instead of being part of a music album, that tractor has become his funeral hearse. In fact, Gurpreet, if you can tell us about the kind of connect that Sidhu Moosewala managed to have with the youth of Punjab, and this is not just restricted to Punjab, across India and across the world as well.
Yes, of course, we know that he had gone abroad for his studies and he was able to make his very good reputation there in the Punjabi community, and after that he has come back and he launched his own songs and he was able to get a lot of publicity, a lot of name and fame with these songs. But if the youth which have come here, we had interacted with this morning, we have been interacting with them. They are saying that he was very humble, he was meeting each and every person, and the main thing last time, this elections, we have seen that he had contested election from the Congress party, and after that he was able to make his more connect with the local people. Sidhu Moosewala used to say one thing: he does not want to go Chandigarh, he does not want to live in a metro city. He wanted to make his roots, and that's why he wanted to construct this Haveli there. He says that he will be here, he will meet the people, he will live with their
Absolutely.
own people.
In fact, do stay on with us. Sunil Grover is also joining us, an actor and a comedian. Mr. Grover, these are the last shot. Goes to show the kind of music having building these, breaking down rather the walls, and it has transcended across the length and breadth of not just the country but across the world as well. That's the kind of legacy that Moosewala has left behind.
It's a sad moment, and I am also very sad whatever has happened. We lost a great artist, and people, as you said, across the world love him and love him, and I feel very bad whatever happened.
Mr. Sunil Grover, now a lot has been said about his links, which may have been to some of the underworld gangs as well of the music industry of Punjab. Do you think that may put a dent on the kind of popularity that Moosewala enjoyed?
No, I don't know about anything. I've heard, listened to his music, and I like it, and that's what I know about him. And I think he entertained everyone, people who are his fans. And I don't know about his lyrics and other things. I haven't heard anything like that.
Why is it that his music managed to transcend across so many barriers? What is it about his music that the youth really connected to so easily?
I don't know, but I think there's majorly it sounded very young, contemporary at the same time. The way he wrote, the way he sang, lyrics, and he was not pretending.
Right.
He was very natural with whatever he did. So that's what I think.
Thank you so much, Sunil Grover, at a time like this to have taken out time to speak to us. Hans is also joining us, singer, also a BJP MP. Thank you so much, Mr. Hansraj Hans. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे at a time like this when the world weeps for Sidhu Moosewala and the loss that it has been?
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि बहुत ट्रेजिक, शॉकिंग एंड अनफॉर्चुनेट ये घटना हुई है, तो इस पे सोचना चाहिए गवर्नमेंट को कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ, आगे से ना हो के लिए थोड़ा बहुत विचार करेंगे तो चलेगी स्टेट, क्योंकि बहुत सेंसिटिव स्टेट है ये पंजाब।
जी बिल्कुल, बॉर्डर स्टेट है ये
बॉर्डर स्टेट है। बहुत अरसा इन्होंने गुजारा है, इस संताप होगा। पहले आतंकवाद का बहुत मुश्किल से शांत हुआ था, तभी ये नया चैलेंज शुरू हो गया। ये नहीं होना चाहिए।
हंस जी, कल चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बोला था कि हम कार्यवाही करेंगे, एक जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी करेंगे कि किसने लीक किया सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जो सिक्योरिटी कट हुआ था, उसका जो कम किया था सिक्योरिटी, किसने किया वो हम इंक्वायर करेंगे। आप क्या
करना चाहिए, उनको करना चाहिए और आगे से कंट्रोल करना चाहिए, ग्रिप रखनी चाहिए। जितना बड़ा मैंडेट मिला है इसको बहुत सीरियसली और मैच्योरिटी से चलाना चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच हंसराज हंस। मगर म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री के लिए भी एक बहुत ही बड़ा ब्लो है। This of course is a big blow for the music industry. Let me go across to Christine as well, who's joining us. Christine, of course there are several reactions which are coming in. The politics aside, this is a huge blow to the fans of Sidhu Moosewala. All of them say he's gone too soon.
Absolutely, gone too soon, Meghna, and just 28 years old. You know, about last 3 to 4 years, we saw his career clearly at a peak. So certainly a big loss to the entire industry, and of course the number of people present there to say goodbye to him one last time speaks volumes for how he enjoyed a lot of love, not just among Punjabis but across the country. In fact, the love that he received went across borders, and we saw how several parts of the world, we saw Sidhu Moosewala taking the center stage really and, you know, making it big. But yes, as far as the reactions coming in are concerned, we've seen how the entire music industry, Punjabi singers have been taking to social media, and they've essentially been talking about him, his work, all of his greats, and of course how this is a big loss for the industry. We've heard from Drake as well, like I was mentioning a while ago on social media. He did talk about the God's plan for Sidhu Moosewala while of course bidding him a farewell. But yes, his career has spanned roughly 3 years. He's managed to be highly popular figure in the Punjabi music industry, and like we've been pointing out, he's had more than 70 lakh Instagram followers, 1.93 lakh followers on Twitter, and more than 1 crore subscribers on YouTube. So just in about 2 to 3 years, he's made it really big, and several influencers also taking to social media talking about how this is absolutely devastating and upsetting, and the kind of events that have unfolded and the details that have been coming in the last few days, gory details of the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala have left the entire nation extremely shocked. So everyone, yes, is saddened by the news, and his colleagues and his friends in the industry have been talking about how he was a gem of a person, and his songs of course will be remembered for generations to come. But not the right day, perhaps. He's also found himself in the middle of a lot of controversies. Many have said that he was openly promoting gun culture. He was also in the middle of a controversy back in 2019 when he referred to the 18th century Sikh warrior Mai Bhago. So yes, several controversies that he's often found himself involved in. But that said, at a very young age, he achieved a lot, and that is being remembered today. So yes, several now taking to social media to pay tribute to the singer, just 28 years old, and that's exactly why this is so very shocking. But yes, he's spent the past 6 years in releasing several music hits, and interestingly, he did join Congress as well in 2021. Of course, that was an unsuccessful attempt, but he did run in the state's assembly election, the recently concluded assembly election. So was a recently elected politician as well, is what one can say. But yes, a day before his death, what is being spoken of is how the Punjab government withdrew security cover, downgraded a security cover. This happened for more than 400 individuals, including Moosewala. The question that is being asked is, in a bid to clamp down on VIP culture, was this a miscalculation, because these details were not to be made public. So today is a day when we remember Sidhu Moosewala, his work, and how he made it big in just about 2 to 3 years. The last 4-5 years have been extremely crucial for him as far as his music career is concerned, but a huge loss to the industry certainly. If we talk about his work, yes, ironically, The Last Ride was a song that he released just a few months ago, and extremely ironical how gone too soon, just at 28. Meghna.
Absolutely. In fact, let me go back across to Gurpreet, who's getting us these live visuals from Mansa. Gurpreet, as we were discussing, it did seem that that Moosewala was preempting that he may be killed, that he may have a very short life, given the kind of song that he had put up, his latest and the last release. Gurpreet. we'll try and reconnect with Gurpreet. In fact, let me go back across to Christine. Christine, that's a very sad premonition for a person that young to have, that his life is likely to be cut short. But that is part of the larger legacy that he's left behind, isn't it? In the trail of allegations of gang wars and rivalries and the mafia and the Canada connections which are now coming to light, that he may have been involved in something which could be a larger criminal conspiracy globally as well.
Oh yes, that remains to be seen, because now we're looking at a link not just limited to Punjab, but we're looking at involvement of gangsters in Canada as well. Now, what really this gang rivalry will lead up to and the kind of investigation that comes in remains to be seen. But yes, it's going to be extremely unfortunate, as this was a very young, talented singer doing extremely well for himself. Every few months he was releasing a super hit music album, and in that sense, really at the peak of his career. But if we talk about the investigations, yes, there is a big question mark on how this all really builded up to this kind of a plan that essentially did work out for the so-called rivals, the gang war that played out just 2 days ago. So we're still waiting for more details, and it's a developing story as far as the investigation is concerned. But today is a day, as we keep up with these visuals of the kind of respects that are really being paid to Sidhu Moosewala one last time, on the kind of work he'd given to the industry, to his fans, to his audiences. And like we've been discussing with some of his colleagues as well, in June 2020, one of his songs entered the top 50 in Canada on the Apple Music chart, topped the 2020 UK's Asian chart. So certainly doing really well for himself as far as his career is concerned. He did also enter the top 5 of the Guardian list, one of the 50 new artists to watch out for in 2020. So yes, career-wise, everything was going well for him. Now, whether or not this is a fallout of some sort of a inter-gang rivalry, as is being pointed out by the investigators, remains to be seen. But all in all, if we talk about his work, yes, he was highlighting all through his work, all through the albums that he'd released, certain issues like destruction. He was also talking about the gun culture, talking about drugs. He would often rap about destruction, self-praise, rebellion in most of his songs. And like we've pointed out, he'd also very often cited personal experiences as a Sikh from a low-income background when he was exposed to violence, drugs and guns in the state of Punjab. So those are some of the issues that he did bring about through his songs. And perhaps one of the reasons why he could reach out to so many people on your screens, once again viewers, is the kind of love that Sidhu Moosewala has received, and an example of that love that you can see on your screens, with thousands now paying their last respects to Sidhu Moosewala.
As we can see in these visuals, in fact, let's go back across to Mansa. Gurpreet is there. Gurpreet, describe the emotions that you see which are running high as the final journey of Sidhu Moosewala in the tractor, incidentally, that he loved so much, is still happening. Gurpreet. Well, there seems to be a bit of a delay and a problem there. We are going to try and reconnect with him. But unfortunately, these are the visuals which are coming in at a time when this man used to be much loved. However, there is a lot of controversy that he's kicked up in life as well. In fact, one of the things which are being probed right now by the probe team as well is about the kind of connections that he may have had with gangs and the rivalry. In fact, let me go across to Raza Murad, who's joining us, an actor who's joining us here on the show. Mr. Murad, what would you like to say about the life and the very short life of Sidhu Moosewala?
I think it's totally shocking. And the culprits should be brought to book at the earliest. And as we were told that his security was withdrawn, which would have encouraged the culprits to attack him. And I think it's a very sad situation.
Yes.
And one life has been extinguished of a very talented singer. So at the earliest, it has been told that one of the gangsters from Canada taken the responsibility of this murder. So now it's the duty of the government, whoever has done it, whoever, they should be arrested and they should be punished very, very severely as per the law of the land.
Now, Mr. Raza Murad, because you're one of the veterans of the Mumbai film industry, you've seen the kind of gang wars and the kind of control that underworld may have had on the film industry. Do you think that right now action needs to be taken? Because a lot of the witnesses who are being interrogated now are saying that there is increasing influence and power of gangs in the song industry.
I would say that it is not you but both you. It has been happening again and again. The film people are very, vulnerable. They could be attacked any time. They don't retaliate. They do not have the proper security. There are some exceptions who get Y or Y plus security, but most of them either they keep their own security or it's seldom that the security is provided by the government. So it's high time now. We have to roll our sleeves and we have to take a very stern action to warn everyone that you will be dealt with an iron hand. It is a duty of the government, whether it's the state government or the union government. They have to do something very sincerely to stop all this senseless killing. He was just 28 years old, that talented singer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's the duty of the government.
It's the duty of the government.
Or the authorities.
Duty of the government, Raza Murad says, to crush out the violence, the gun culture that we have seen slowly creeping into the music industry of Punjab after the brutal, ferocious death of Sidhu Moosewala, one of the gangsters who's sitting in the Tihar jail. His gang, Lawrence Bishnoi's gang, has already taken responsibility for the attack. Mr. Brar, who is sitting in Canada now, has said that he could be the one, it is suspected, who had engaged the sharpshooters for this murder. Thank you so much, Mr. Raza Murad, for joining us. Well, these are the visuals which are coming in of tractors, cars lining up the streets, despite the kind of details which may now be coming in of the gangster, singer, mafia plot which may be running the music industry of Punjab. The popularity of this man, Sidhu Moosewala, cannot be denied. And these visuals on our screens are just depicting that. Let me go across to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, it must be a hard time for the people who have known Moosewala, for the people who are there from Mansa, because it is their son of soil, as they saw him, unfortunately, being shot down in this brutal manner. Gurpreet, if you can hear me. Well, we'll try and reconnect with Gurpreet and get you these live visuals, but these visuals that you can see on your screens are of the last journey of Sidhu Moosewala. Remember, day before, he was brutally, ferociously gunned down in his own hometown of Mansa when he had ventured out without his bodyguard and without his bulletproof vehicle. He was driving in his own Thar and he was there with his two associates when the police suspect that his car was ambushed from front as well as behind, and then 3 Russian assault rifles were used to gun him down. He died immediately, strapped to the seat. And this is his final journey of his body now being taken across for cremation. Salim Merchant has spoken to us as well here on Times Now. He's one of the singers, someone who knew Moosewala very well. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, he's so much love and so much, and he's somebody who lived his life his way. I mean, he never really made any music for any film or any record label or anything like that. Like, he made music for himself. And his expression was absolutely independent in his thoughts, in his words, in his beats. And, I mean, the kind of success that he's got in such little time was only because he only followed his heart. And I've worked with him, and he's such a wonderful human being. I mean, apart from being a great writer and a singer, he was a wonderful human being.
Well, thank you so much, Salim Merchant, for speaking to us here on Times Now. Of course, voices of condolences coming in, but also voices of shock and despair that such a young life was cut short so quickly at this age of 28 and could have been, as suspected, a result of gang rivalry in the music industry. We'll get you the final journey of Sidhu Moosewala here on Times Now. For the timing, a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Welcome back. You're tuned into Times Now and we're getting you breaking news coming in as far as the Sidhu Moosewala murder is concerned, and an exclusive sneak peek into the gang that is perhaps behind the murder, the cold-blooded one at that, of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer and rapper who is going to be laid to rest in just a short while from now. But these images on your screens are of Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang. Remember, Lawrence Bishnoi is currently in Tihar jail. From the jail, he is running this entire gang that is wreaking havoc in Punjab. He is the leader of this entire gang. There are several of his cronies, several of his associates that Times Now has also unmasked for you on this edition. One of them is Sampat Nehra, who is based out of Rajasthan, was arrested by the Rajasthan police. Jaggu Bhagwanpuria is also another one who is a close associate of Lawrence Bishnoi and part of the Bishnoi gang. He is believed to be the richest don of Punjab. The other two that we have also unmasked for you are two people who are also part of this Bishnoi gang. One is Kali Rajput and the other is Raju Basodi. Four of the closest aides of Lawrence Bishnoi, the man who has been in Tihar jail and is running an entire gang from inside the Tihar jail in the national capital. And Bhavtosh, this is the gang, these are the guns for hire that are believed to be behind Moosewala's murder.
Yes, in fact, Lawrence Bishnoi and also Kala Jathedi, Kala Rana, Goldie Barar, they are the individuals who now run this loose confederation, if we can say, and they are in fact running and calling the shots in Punjab and also in Haryana and Delhi. And with each passing month, if we can say so, this gang has been only getting bigger and expanding its operation. And several of the members of this gang have been arrested, and this gang is in direct conflict with the other gang. That gang consists of Lucky Patel, Kaushal Chaudhary and Devinder Bhambia. Now, it's very similar to what we had seen earlier in 90s when Bombay also had a organized crime syndicate rivalry between Dawood Ibrahim gang and Chota Rajan, and you had seen what happened just 2 days back when Sidhu Moosewala was brutally gunned down. It's not only the brutal manner in which he is killed, but also the fact that a signal has been sent to others that you join our camp and only then you can be saved. And that's what the message has been sent to other singers, that unless you join one particular camp, you will be targeted. First it was Vicky Midhukheda who was targeted, and then retaliatory killing happened in the case of Sidhu Moosewala. Yes, and that's most disturbing trend that is emerging in Punjab. Back to you.
Also on this broadcast with us, and Priyank, it is very important to note really what exactly is going on. It is not just an interstate operation that is going on, it's really a global one, because we've seen links to somebody who's in an Armenian jail right now, links to Goldie Brar, who's currently in Canada as well.
The nexus has developed over the period of years. This is not just the newly formed nexus. They have been operating since almost a decade in Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Haryana. You have to understand how Lawrence Bishnoi works. Lawrence Bishnoi is someone who hires several individuals after looking at the dominance of that particular person in that particular state. Like for the Haryana operation, he has opted Kala Jathedi. For the Rajasthan operation, he has opted Bishnoi, and for other areas, he has also taken help of other criminals. So he's operating as an individual who has, even if he is inside the jail, his name and his cloud are given so much a part to these individuals who keep on hiring young youth. They have been hiring, juveniles also at many times, what we have seen in the shootout on Bogi and other instances. So this clearly implies that these people are working with a very clear nexus. Going back to the track record of Bishnoi, he was a youth leader from Punjab. He started a youth wing, and then he came into the world of gang wars. He has developed process. But those criminals who are based in abroad, those who are in Canada or somewhere else, or those who are having a Khalistani mindset, are also using these criminals to carry out terror operations in India.
Right now, Bhatosh, it looks like this is a rivalry between two camps in the Punjabi music industry, both of whom have their own guns for hire, have their own gangsters and dons under their wing, and they have been using them against each other. So this is really sort of an inter-gang rivalry that played out, unfortunately, in which Sidhu Moosewala was murdered.
Yes, Poonam, adding to what Priyank is saying, that also the kind of adulation that they are getting, they get videos made for themselves. These videos are very popular on social media, of Lawrence Bishnoi, or for that matter Neeraj Bhavania. It's very similar to what happened in early 90s in Mumbai or Bombay, and the very fact that they have videos made of themselves, and the hits of these videos are over 10 million. The songs made in Punjab are very cheap to make, and they are released on YouTube, so money is easy to make, and loyalty is of two particular groups, and if you don't take allegiance to one particular group, and then you are targeted. Vicky Midhukheda, despite being very close to a political party, had a fallout with Sidhu Moosewala's manager, and Sidhu Moosewala, he was killed in a broad daylight by criminals belonging to Lucky Patial, and the manner in which these killings take place is sending signals to different singers. As you rightly said, that apart from music world, even playing fields of sports, whether it's kabaddi, killings have taken place there also. Sandeep Singh, a UK citizen, was targeted in March in Punjab. He was killed in a broad daylight.
So it's an inter-gang rivalry. This is between two camps within the music industry. Unfortunately, it is a chilling reminder of what we saw in the 90s as far as what was happening in Bollywood, where the underworld under Dawood was extremely active. And Jaspinder Narula, a singer who now joins us on this broadcast. Ms. Narula, you may have seen it or heard of it firsthand when you were in Mumbai in the 1990s. This was commonplace, unfortunately. Dawood and his men would extort money out of Bollywood personalities. There were killings that took place. There were gang wars that were happening openly. Unfortunately, we're seeing something similar in Punjab now.
Yeah, very unfortunate, because when I entered the industry, the system was actually, I would say that it was finishing at that time when I came, and fortunately, I didn't see much of it. But yes, I heard a lot that singers who bought new big cars, they got calls from these people, and even the shows which were held were also, they were taking money out of it, and all these things we heard. But I mean, I would thank God that there was no such incident which happened. I saw my the most, what you would say, that I was number one at that time, and God was really kind that, I never went through. But now when I see, I have been in Punjab, I have been singing for Punjab last 48 years, right from my father to my mother and to the singers who worked with my father and my mom. They were all legends, and and no such things came, no such things we saw in my 48 years of career. No such things were there. Punjab was so, only there was a restless part, when a little bit of time that we saw when I was going to college, early years of my college. that we would not take up any of Punjab shows. But other than that, we saw so much peace in Punjab. I'm so shocked why this kind of things have started. And they have these gangs, and these things have nothing to do with our music. Music is an entertaining thing. It's giving, मतलब शांति मिलती है जिससे, पीस मिलता है जिससे. So उससे यानी ये किस तरह का म्यूजिक है, ये किस तरह के लोग जुड़ रहे हैं, what all is happening, this is, I fail to understand, This should be actually now only, जब जैसे पता चला है, अभी इस पे हमें काम करना चाहिए और इन चीजों को हमें जल्दी से जल्दी खत्म करना चाहिए. नहीं तो ये आगे जाके they are going to be bad for the पंजाब ही नहीं बल्कि ये पूरे सिस्टम को ही खराब कर देगा. And this is sad the way 29-year-old kid and किसी को मतलब जरा भी इस बात का अंदर दिल में कोई मलाल नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं कि किस तरह आप किसी की जान ले सकते हो, कुछ भी करते हैं. ये कैसे कर रहे हैं, कैसे ये बच्चे भटके हुए बच्चे हैं, इनको रास्ता दिखाना चाहिए, बहुत जरूरी है. ये बच्चे जो हैं इनको काउंसलिंग की जरूरत है, इनको सही रास्ते की, सही मार्ग की जरूरत है. ये भटक गए हैं बच्चे, ये हमारे ही बच्चे हैं, भटक गए हैं. बहुत दुख हो रहा है.
Gee, it's definitely a saddening moment, like you're saying, for the industry as well, not just of the family and fans of Sidhu Moosewala, but like you've been saying, it's also about the kind of music, the kind of content that was there in these songs, or that we see in several of the songs that are coming out now from Punjab. Even then, even though some would say Sidhu Moosewala was a highly controversial singer, look at the amount of people that have actually thronged his village in Mansa there, the amount of people that have turned up, Jaspinder Nirula, to actually pay their last respects to this singer. And that really goes on to show the kind of popularity he enjoyed there. Not just his family, not just his close relatives, but entire village. There are people that have travelled from across villages to come there to pay their last respects, and he is going to be laid to rest shortly. But for the moment, we're taking a quick break on this edition. Back in just 2 minutes.
Times now. Action begins here.
welcome back. Delhi High Court has now agreed to hear Lawrence Bishnoi's petition tomorrow. He had sought security arrangements for him, apprehending fake encounters by the Punjab police. Remember, he is under the lens of the Punjab police for the Sidhu Moosewala murder. He is currently lodged in the Tihar jail, and from there, yesterday, he moved the Delhi High Court. Now, the court has agreed to hear his petition. That hearing will take place tomorrow, is what we're given to understand. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang are the ones that are believed to be behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder in an inter-gang rivalry that played out in Mansa on Sunday in Punjab. Now, Lawrence Bishnoi thinks that he is going to be on target next, and Bhavtosh, that is exactly why he moved the High Court seeking further security.
Yes, Poonam, in a very intelligent and calculated manner, Lawrence Bishnoi moved an application in the NIA court and had now asked that court should
with my colleague,
monitor and provide security to him. He in fact had said yesterday that he fears that Punjab police will kill him in an encounter, and this is not the first time he has moved such an application. Remember last year when Jitendra Gogi was killed in a shootout in Rohini court, he had moved a similar application before the same court, saying that Delhi police will kill him in an encounter. Remember, Lawrence Bishnoi has spent nearly 7 years behind bars, in fact in Tihar jail, and he knows inside out of legal system. In fact, his relatives are in legal profession, and whenever he feels the heat that police will book him in some case, he moves such an application. His closest aide, Goldie Barar, has in fact already owned the responsibility for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. This gang consists of at least 6 or 8 members, and they all know how to escape, how to circumvent police's investigation, and exactly in a very calculated manner, first Goldie Barar took the responsibility of the crime, and then within 2 days Lawrence Bishnoi, through his legal counsels and help, moved an application fearing that Punjab police will kill him in an encounter, and now that hearing will take place tomorrow, and many within law enforcing agencies says that Lawrence Bishnoi and others know more about the legal system than many lawyers and many police officers.
Right, Bhavtosh, thank you so much for getting us the very latest as far as the inter-gang rivalry and the investigation into Sidhu Moosewala's murder is concerned. But for the moment, we're shifting focus to more news coming in. This is news coming in as far as the Gyanvapi case is concerned. A fresh petition has now been filed seeking a CBI inquiry into the leakage of the survey footage that was handed over to the Hindu petitioners and their counsel yesterday. We're given to understand that on 4th of July, after the vacation, is when the court will be hearing this matter. The Vishwa Vedic Sanstha has made oral submissions. They are the ones that have filed for this petition seeking a CBI inquiry. Akanksha is with me for more on this. Yes, Akanksha.
Well, absolutely. Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Sangh, through Advocate Shivam Gaur, had moved the court earlier today, seeking a CBI inquiry into the leakage of videos and photos of the survey. They said that intelligence reports should also be called. Now, at 2 o'clock, the district judge heard the matter. It took notes of their oral submissions and kept the matter for 4th of July. It also said that the other parties should also get the copies of their plea. Now, this was filed by Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Dharm Chief Jitendra Singh Visain, who had last week also written a letter to the district magistrate saying that the videos and footages should not come in public domain. It will be a threat to the national security. Now, this matter, along with the main matter, which is also listed for July 4th, will be heard together.
Right now, Akanksha, we're given to understand that today there were some petitioners from the Hindu side that went to court. They wanted to return the copies of the survey footage and the photographs that were handed to them, raising questions as to how the leak happened. But that wasn't entertained, and the judge said you need to come back on the original date of hearing, which is on the 4th of July.
Absolutely. The four petitioners along with their advocates went to the court at 2 o'clock, but the court said that I will not take the survey pen drive back. It, however, took note of their objections, asked them to keep it in a sealed cover. It is in fact already in an envelope which is sealed, and asked them to come back on 4th of July when the main matter and also the plea seeking CBI inquiry will be heard. Now, yesterday, if you remember, the photos and videos of the survey were handed over to the Hindu side. The Muslim side, however, refused to take the footages pen drive, but a declaration was made to sign by them saying that they will not leak it anywhere, but when it came in various television.
So they went to court today, but that wasn't entertained. It will only come up now after the vacation is over of the district court. For the moment, Akanksha, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but we'll be back with the top headlines on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है। जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो लोगों को सबको मालूम है। और यही तो दुख लगता है कि आपको चापलूसी करने का टाइम मिल रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल मुद्दे पर उनसे बात करने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा।
Very good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. I'm Kritsween, getting you the latest as far as the Malali Mosque case is concerned. That's to be taken up any time now. But first up, these are the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. Moosewala murder probe reveals 2 other Punjabi singers' underworld links. Mafia has penetrated Punjab music and film industry like 90s, like Grip on Bombay. Moosewala's autopsy details exclusive on Times Now. 2 bullet injuries proved fatal. 1 punctured his lung, other his liver. The popular singer's last rites conducted with thousands of fans descending at Moosewala's hometown. A tractor becomes the singer politician's hearse. Gyanvapi tape first and exclusive on Times Now. Shivling like structure emerges from underwater apart from Hindu religious motives. Times Now mega exclusive bolsters Hindu side's claim of mandir ruins inside mosque complex. Muslim side lawyer calls it fake footage. The Karnataka Gyanvapi case escalates with Hindus moving court to seek survey of Malali Masjid complex to establish it was built over ruins of Hindu temples. Muslims want plea to be rejected. Another wake-up call for Hindu genocide denialists. A Hindu teacher employed under Prime Minister package shot dead by terrorists days after they protested, citing threat to life. War of words breaks out over Satendra Jain's arrest. Opposition seeks Mantri sacking, citing Aam Aadmi Party stand on graft. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP got Jain arrested to save power in Himachal. And starting with the biggest talking point we're tracking this afternoon, the Enforcement Directorate has sought custody of Satendra Jain, and that remains the latest development coming in. ED seeks 14 days police custody for Satendra Jain. The 14-day ED remand has been sought by the agency on the grounds that Jain acquired disproportionate assets between the 14th of February 2015 and the 31st of May 2017. So yes, we have the Delhi minister who is in trouble with the Enforcement Directorate seeking 14-day police custody of Satendra Jain. Let me go across to my colleague this afternoon, Bhavtosh, joining us from the national capital. Take it away, Bhavtosh. 14-day police custody that is being demanded by the agency and the kind of numbers that the Enforcement Directorate essentially has been highlighting over the last few hours is something that is going to be extremely critical through the course of the investigation. What more can you tell us about the latest?
Well, the most important fact is that Solicitor General of the country, Tushar Mehta, is in fact representing the Federal Probe Agency for the first time in 3 years. He has come to the Rouse Avenue Court. The last time he has done so was Chidambaram's custody when ED and CBI was seeking. And he in fact has sought custody for 14 days for the Enforcement Directorate. Now the case is an old one in which CBI had filed an FIR in 2017 in August. At that point of time, the ED has said that he has acquired disproportionate assets worth 1.62 crore rupees. The check-in period was between 2015 and 2017. Now, based on the FIR that was filed by the CBI, the Enforcement Directorate then registered a case of money laundering. The entire case was first investigated by the Income Tax Department starting from 2013 onwards. Now, the investigation that was carried out by the Income Tax Department led CBI to file an FIR and then subsequently ED to carry out a money laundering probe. It has been alleged that Jain, through his family members and close relatives and associates, had set up various shell companies. Cash was in fact pumped into these shell companies by his employees and associates, and then subsequently from these shell companies land was acquired in and around Delhi, and agriculture land was acquired by him. Now, as a minister, he was aware of certain cabinet notes which are in fact secret in nature, and he was aware of the fact that these agriculture land would be converted into industrial land and also into commercial land. Now, this is a very serious charge that has been leveled both by the Enforcement Directorate as well as by the CBI. Once the agriculture mix of these lands were in fact changed, the value of these land in fact shot up very dramatically by 35%. These charges in fact were denied by the AAP even then and even now, but ED said that he has managed to from proceeds of crime, managed to acquire land worth at least 4.81 crore. In fact, in April, there was an attachment of assets worth at least 4 crore rupees. Yesterday, he was called in for questioning for the after a very long time, and because he could not explain the source of money, the Enforcement Directorate placed him under arrest. More importantly, sources within ED had said that money that was in fact acquired by him or accrued by him through proceeds of crime was also used for political purpose, a charge that has been denied both by Satendra Jain, also by his political party.
Absolutely. The amount that is being spoken of by the agency, Bhavtosh, is being said that this amount was utilized for direct purchases of land or for repayment of loan taken for purchase of agricultural land in and around the national capital. Bhavtosh, we're picking up more information on the grounds that the Enforcement Directorate is now looking at very, very closely when they seek this 14-day police custody. If you could throw more light on that.
Well, as I said that this case goes back to 2017 once this CBI filed an FIR, but the real investigation was done by the Income Tax Department's Delhi zone, which in fact started carrying out the investigation way back in 2012-2013, both when Satendra Jain was a private person and then subsequently when he became a public servant. Now, when he joined the political party and when he became a minister, he resigned from the directorship of this company, but he continued holding a stake
and
in
the big allegation, Bhavtosh, is that money was invested in the shell companies and there was no real business that was involved or was being worked upon. So let's see how this plays out. A lot of reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party because, the other political parties have essentially been pinning the question that if you can sack a mantri in Punjab over corruption allegations, then why not sack this mantri? Listen into the reactions coming in.
सतेंद्र जैन जी के इस केस को मैंने खुद पर्सनली सारा स्टडी किया है। ये बिल्कुल कंप्लीटली फर्जी केस है। बिल्कुल उनको जानबूझ के पॉलिटिकल कारणों की वजह से फंसाया गया है। तो मैं समझता हूँ सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं। सच्चाई का रास्ता बहुत कठिन होता है। तो भगवान हमारे साथ है, ईश्वर हमारे साथ है और वो बहुत जल्दी, हमें जुडिशरी के ऊपर भरोसा है और जुडिशरी न्याय करेगी और वो निकल के आ जाएंगे और इस फर्जी केस टिकने वाला नहीं है।
ये ईडी का भी केस ऐसा ही है। 8 साल पुराना केस है। जो हवाला की बात हो रही है वो 2015 से 2017 के बीच में हुआ, लेकिन सतेंद्र जैन जी उस कंपनी से 2013 में रेजिग्नेशन दे चुके थे। तो जो व्यक्ति उस कंपनी से 2 साल पहले रेजिग्नेशन दे चुका है, जिस कंपनी के 2015 से 17 के मालिक ने खुद कोर्ट में कबूल भी कर लिया है कि हवाला उसने किया, तो आज ये केस सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण से उठाया जा रहा है और वो है हिमाचल प्रदेश का चुनाव।
ईडी ने कानून की जो कार्रवाई की है वो कार्रवाई तथ्यों के आधार पर और सबूतों के आधार पर की है। हकीकत तो ये है कि 2015-16 से ये केस चल रहा है। इसके बाद ईडी ने 4.81 करोड़ के एसेट्स भी सतेंद्र जैन के सीज किए थे। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, जो हमेशा ईमानदारी और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, क्या आज वो एक व्यक्ति जिस पर इतना बड़ा आरोप भ्रष्टाचार का लगा हुआ है, जिसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उसे मंत्री बनाए रखेंगे या उसका इस्तीफा लेंगे और उन्हें बर्खास्त करेंगे?
We move on to more breaking news that we're tracking. As far as the Malali Masjid case is concerned, the court is all set to begin hearing in the case, and a lot of developments that are to be expected as far as this case is concerned. Hearing to begin any time now, but remember, Times Now has been pointing out the kind of similarities this case has with that of the Gyanvapi case. Now, as far as this case is concerned, remember, what has been pointed out by those who are now raising up this issue is that when renovation work was underway at the mosque premises, there was ample of evidence that came to light suggesting that a temple was demolished or perhaps a mosque was built over the temple. So communal tension certainly did trickle in as far as this case is concerned when this controversy first resurfaced. But yes, we are looking at the battle now reaching the courts, and the court is all set to hear the issue any minute now. If we talk about the details that Times Now has been tracking, we earlier on spoke to one of the VHP spokesperson as well, who spoke to us and spoke of how the Karnataka Malali Mosque is an issue that must be looked at very carefully and that they want to just find out the reality. So a plea has been filed in court, and the court will decide whether or not the survey will be conducted, whether or not permission will be granted to appoint a commissioner who will conduct the survey. Let me go across to Imran, who's been tracking the latest on this. Imran, the plea has been taken up. The hearing will begin any time now. What are the two sides maintaining? What are we to expect over the coming few minutes?
Well, absolutely. My colleague Deepak is one who brought his exclusive info, the application on the part of the masjid side, and he's been covering this issue there as the court hearing resumed. Will resume in short while from now, but both the parties are demanding a survey on this. I beg your pardon, the Hindu side is demanding a survey of this structure, and it said that the scheduled property is an ancient temple structure, and it's also there is a sanctum sanctorium of the temple there. And they also said the nature of the building very clearly shows that it has inscriptions, paintings, and wall engravings which are of Hindu symbols, and it's proving that it shows that it's a Hindu structure was there before, after which the mosque was built. And they claim that it is during the renovation when the masjid committee went, the entire structure came out before, and that's the reason why they made an appeal to the court to conduct an extensive survey, and claiming that it was an ancient Shaivite tradition Hindu temple and should be handed over to them. Muslim side, however, claims that it's a mosque which has been stood for almost 800 years now. They have documents to prove that it is mosque, And since it's a syncretic culture, it was during that time where the mosques were built, not the kind of structure which we have today. Hence, the basic premise of this is a mosque, and 800 years of being prayed for worship has been going on. And the documents of Inam given during the time of Tipu Sultan is also proof enough of the structure of that the place of worship is settled matter and it is a mosque. Whereas they are opposing the survey to be conducted, saying that there is no question of survey arises as land records, also the structure and the basic premises of it being a mosque and worship still now carrying on is what it is the rules for any survey to be conducted. Now we have to wait and see what the decision is taken by the court. The hearing will resume in short while from now. So my colleague will bring you out more updates as it happens in the court. But this is what the entire premise of the case is, which both the fighting over it, claiming one is that it's been a mosque for 800 years. They have documents.
Yes, it's a big Times Now exclusive. The Malali Mandir face-off reaches the court, but Times Now for the moment has accessed the complaint copy in the case. Now remember, we have different sides making big claims, and a lot of similarity that is coming in with that of the Gyanvapi case. But for the moment, let me quickly bring in Pranesh, my colleague, joining us as he breaks down details of the complaint copy that has been accessed by Times Now. Over to you, Pranesh.
This is the application which was filed in the court. We have a copy of that first on Times Now. Here it is. Points to be noted. Point number 1, to note and report ancient structure situated in the scheduled property is ancient temple structure. To report that the same is the sanctum of the temple. Now remember, Kritzween, the Hindu side wants a Gyanvapi-like video survey. They want court to appoint commissioners, people, a panel which will oversee the entire survey. What is the point number 2 in this application? To note and report the nature of the old monumentary building situated in the plain scheduled property, to note architectural pictures, wall engraving situated therein, and submit report about the nature of the same based on its historical nature. Point number 3 is important. To dig and excavate the land and find out if any ancient monumentary structure statue is situated. To submit report about the age of the structure and the monument situated therein, to submit scientific report about the overall nature of the structure or any monumentary article situated in the scheduled property, to note such other and further points as necessary under the circumstances. This is signed by the advocate for the plaintiffs. Remember, all this started after the Juma Masjid was undergoing routine renovation and repair work. Part of the complex was dug up. Hindu side said after the property was dug up, or part of the property was dug up, the walls had Hindu motifs, had symbols like the swastika, lotus, other engravings that point out, according to them, that this was a Hindu structure, a mandir is their claim, and they want that they be allowed to perform puja inside.
Absolutely, and Deepak can perhaps come in on this as he gets us this all-exclusive complaint copy. Deepak, you know, the complainants seem to suggest and are extremely confident of the fact that if a detailed survey is conducted, more truth is likely to come out, and they're extremely confident about it. So what more can you tell us if we look at this complaint copy closely? What is it that the Hindu side is stating?
Well, this is the application that has been filed in court. It's not a complaint. So, the application here is seeking for a commissioner to be appointed for a masjid area, very similar to what happened in the Gyanvapi case. The hearing, of course, started earlier today and went on for about 40 to 45 minutes. In the next 5 minutes, we're expecting the hearing to resume once again. The Muslim side has just gone in. We're told that the Hindu side lawyers as well are going to, present a few more details pertaining to this particular case. This particular, application now has been filed, of course, which Pranesh was reading out for our viewers, which now seeks that, the surveyor that will be appointed by the court should look into, the artifacts inside this particular masjid that are present. It talks about various aspects. It says to note and report the ancient structure situated in the scheduled property. Is the ancient temple or not? To report the same of the sanctum of the temple. They're also asking here to dig and excavate the land and to find out if there's any ancient monumentary structure or statue situated inside. Now they're also asking that along with the advocate commissioner, there should also be a representative of the Archaeological Survey of India who will also try to assess how old, if these are Hindu monuments or statues or structures that are inside, how old are they, what are their historical importance. These details need to be submitted by this surveyor, is the application that has been filed in court. So we'll really have to see whether the court gives a go-ahead in this particular case. If it does, then of course there will be a lot of strong opposition that comes in, and we'll have to see what the arguments will be from the Muslim side as well. We're expecting the hearing once again to resume here at the Mangaluru Civil Court in about 5 to 10 minutes from now.
Stay on with us, Deepak. Let me quickly introduce our guest joining us this afternoon, Mohan Krishna, Karnataka BJP spokesperson, with us on this broadcast. Also, Tausifur Rahman, political analyst, is with us. Tausifur Rahman, if I could come to you first. The Muslim side has opposed this plea, but if we go by the application that has been filed by the other side, they are very, very closely looking at a detailed survey, and they've cited several reasons for the same. They're saying that it is important to note and report ancient structure situated in the scheduled property, and that this is an ancient temple structure. So extremely confident at the face of it. What do you make of the developments taking place?
Ma'am, first of all, we have to respect if whatever sign is going to come out from the mosque, and if it's a mandir over there, and as you said, as your correspondent also discussed, that there are some swastik sign and other signs which belongs to a Hindu religion. But it's a very sad story. Because of my personal opinion, I don't trust anyone right now, whether it's a central government, state government, or whoever's looking after this whole case. Because, after 1 year, 6 months, I guess every mosque which is located in India will go under a survey, and something or the other will come out. So very cleverly, the Modi government is diverting the whole topic, whole narrative of this last 8 years, and they are making a communal harmony which it is not going to...
Rahman, the courts will be looking at it. It's not a political party, a certain political party that is raking up the issue. If you talk about the Gyanvapi issue as well, you have 5 women petitioners who first raised the issue. Mohan Krishna, would you like to respond to that?
Obviously politically involved. Otherwise, staying from last 100 years, no one ever objected. Neither the Muslims objected, neither the Hindu objected.
And that's exactly why there is a big debate about, if this is the time to right the historical wrongs. And I'd like Mohan Krishna to come in on that. Mohan Krishna, do you agree? Do you agree to what Tausif is saying? Because according to him, it's the BJP, it's the central government that is raking up the issue. He's completely disregarding the facts here. In Gyanvapi as well, we had 5 women petitioners who took up the issue to the court. Mr. Krishna, I think you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself.
Sorry. I feel people are watching this throughout the country, and this is not the first instance in the country which is happening. And what Mr. Tausif is talking, that is the sentiments of his side, what he is talking to the people of the country today. I'm sorry, Mr. Tausif, you have to understand one thing. None of the government decisions have been put on these issues. The Supreme Court has taken the issue, and the court is taking the initiatives, and we are abiding to the court orders. If the court says it is X, it is X. If it is Y, it is Y. We are ready to accept it. Why you are not ready for that? Why you are blaming Mr. Modi and BJP government for that matter? The government is not interfering in any matters of the court. Who has asked you to go to the court? Who has asked you to go to the court? Because amicably you are not able to settle the issue. Now you are going to the court and you are saying you are blaming the BJP government for that matter. I'm sorry for that.
24/7 for Babri Masjid order. Everyone remembered me because I was there for 24/7. So we all accepted.
You break up that Babri Masjid.
But sir, the problem is that
drawing a parallel with the Babri Masjid issue is not going to yield any results. If we talk about Gyanvapi, it's a different story altogether. And in this case as well, the demand is that a survey be carried out. So this is the first stage that we're looking at.
Court has given the order. It is not the government has taken the decision.
Gentlemen, hold on with that thought. You know, we're covering and looking at several angles. The SDPI has also taken up this issue and has used it to provoke instead. They say that Hindu side backed by RSS will know about the consequences if they try to come near the Malali Mosque. So that's a provocation that is coming in. Listen in.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇದನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಳಲಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಮಳಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿಯ ಒಂದು ಹಿಡಿ ಮರಳು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಇದು ಯಾರ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಸೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಗಲಭೆ ಪ್ರಿಯರಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಗಲಭೆಗಳು ಕೊಲೆಗಳು ಪ್ರತೀಕಾರಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ವೈಲೆನ್ಸ್ We don't like it. We avoid. But violence like us, we cannot avoid.
A lot of reactions coming in. The Hindutva groups have now vowed to block the plot of the opposition and Muslim leaders to block the truth. The legal battle is on in full swing. Here's a legal response coming in.
Now, you've already presented the application for the survey. Was there any sort of response that came in?
No, it's too early to judge because the court will decide now whether to take up that application or to take up application for injunction.
Okay.
The court will decide.
Okay.
The matter is
and you've even sought not just a survey to dig and excavate, the area to check for any sort of, statues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything is excavation, survey, everything is sought for.
Right. Thank you so much.
All right, so that's a legal response coming in, and as the battle is underway in the court now, there is certainly growing demand that there be a detailed survey. Let me go across to Mohan Krishna and Tausifur Rahman once again. Mohan Krishna, you were responding to Tausif. You know, Tausif's completely pinning the blame on one side and saying that this is perhaps the BJP that is deploying its tactics to, turn its agenda into what it's calling communal tension. What would you say to Tausifur Rahman? Because remember, this is the first stage that we're looking at. As far as the Malali Mosque is concerned, it's only when the renovation was taking place that certain motives, certain indications came to light that has now urged all of these petitioners to take up the case.
See, we have to understand the history very well. The South Canara, especially the Mangalore belt, was ruined by Tipu Sultan in the past. We know the history very well. A lot of Hindus and Christians have been converted into Muslims So the reason is very simple, that they are trying to divide the country in the name of the masjid and other things. We are not talking anything about any such issues. It is not BJP which is raking up the issue. We are not instigating any communal. We are not bringing any disharmony in the country. It is them. They are provoking their own people, and they are calling themselves for all these issues. We are not responsible for this.
Tausif, the issue right now is not taking down the mosque. The issue right now is about conducting the survey. So we're looking at just the stage one. Why is there such a big opposition to finding out the truth? What could have possibly happened back then?
Ma'am, first of all, I was hearing those opposition leaders, they are giving such statements like "Samne aoge to something and kuch kar denge." First of all, I do not support this kind of statement which you are horrifying the people of Kerala or Varanasi or something like that. But you have to understand, ma'am, that if Aurangzeb and Tipu Sultan did all this, why they left all these things? If that fountain is a shivling in today's date, then why did not he broke the fountain as well? Why did he just left the fountain? And why Tipu Sultan, back in Malali, he left all those signs? He could have just rebuilt that mosque and he would have made that mosque once again. But the problem is that no one in India is against the Hindus or the Hindus are against the Muslim. This is the only area of Bharatiya Janata Dal Party which they don't belong to Hindu anymore. They belong to only organization and vote sectors. That's it. They're not. And I'm challenging you on this.
Well, the subject is open to interpretation, Tausifur Rahman. You know, as for the Gyanvapi issue is concerned and the Malali Masjid is concerned, nobody has spoken of taking down any particular, mosque. Nobody has spoken of demolishing anything. This is just about people's right to worship. The 5 women petitioners in Gyanvapi were also seeking their right to worship.
I have a question to Tausif.
Back in Babri Masjid was the agenda. Now this is the agenda. This Gyanvapi will be the agenda till 2020. Decision will not come so soon. Let me tell you. Maybe if I'll be wrong.
No agenda for us. It is the agenda you are fixing yourself.
Sir, you people should have some name. Besides,
let the truth come out. Let the
do not support this.
The survey. If it is masjid, it is temple. Why you are worrying, Tausif? Why you are worrying so much? Let the survey be done. Let the court accept it. Let the court give the order of that matter.
I'm not worrying, sir. But you people are diverting the main issues.
This is an issue. Let the set up in
problem
court.
Is that the whole day, 65 days. Since last 8 years, people are only fighting for mandir and masjid. People are not fighting for...
Last 75 years,
people have just diverted the issue.
These voices were suppressed. Today they are raising their voices. Let them rise. Let them come out. That is what we are expecting. We want the truth to be there.
You people are very successful doing this. And of course, 110 times, not million times, I will blame Narendra Modi and Defense Minister and the Home Minister of this country.
Tausif, you know, the fact remains that one is to go stage by stage. The matter has been taken up by the courts. The courts will be hearing the matter in detail. A decision will be taken on whether or not a survey needs to be conducted, because there is an eager lot that just wants to find out what is it that happened back then. What is it that led to perhaps, if in this case, as is being claimed, building a mosque over the temple, and when is it that happened? So it's not really about depriving anyone of, their right to worship, but perhaps the other section that has an equal right to go and assuage their place of worship. That is the particular issue that is being looked at here.
Ma'am, why did the people in Gyanvapi did not allow the Hindus to go and worship? Why all of a sudden it got stopped? If the Muslims were allowed to do wuzu over there, I suppose the Hindus have all the rights, just like from last 40 to 50 years they were worshipping over there. They were being stopped. You know why they were being stopped? Just to create a havoc. Nothing else. Just to make it more chaotic. Why the Muslims are giving permission to go and read namaz on Friday and the Hindus are not getting permission? Why? This is all chalbazi done by BJP and no one else, ma'am. Who's running the country? Rahul Gandhi is not running the country. Narendra Modi is running the country right now.
Well, Tausif, I believe that is up to the courts to decide, and that's exactly why we're only solely waiting for what the courts have to say and the observation that the court is making at this point in time. Hearing has begun is what we are being told. Let me go across to Deepak and then we'll bring in Imran as well. Deepak, I believe the hearing has resumed. What are the arguments that are being presented?
Yes, the update that we've got from inside the courtroom is that the hearing has just begun just about 5 minutes ago. Of course, we saw the Hindu side lawyer who made his way inside the court. Now, he, of course, has filed his application seeking that, there should be a survey that should be done. This survey should be done by a court-appointed commissioner. He's also sought a representative from the Archaeological Survey of India to be a part of this commission. We'll really have to see whether the court allows for that. More importantly, the Muslim side has also filed petitions seeking that all the other applications that have been filed earlier with regard to staking claim that this is a temple in this particular mosque, and they have argued that all of this is baseless. They do not have any sort of documentation to prove it, and they've asked for it to be dismissed. So we'll have to see what the court decides. More importantly, another side of the argument here is that this particular property is Waqf property, so the court really can't interfere is also an argument that's being presented. That's being countered as well by the Hindu side. So a very interesting set of arguments is expected to take place in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Whether the matter will be taken up in detail today, and like what happened in Varanasi, there was a day-to-day hearing that of course has been taking place for quite some time. So whether that is something that the judge here is going to decide, that only time will tell. But now, most importantly, the matter of the surveyor request for appointment of a surveyor here, and also dismissal of the application itself, these are going to be the two crucial points that is going to be presented before the judge. We'll have to see whether he takes a decision on this today or whether he's going to ask for more time. Also, we should understand that the Gyanvapi case that came up in the Supreme Court with regard to the survey, that was also cited by the lawyers here while presenting their case about a couple of hours ago. Now the hearing has just resumed, is what we've heard from inside the court. We'll of course keep bringing up all the constant updates for our viewers here from the Mangaluru Civil Court.
Absolutely. So the Hindu side lawyer to file petition seeking appointment of the court commissioner to survey the Malali Masjid, just like was done in the case of Gyanvapi Mosque as well. Let me go across to Imran on that. Imran, if we talk about the other side's version, the mosque committee, I believe, has been maintaining that close to 40 years ago, the old mosque was kept where it was and the area surrounding it was then amplified. So a larger structure was created around the old mosque is the version that they're sharing. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, absolutely. In fact, they're saying that they went for the expansion of the entire the mosque premises, and they claim that they also had permission from the local panchayat. In fact, they went for renovation on April 21st. I beg your pardon. So they had permission from the local panchayat to go for extension of the mosque. And during that time, when the mosque front structure was demolished for renovation, there is symbols of what BHP claims of Hindu temple-like structure was found. And they objected to it, and the third day they went to the courts asking for stay order on this issue, which stay order was given, and the area was barricaded off by the local administration. Now the mosque side said it's an 800-year-old mosque. They have documents. They have where still the practice is being carried out. It's not just an empty structure. The prayers have been conducted every day there. Only when they went for renovation, this issue happened. Now they also claim that 800 years ago, the mosque structure was not like what we see today. There was syncretic culture, Indo-Islamic culture was there. That's on the basis of which this mosque was built. And they show other examples of other mosques across the country, like in Kerala and other places, especially in coastal belt of both Karnataka and Kerala. Now, whether this argument will be taken or not, we have to see. But the Hindu side is saying that to those for temples, the VHP, the Bajrang Dal, and our local BJP also saying that this used to be earlier a Hindu temple, but they didn't know about it. They only heard it orally, and now they have come to know after the mosque went for renovation. They also carried out a Tambula Prashna, it's a divination process. And according to them, that established that it's a temple and it was a Shaiva tradition. Whether that will be, they also going to submit that in the court by the lawyer. Whether the court will accept that or not, we have to see. The Congress, however, is saying that it is the duty of the Deputy Commissioner to look into this issue. They should have gone through the documents of the Endowment Department and both the Waqf Board. And if there was any reference to the temple earlier, like 700, 800 years before, then they should do what the document says. And if any aggrieved party, they can go to the court. they have been maintaining that the peace has to be maintained, but they also allege that this is an issue brought up by the BJP so that the next year elections we have in Karnataka and coastal belts, especially Karnataka, coastal belt is called as the saffron belt, and they want to solidify their position in the upcoming polls. Irrespective of that, the court hearing is going on now. The temples are demanding a survey, and in fact there was a meeting also conducted between Bharat Shetty, the MLA, local MLA, and both the parties, both Muslims and the VHP and Bajrang Dal, which was also opposed by certain saffron groups, saying that this is appeasement on the part of the Bharat Shetty. In fact, SDPI, which had earlier conducted a survey, program couple of days before, said that even not an inch of soil will be from the mosque will be given to the others. Anybody who's demanding it is saying that it's not a mosque structure. Now, in between all this, all eyes are now on the court. What the court will decide, whether it will allow for survey or not. And if the survey is done, whether the Muslim party will accept it or not, and ultimately what the survey will show up, that is also be a controversy and point of contention if it goes whichever way.
Absolutely. Imran, you know, this particular issue is now also slowly snowballing into a big political controversy. And let me bring in Mohan Krishna on that. Mohan Krishna, we had DK Shivkumar earlier on talk about this once again as an emotional issue. He said that emotional issues must be kept at home, and this is once again a deliberate attempt being made by one particular side to create disturbance. What would you say to these kind of political comments coming in? Because here you have him asking the centre to intervene while also pinning the blame on the BJP.
Congress, they don't have any ideas. They don't have ideology. They are confused in the country. Where they are standing, they don't know exactly. They are leaderless people, you know, today. They cannot talk about the morality and these kind of issues. What kind of emotions is... See, I would like to ask a question to DK Shivkumar. They have ruled this country for so many years. Why they have suppressed the voices for so many years then? These voices were there. Today, because it has come, because BJP, incidentally or coincidentally, BJP is there in the power. It doesn't mean that we are asking people to go to the court. It is both the sides they sought the time. They sat together where they could not come to a conclusion. Now they have gone to the court. See, the same thing. See, my simple question to my Muslim brothers is, if there was no temple, why they are worried? If it is a masjid only, let the court decide. People have gone to the court. Congress and opposition. Let me put this record on this record to you. Today and tomorrow, Communist Party of India, they are running a program in Mangaluru, that is in South Canada, on these issues only. On these issues only. Why the Muslims have been oppressed? Nobody has oppressed anybody here. We are going with the issue of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, and we are sure that, you know, people have understood. It is only few to gain politically. They were on the appeasement politics for all these years. Today they have also understood. It is not that appeasement is not going to work. They have postponed most of the issues, and they have not taken up certain issues which was very important for them. Today they are talking about all this. Congress has nothing to say about it. We are not connecting these issues with elections.
Yes.
Elections, people will decide.
You know, but the fact of the matter is, Mr. Krishna, we must not jump the gun, and we must not even conclude that a temple once here existed. Let's just wait for the courts to decide whether or not a survey will be conducted and perhaps see where this leads to. Now, a lot of developments coming in from the court, and quickly putting out some more details, and we'll go across to Imran on the same. I believe, Imran, now arguments are being presented and documents available from the masjid are being presented in the court. On this day, there is information coming in that the plaint was brought, and the question that has now come to light is whether Hindus were praying here. So that's an aspect that is also being touched upon as far as the ongoing arguments are concerned. What's going on in the court?
Well, the Muslim side is saying that this is actually a masjid and there is not anybody's property. And in fact, prayers were happening here for several years. And this issue has been created unnecessarily. What they've said is that the demolition is not of any house. It's our own masjid. And they did it for their own renovation. And nothing was illegal. In fact, they also showed the documents saying that they got permission from the local panchayat when they went for when they wanted to expand the mosque and went for the demolition of the mosque. So they're claiming that it's not any Hindu temple, it was a mosque which they themselves wanted to expand, and there was a permission granted to them. And also, importantly, they've asked the stay by the district administration to be removed and to allow for immediately for renovation work to go on. They're saying that it's a mosque.
Not carry leaked videos. अब आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, आपकी फ्रेटर्निटी की जिम्मेदारी है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के आप लोग उसके पाबंद रहिए। एक के बाद आराम से हाँ, मौलाना महमूद भाई ने क्या कहा कि आप एक्स्ट्रा हैं, आप इस बात को मुझे कहा, मेरा नाम लेकर कहा, मेरा नाम लेकर कहा। आप क्यों लड़ाना चाह रहे मुझे मेरे मौलाना महमूद मदनी साहब से? अरे ऐसा मत करिए ना, वो उनकी जमीयतुल उलमा एक जिम्मेदार तंजीम है। मैं मौलाना महमूद मदनी साहब को आपके जरिए से मुबारकबाद देता हूं, वो उसके सदर बने हैं, वो उनको पूरा इख्तियार है अपनी तंजीम का फैसला लेने का। गंगा जमनी तहजीब को जो यहाँ पर नुकसान पहुंचाया जा रहा है देश के अंदर, उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? उसके माने क्या होते हैं? हिंदू मुसलमान लड़ाया जा रहा है आपस में। भाई साहब देखिए, आपने देखा होगा कि एक जैन साहब को मध्य प्रदेश में सिर्फ इस शक की बुनियाद पर जान से हाथ धोना पड़ा कि वो मुसलमान है, और बीजेपी के एक्स कॉर्पोरेटर के हस्बैंड ने उनको तमाचा मार कर उनकी जान ले ली। ये कौन सी गंगा जमनी तहजीब है बताइए? आप एक शक की बुनियाद पर एक जैन तबके से ताल्लुक रखने वाले आदमी को मारते हैं, पीटते हैं। तो सबसे ज्यादा यह है कि रूल ऑफ लॉ को नुकसान पहुंच रहा है इससे, कानून की बालादस्ती जो कहते हैं उर्दू में, उसको नुकसान पहुंच रहा है इस तरह की हरकतों से। सर कश्मीर में जिस तरीके से कत्लेआम हो रहा है, आज भी एक कुलगाम में टीचर की हत्या हुई है। कहां पे हुई? कश्मीर। अच्छा, सरकार किसकी है भाई? सरकार किसकी है? माने सरकार लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर क्यों अपॉइंट करता है? मोदी जी ने अपॉइंट किया। और पार्लियामेंट के डिबेट में जब 370 को हटाया जा रहा था तो पुकार कर पूरे देश में कह रहे थे कि आज से आतंकवाद खत्म हो गया। नहीं हुआ ना, आप झूठे साबित हुए। अगर हत्या हो रही है, टेररिस्ट आ रहे हैं, तो ये आपकी नाकामी का सबूत है। ये हम कंडेम करते हैं हत्याओं को, चाहे वो कश्मीरी पंडित का वो जो गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट था उसका हुआ। इसीलिए हम कह रहे थे कि कश्मीरी पंडित को आपने एक इलेक्टोरल इशू बनाया, आपने उनके सही मानों में उनकी खिदमत नहीं की, आप तो सिर्फ सियासी रोटी सेकना चाहते थे उनको। इसी वजह से वहां पर वो कश्मीरी पंडित की हत्या के बाद कश्मीरी पंडित ने प्रोटेस्ट किया पूरा। तो इस सरकार की नाकामी हम खंडन करते हैं, कंडेम करते हैं।
And big breaking news coming in. Satendra Jain has been now remanded to Enforcement Directorate custody. He's been sent to 10-day custody. He's been remanded to custody of the Enforcement Directorate till the 9th of June. Big breaking news coming in. Trouble mounting for Delhi Minister Satendra Jain as the Enforcement Directorate had earlier arrested him on Monday evening. And what sources have been claiming that he was allegedly found misleading the investigation as well. So yes, a big setback. And let me go across to Bhavtosh, who's joining us with more details. The Enforcement Directorate sought his police custody. He's been sent to custody for 10 long days. We're expecting the investigation to expand. Bhavtosh, what more can you tell us?
Custody has been given to the Enforcement Directorate. As you rightly said, that ED has sought his custody till for 14 days, but the court had given custody for 10 days. ED has said that while the case is of 5 years old, but they had said that it's a case of money laundering in which he had used his shell companies to acquire properties in and around Delhi, and these shell companies had used money laundering operations, and then subsequently around 4.81 crores of money laundering was done. They have also said that as a minister, he was aware that these agricultural land mixed use would have been changed into commercial plot, and then subsequently he had used these shell companies to buy property in and around Delhi. Subsequently, in April, properties worth at least 4.81 crores were attached, and ED had yesterday called him for questioning. In the investigation that was carried out by ED, they had taken cognizance of the FIR that was filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. He was called in for questioning yesterday by the Federal Probe Agency because he could not explain the source of the money. He was placed under arrest. He was produced in the court, and the ED had asked for his custody. Now, the case, in fact, was carried. The investigation was first carried out by the Income Tax Department. The Income Tax Department had filed a prosecution complaint, and on basis of that, CBI had filed a case of disproportionate asset. Now, the CBI had claimed that his disproportionate assets were worth at least 1.62 crore rupees, and the check-in period was between 2015 and 2017. The CBI subsequently filed a charge sheet in this case in December 2018. The claims of our party that they had filed a closure report is untrue according to sources at the CBI. They had said that the then Lieutenant Governor had given a go-ahead and asked him to file a charge sheet against Satendra Jain. Satendra Jain and his family members had set up various...
I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Bhavtosh. Let me go across to BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, a big setback to Satendra Jain. He's, of course, been remanded for 10 days in the Enforcement Directorate custody. They'd sought initially a total of 14 days. But yes, the Aam Aadmi Party has been trying to dodge this, saying that the agencies had found nothing so far. In fact, they even stopped calling him because of the lack of evidence. But here we have him in custody for the next 10 days.
From Health Minister to Hawala Minister to Hawalat Minister, Mr. Satendra Jain is the poster boy of corruption. But unfortunately, Mr. Kejriwal, who says, "Meri shirt sabse zyada safed hai, main sabse zyada ईमानदार हूँ," is reluctant to take any action on this Hawalat and Hawala Minister. In Punjab, they have taken one stand. Why have they changed the stand here? And today it has been confirmed by a court of law. Yesterday they were shouting, "It's vendetta, it's vendetta, it's vendetta." ED has attached his assets worth 4.81 crores. That time it was not challenged, nor stayed by any court of law. Now he has been remanded by a court of law. So the question to Mr. Kejriwal from us in the BJP is that how long will you start playing victim card? Will you now take action on this minister? Will you sack him, or will you continue to defend the corrupt? And if you defend the corrupt, this means that you certainly have some stake in defending the corrupt. Now, Mr. Kumar Vishwas has also said that this matter was raised in the PAC. At that time, too, Mr. Kejriwal defended Mr. Satendra Jain. So, ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? Why is Mr. Kejriwal defending Mr. Satendra Jain? If he is so clean and so pure, the court will give him relief. But today that has not happened. And this is not the only instance. May I tell you that this is a long history of corruption of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Delhi Jal Board scam is worth 20,000 crores. You have the scam that is unearthing in the bus scam also. You have the manner in which they have not appointed Lokpal, which was their key issue. In the Lok Ayukta also, for 2 years, they did not appoint a Lok Ayukt because there were several cases of their MLAs and ministers pending before the Lok Ayukt. So everywhere you see, this is the most corrupt government, Mr. Kejriwal's government, and today he's defending the most corrupt poster boy of Delhi government. And therefore, the question is, what will it take for Mr. Kejriwal to sack Satendra Jain?
Thank you for that, Shehzad Poonawalla. Let me go across to Nilashish, who's been tracking the latest from what's been happening inside the court. Nilashish, take it away. Certain arguments were presented by the Enforcement Directorate wherein it said no real business was carried out. These were shell companies and money laundered to the tune of almost 4.8 crore rupees. Take us through what's happened essentially.
Well, yes, absolutely. That is the contention of the Enforcement Directorate, where it was clearly stated that upon findings, there have been allegations of money trail that needs to be recovered. But as far as Satendra Jain is concerned, as of now, what it was stated in court was that the crime of money laundering was a calculated, cool-headed offence, and there is this is an offence of a recurring nature. Now, what the enforcement directorate went on to say was that if is not sent to custody, there's a likelihood of tampering with evidence, as well as ensuring that there could be money laundering that is continuing even now. What the enforcement directorate was pressing was that we did not arrest Satendra Jain straight away. We have called him for questioning and sought information, but he was evasive and his answers were contrary to the evidence. Therefore, he was arrested only after recording all the reasons in detail. As far as the money aspect is concerned, it was spoken that there's approximately 4.81 crores that has been laundered, and the shell companies were used, which was not really doing any business. But
yes, and we're looking at a full-fledged interrogation over the next 10 days. He's been remanded to 10 days ED custody. So expecting a lot of developments on that front. Nilashish, for the moment, thank you. But yes, there is a lot of political blame game that is taking place as far as this arrest is concerned, with the Aam Aadmi Party calling it a political vendetta. A lot of reactions coming in. Listen in.
सतेंद्र जैन जी के इस केस को मैंने खुद पर्सनली सारा स्टडी किया। ये बिल्कुल कंप्लीटली फर्जी केस है। बिल्कुल उनको जानबूझ के पॉलिटिकल कारणों की वजह से फंसाया गया है। तो मैं समझता हूँ सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं। सच्चाई का रास्ता बहुत कठिन होता है। तो भगवान हमारे साथ है, ईश्वर हमारे साथ है, और वो बहुत जल्दी हमें जुडिशरी के ऊपर भरोसा है और जुडिशरी न्याय करेगी और वो निकल के आ जाएंगे, और इस फर्जी केस टिकने वाला नहीं है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, his health minister were busy looting the taxpayers' money. एक बात बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहेंगे, आपकी ये जो खामोशी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, ये बहुत कुछ बयां करती है। ये बयां करती है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ आपका हाथ है।
ये ईडी का भी केस ऐसा ही है। 8 साल पुराना केस है। जो हवाला की बात हो रही है वो 2015 से 2017 के बीच में हुआ, लेकिन सतेंद्र जैन जी उस कंपनी से 2013 में रेजिग्नेशन दे चुके थे। तो जो व्यक्ति उस कंपनी से 2 साल पहले रेजिग्नेशन दे चुका है, जिस कंपनी के 2015 से 17 के मालिक ने खुद कोर्ट में कबूल भी कर लिया है कि हवाला उसने किया, तो आज ये केस सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण से उठाया जा रहा है, और वो है हिमाचल प्रदेश का चुनाव।
We have for you in this edition of Times Now live via. Be back in just 2 minutes and we take you through the top stories and headlines we're tracking for you this afternoon. Don't go anywhere.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
A very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now live via with Kritsween Wala. It's 4 p.m. and we get you non-stop live updates that we're tracking from across the country on the biggest stories. First up, a breaking news update that is coming in. Hindu Sena has filed a police complaint against the Masjid Committee for damaging the shivling. So a complaint that has been filed against the Masjid Committee. The Hindu Sena says that the shivling that has been found during the survey in the Wuzukhana stood damaged, and now they filed a police complaint regarding the same. Remember, the matter is already with the courts, and the Varanasi court will also be hearing the Hindu side's claim, because the lawyer of the Hindu side, Vishnu Shankar Jain, had very clearly said earlier on that they will inform the district judge that the alleged shivling found inside the Gyanvapi mosque has been damaged with a chakri. That's what Vishnu Jain had to say. Since the Muslim side's arguments are still to be completed, and the matter will be taken up once again in the month of July. A lot of parallel developments coming in, and Amir is joining us live with more details on this. Amir, now that the court is yet to hear the Hindu side's claim and this allegation that has been made by them of the shivling that stands damaged, the alleged shivling that stands damaged, you have the Hindu side, now the Hindu Sena particularly taking this issue to the police. They filed a police complaint. What more can you tell us?
Well, yes, that's right. The Hindu Sena has filed a written complaint to the police here, and they're likely to pursue it further in the court as well. But since this was the last sitting of the court before they go in for summer holidays, this is most likely to come up only for hearing in the first week of July. In fact, let me remind you that Bishnoi Jain, another prominent lawyer from the Hindu side, had actually filed a police complaint about a week back and had also brought this issue to the notice of the court that the object found in the middle of the wuzu khana, which is being cited as the shivling by the Hindu side, has been damaged by the Muslim, by the mosque committee members as well as people who were in charge of running the affairs of the Gyanvapi Mosque. Although this hasn't happened between the time the survey was ordered and the survey report was filed in the court, this might have actually happened even as per them maybe a couple of years back when the entire area within the Gyanvapi Mosque was actually in their possession. And in fact, a particular blade, a circular blade was cited by Bishnoi Jain as the tool that was perhaps used to damage the purported shivling by the Muslim side. Although that claim was, that petition was in fact rejected by the court yesterday, the court did not make any specific observations in that regard. But this is interesting that the Hindu Sena has once again brought up this issue. Now this is most likely to come up in the first week of July when the court once again takes up the matter, the entire Gyanvapi issue, because there are a number of petitions, almost a dozen petitions now, which remain pending before the court. Most of them are similar in nature, asking for right to pray for Hindus within the Gyanvapi Mosque ever since the shivling has been discovered as per them. And the survey report definitely has been cited, and now the footage that has gone viral on social media as well as on television channels is also being cited as cogent proof by the Hindu side for allowing worship inside the mosque and for restricting entry of Muslims for prayers inside the Gyanvapi complex.
Absolutely. Petition after petition that is being filed in the district court, and as the Hindu side is still to make that claim in front of the court, they were waiting for the Muslim side to finish with their arguments. We'll see this come up in the month of July, as was pointed out by Amir. Harish, if I could bring you in here. As for the Muslim side is concerned, forget, talks about a damaged shivling. They're still calling this an alleged shivling. They're saying it's yet to be proven. All these visuals do not say anything for themselves, the ones that are coming out in the domain of the media, and that this is not proven yet. So they're completely distancing themselves from this claim so far.
Yes, in fact, S.M. Yassin, who happens to be the Joint Secretary of the Anjuman Intizamiya Committee, has all along maintained this stand that all the Hindu side, that is the 5 women petitioners who had moved the district court seeking daily worshipping of the idols and murals on the western wall of the mosque. He has all along been questioning the claim and saying that all the claims are false and frivolous, and that the Hindu side is trying to inflame passions and trying to trigger communal riots. He had been saying. Remember, he has also said that all these claims being made by the Hindu side, basing on the survey, all these changes on the walls were recent ones and were not part of the original Gyanvapi Mosque, and even the other claims are being questioned by him, and he's also called the attempts being made to leak the several footage as contempt of court. So this is the same person who had in fact initially said that he will not comply with the court direction to the advocate commissioners to enter the Gyanvapi Mosque and conduct a survey. So Yasin has always been in news for making such statements, but even now he is in a denial mode, as you said, and in fact today also he has made a similar statement, and this has always been the contention that what was found inside the shivling, inside the Wuzu Khana, was not a shivling but a fountain. But now all these footages have come out. The Gyanvapi footage is out, and from the footage, what the Hindu side says that it is clearly a shivling, and also points to the fact that the Nandi is facing the Wuzu Khana. So normally in a Shiva temple,
claims flying thick and fast. Harish and Namir, stay on with us as we're tracking more reactions coming in. A breaking news reaction a day after the survey videos went public and showed the Hindu motifs. And inside the Gyanvapi complex, also more evidence that came to light. The Muslim side remains in denial and has once again claimed that the shivling inside the Gyanvapi complex is a fountain. In fact, speaking exclusively to Times Now, the mosque committee said that the rusted iron pipes still exist that prove that the structure is a fountain. Listen in.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ये तो 1850 के आसपास शायद ये फव्वारा बनाया गया था, और फव्वारे में पहले कोई इलेक्ट्रिक मैकेनिज्म नहीं हुआ था कि फव्वारा चलता था। सरकारी पाइपलाइन जुड़ी हुई थी, जब प्रेशर आता था तो वो चलता था। मैंने खुद उसको चलते हुए देखा है फव्वारे को। उसके बाद जब पाइप सड़ गई, पाइप आज भी वहाँ रखी हुई, जो सड़ी हुई पाइप थी जो हटाई गई वो आज भी रखी हुई है। और दूसरी बात ये है, इतने सालों तक हमारे कब्जे में रहा, क्या हम हटा नहीं सकते थे? अगर हमें ऐसा कुछ महसूस होता, गलत महसूस होता, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था।
On the other hand, the Hindu side and lawyers say that the shivling claims have been bolstered after the survey videos have come to the fore. They say that those who damaged the shivling must be dealt with and a strict punishment must be meted out. Listen in.
देखिए, पहली बात शुद्ध कर लीजिए, कथित शिवलिंग नहीं है, केवल शिवलिंग है। उसको कथित कह के आप हमारी भावना को सदमत के लिए बिल्कुल शिवलिंग है। उसको जो भी हिंदू भगवान शिव की पूजा करता है और जिसने आज तक शिवलिंग पर पूजा करके जल अभिषेक किया है या दूध चढ़ाया है, जो मंदिर जाता है, उनको मालूम देख के कोई भी कह देगा शिवलिंग है। और शिवलिंग पर जो कुठाराघात किया गया है, जो अत्याचार किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से आघात पहुंचाया गया है, वो बहुत सोचनी भी चाहिए। और इस पर जो भी न्यायिक ढंग से जो उचित कार्रवाई होगी वो हम करेंगे।
See, the point of view is that we have to argue before the court of law. All the video and footages are before the court. So it is, I have argued and I have believed that everyone has a right to know. It's an essential part of freedom of speech or expression, but not in violation of law. And yesterday we had given an undertaking also that we are not going to release these video footages to anyone. As per the court's direction, this undertaking was given, and immediately we are going to return it back today to the court in the same manner in which we received it yesterday. So definitely it will not, I must tell you that it will not weaken our case so far as these leakages are concerned, because all these things are part of the record of the court, and we will argue the report of the commission when the opportunity comes. First, the issue of maintainability has to be decided.
After having shared the photographs and the videos of the survey that was conducted, the court, of course, did want the stakeholders to share the information that was shared in the particular reports. But the leak of the survey footage has sparked a blame game as well, with both the sides now seeking an inquiry into the leak.
आज कोर्ट ने हमारी एप्लीकेशन पर सीडी वापस नहीं लिया, कहा कि हम सुनवाई, चूंकि 4 जुलाई को डेट पड़ी हुई है, 4 जुलाई को सुनवाई के बाद हम निर्णय लेंगे कि इसको वापस लेना है या नहीं लेना है। तब तक इस सीडी को आप लोग एज इट इज सील बंद लिफाफे के साथ आप रखे रहिए, और 4 जुलाई को सुनवाई करने के बाद इस पे हम निर्णय लेंगे।
एप्लीकेशन उन्होंने देने गए थे तो वो जो भी लिफाफे हैं वो सुनिश्चित जगह पर रख दिए गए। अब 4 तारीख को फैसला होगा। बहुत कुछ उम्मीद है, हम लोग अपना पक्ष रखेंगे, हम लोग अपना लिफाफा रख देंगे ये कहाँ से लिखा हुआ है, और 4 जुलाई की मांग करेंगे कि जो लिखा हुआ उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो।
लिया कि नहीं लिया ये हम लोग नहीं बता पाएंगे अभी, चूंकि हम लोग वादनी लेके अपना चली गई सीधी, और लिया कि नहीं उन्होंने लिया, मुस्लिम पक्ष ने या और पक्षकारों ने लिया कि नहीं ये बताना बड़ा मुश्किल। इसका
आप लोगों के सामने कितने लोगों को दिया गया था ये?
भाई हम लोग
अरे जो तरीका होता है जो
क्या बोलेंगे?
अरे कहूंगा कि जो लीकेज हुआ उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई किया जाए। ये लीकेज हुआ गलत हुआ है और अदालत की अवमानना हुई है। अदालत ने आदेश दिया था कि कोई इसका लीकेज नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन
सीबीआई इंक्वायरी भी मांग रहा है।
क्यों नहीं मांगे?
कह रहे हैं कि सीबीआई इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए इस मामले।
तो ठीक है, हर आदमी सोच रहा है जो निष्पक्ष बात है वो होना चाहिए।
सर ये वीडियो लीक होने से क्या हो सकता है? कोर्ट में कुछ हो सकता है?
क्या कुछ असर पड़ेगा?
केस पर क्या कोई असर नहीं पड़ने वाला है, केस पर, लेकिन ये है कि इसका गलत इम्पैक्ट पब्लिक में जाएगा।
Well, there's no end to provocation. Owaisi has now spoken of how the Gyanvapi was and will remain a mosque. He's been talking to the media all through this case, and how he has been talking about there is a need to let the religious character of the particular religious institution stay as it was in 1947, and here's the latest coming in from him.
पहले तो मैं उन वीडियोस को नहीं मानता हूं, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि वो वीडियोस कंप्लीटली झूठ हो, एडिट करे हुए हों। क्या कोर्ट ने उसको दिया? क्या कोर्ट ने कहा कि पब्लिक डोमेन में? और अगर वीडियो सच भी हैं तब भी एक्ट रहेगा, कानून रहेगा। अभी वीडियोस आ रहे हैं तो कौन लीक कर रहा है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 3 जजेस ने नहीं कहा था कि मीडिया शुड नॉट कैरी लीक वीडियोस?
Harish and Amit continue to stay on with us. Harish, as far as the Hindu side is concerned, they've come out with a very, very serious allegation. They're saying that an attempt was made to drill a hole into a shivling, that they're claiming to be a shivling, in fact, at the moment. But they're also saying that the right to worship is something that each and every individual must have the right to access, and hence it is important that truth be told, truth come to the fore, and that's exactly why they're perhaps going ahead with this particular complaint with the police as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. As per the request, in fact, the copies of the 1,500 photos and the 10-hour-long duration video had been given to all the 4 women petitioners yesterday. But then there arose a situation where they thought that it is better to give back the videos, give back the pen drive in the same form they had received from the court after.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see where and what it leads to, because the matter is already with the courts and the issue will once again be taken up in the month of July. Well, it's one of the biggest surveys of the 21st century, a survey that has bolstered Hindu side's astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi. This is what the surveyors led by the court commissioner spotted first when they entered the Wazukhana.
It's one of the biggest surveys of 21st century. A survey that has bolstered Hindu side's astha that Mahadev resides in Gyanvapi. This is what the surveyors, led by the court commissioner, spotted first when they entered the Wazukhana, a pond used by the Muslims for ablution, filled with waist-deep water. The water was drained out to see the black structure in its entirety. The Hindu side keen that it was nothing but a shivling. Each and every movement was monitored with a hawk eye by the stakeholders during the clinching survey carried out between May 14 and May 16. As the last drop of water drained out, a 2.5 feet tall shivling-like structure emerged. A white color stone was on top of shivling-like structure. The Hindu side elated at the discovery of shivling, while the Muslim side termed it a fountain.
जो हमने वहाँ पे विराट और भव्य शिवलिंग देखा था 2.5 फीट का, उसमें किसी न किसी तरह से छेद करके 63 सेंटीमीटर का, और उसको एक फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की गई, उसमें एक चक्री लगा के उसको घुमाने की कोशिश की गई। ना ये फव्वारा हो सकता है, ना कभी ऐसा फव्वारा किसी ने इंडिया में देखा होगा।
As per the Hindu tradition, Nandi always faces Shivling. Here too, the spot where the Shivling-like structure was found is in Nandi's line of sight, but is blocked by a tall iron grill. The similarities are too uncanny, but who spreads will be answered. That is for the court to decide. Bureau Report, Times Now.
So yes, the focus remains on the kind of videos that have resurfaced, and of course there's a debate going on as far as the leak of these survey photos and videos go. But for the moment, we're keeping our focus on what the Hindu Sena has claimed when they have filed a complaint with the police. They filed a complaint with the police talking about the alleged damage to the Shivling. So that remains the latest focus. But for the moment, we also shift our focus to some breaking news coming in, and this is about DK Shiv Kumar and how trouble is mounting for him in the money laundering case. Now, the Special Judge Vikas Dhul has taken cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet that was filed last week, and Shiv Kumar has been summoned on the next date. A Delhi court has summoned Karnataka Congress leader DK Shiv Kumar while taking cognizance of the charge sheet filed by ED in the money laundering case. He's been directed to appear before the agency on the 1st of July. Nilashish joining us with more details. Yes, Nilashish.
Well, yes, absolutely. Trouble mounting for DK Shiv Kumar. The Enforcement Directorate had filed a charge sheet last week against Shiv Kumar and others in the money laundering case. Now, today, Special Judge Vikas Dhul has taken cognizance of the case, and he has summoned DK Shiv Kumar on the next date, which is the 1st of July. Let's not forget that the ED had arrested Shiv Kumar on September the 3rd, 2019, and he's out on bail after Delhi High Court granted him the same in October 2019. Of course, this case was registered by the ED on the basis of a complaint filed by the Income Tax Department, and during the initial probe, the IT department had found alleged unaccounted and misreported wealth linked to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee president. So yes, definitely trouble mounting as far as this case is concerned. As far as the department here is concerned, in 2017, a recovery of about 10 crore rupees was made, including a 2.5 crore rupees from his Bangalore property. So yes, as far as this case goes, definitely probe is still on. The trial, in fact, will start after the due process is completed. Now that cognizance has been taken, Shiv Kumar will have to face trial. And on the 1st of July, the process in court will continue when Shiv Kumar is brought before Judge Vikas Dhul.
Nilashish, DK Shiv Kumar's argument, on the other hand, is as to why did it take so long for the court to come out with this kind of a directive, because the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet was filed on Thursday. He says this should normally be done within 60 days of his arrest.
Well, yes, absolutely. The charge sheet has taken a while to be filed. Of course, what the information says is that there was a money trail. There are a number of evidences that needs to be put together, and thereafter only a concrete case can be made against him. Of course, the charge sheet in this case, which has been going on for a while now, as we were discussing, he was arrested in 2019 and was given bail at that point as well. But it's been about 3 years now, and thereafter the charge sheet has been filed. So, of course, these will be questions that he will raise, especially when he's given a copy of the charge sheet. The summoning for the next date is primarily to do with him for him to say whether he has any objections with regard to charges, what he contests, what he does not contest. And in that light, the hearing on
Well, he
July
was
1st.
arrested by ED in September 2019, and this on the basis of the case that was formed, or rather being worked upon by the Income Tax Department. So let's see how this plays out, but trouble certainly mounting for the Congress leader. Thank you, Nilashish, for that. Let's quickly shift our focus and talk about the big story we've been tracking in yet another incident of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, and this on minorities in the Union Territory. A Hindu school teacher was fired at by terrorists in Kulgam. Now, this has happened in Kulgam, and the 36-year-old Rajni Bala, the president of Samba in Jammu region, succumbed to her injuries after terrorists fired at her. Taking note of the incident, the government has asked departments to provide details of migrant employees and SC/ST employees of Jammu and Kashmir. So that's the directive that has come in from the centre. This, of course, for everyone apart from those who are a part of the Prime Minister package employees. So this is a story certainly that has brought to light once again the kind of targeted killings that are underway and that have been going on non-stop in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, they have peaked ever since 370 abrogation took place. But yes, this is a second such instance in just 1 month. My colleague Ishan has also filed a ground report from the house of the school teacher in Kulgam and what her relatives had to say. Listen in.
Right now in Savalgam area of Kulgam, this is the rented accommodation of that teacher who was shot dead in the morning today. This is where she lives with her husband and a small daughter. And the neighbors say that she left early morning from here, the house owner, and she was very respectful to everybody in the locality. We know that an attack unfolded here in Kulgam district. She was working here as a teacher. She originally hails from Samba and was working in Kashmir Valley as a teacher. Now there have been a spike in the number of these incidents. This is in Kulgam district, and this is the two-room, we believe, set where she used to live, and along with her family of two more people. Now all the family has gone to hospital since this incident has unfolded, but yes, continuous number of attacks have taken place, particularly on the minorities in Kashmir Valley. Government trying to say that we need to protect these minorities, but at the same time attacks continue, and that is something which will definitely worry security.
So yes, this has once again brought to focus on how there is targeted killing repeatedly that is underway in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and how Kashmiri Hindus are being singled out by these terrorists. Times Now also spoke to the family members and friends of the deceased, the young teacher who lost her life in today's killing. Listen in.
इस टीचर का नाम रजनी बाला था और ये बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाती थी, बहुत नेक थी।
आपने देखा जिन लोगों ने इस पे गोलियां चलाई?
नहीं, हमने नहीं देखा।
कितने लोग? आप स्कूल थे आज?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था स्कूल।
आज स्कूल किस क्लास में पढ़ते हो आप?
मैं 9th क्लास में पढ़ता हूँ।
कितने टाइम से यहाँ पे ये ड्यूटी कर रही है?
लगभग 10-12 साल से।
आपको कितना अच्छा लगी थी ये टीचर और कितना अच्छा पढ़ा?
बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाई थी।
कोई शिकायत इस टीचर के साथ कभी थी?
कभी नहीं।
सर, हम आए थे, अभी स्कूल खोलने का टाइम था, ऊपर थे हम, घंटी बजाई, बच्चे नीचे जमा हो गए। हम अब नीचे डाउन स्टेयर आ रहे थे, दो सर हमारे नीचे आ गए थे, तो हमने आवाज़ सुनी टास की, तो हमें ऐसे ही लगा कि कोई पटाखा फट गया, एक ही आवाज़। तो जब हम नीचे आ गए तो बच्चों ने शोर मचाया, हम देखने यहाँ पे वो पड़ी हुई थी, हमने चिल्लाया और हम क्या कर सकते थे, उस वक्त बेबस थे हम लोग भी। तो सभी सर गए, यहाँ पे लोकल थोड़ा भी जमा हो गए, तो सर एक ने गाड़ी लाई, तो हमने उसको बोर्ड किया। अब आ रहे हैं हम अस्पताल से अब वापस। वी कैन नॉट एक्सप्रेस, हमारे पास अल्फाज ही नहीं है, क्या करेंगे हम, हमारा कलेजा सड़ रहा है इस वक्त। हमने उस बच्ची को बुलाया स्कूल से, उसकी बच्ची पढ़ रही है यहाँ पे आशाली में, बेचारी, उसको भी वहाँ लाया। हमारा कलेजा सड़ रहा है, हम क्या कहेंगे आपसे।
ख्याल में पिछले 5-6 साल से रहती है।
5-6 साल से रहती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि
सेंटर लड़की थी, टीचर, मुसलमान लड़की जैसे दुपट्टा पहनती थी और जाती थी स्कूल। गोपालपुर में उसकी ड्यूटी थी और उसका हस्बैंड भी बहुत स्मार्ट था, शरीफ था, किसी से कोई बात नहीं, कोई बिल्कुल किसी से कोई ताल्लुक़ नहीं था, और वो मुझे बड़ा भाई समझकर ऐसे सलाम करता था। छोटी बच्ची उसकी 10 साल की होगी, 5वीं में 6वीं में पढ़ती होगा आयुष में, पता नहीं क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ है।
Well, unfortunately, politics played out over this particular killing as well. We'll get you more reactions on the same. For the moment, slipping to a very short break here. Be back with more news in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Good afternoon. You're watching Times Now with me, Sidhu Wala, and we get you non-stop updates. We're tracking as far as Sidhu Moosewala's assassination interrogation is concerned. Now, investigations are on in full swing, and more details are coming to light. So, Times Now continues to break down all those details and the link essentially that the investigators are trying to establish from Punjab to Canada to the national capital. This is a link that is only now strengthening, and Times Now picking up all the details. So we continue to focus on the investigation that is being carried out by the police, as this has now become an interstate investigation. The police believes that this murder is a fallout of rivalries between two big music camps of Punjab. Now, quickly breaking down details in this particular graphic that we have for you. Now, this essentially points out the motive behind the murder. Now, this particular man is very, very important and central to the ongoing investigations, because this is Vicky, an Akali Dal leader who was killed in August 2022. Now, it is being said that much of what has happened and the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala is directly linked to his murder. And we tell you how. Because he is a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi is a gangster in Tihar jail. Currently, he's lost lodged in Tihar jail. He's also sought security for himself, saying that he poses threat from the Punjab police. He and his gang members are being seen as the main culprits behind Sidhu Moosewala's assassination. Also, his close aide is Goldie Barar. Now, this is a Canada-based gangster that we're talking about, and he has vowed to avenge Vicky's death. So, this is the Akali Dal leader, and his death back in August 2022 certainly is back in focus as far as the ongoing investigations are concerned. Now, to put this into perspective, this is Lucky Patel, who is a gangster in Armenian jail. Now, why he becomes important is because he too is directly linked to this particular issue. Allegedly close to Sidhu Moosewala, and he seems to have a hand behind the killing of the Akali Dal leader back in August 2022. That is exactly why this is being seen as an inter-gang rivalry. So, yes, certainly at this point in time, the police are investigating this particular angle very, very strongly, and they believe that it is gang rivalry between the Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi gang that has led to the death of Sidhu Moosewala. Let's decode this web of gangs for you, but also pointing out more details. We're tracking Lawrence and his gang together for the first time on TV, and we put out those visuals as well because this is Lawrence Sampat Nera who did the recce of Salman's house. So yes, quickly shifting focus and putting the explainer for you. The mafia web on your screens, the gang rivalry essentially being highlighted in this. Now what has come to light is basically the Lawrence Bishnoi gang versus the Lucky Patel gang. Now Sidhu Moosewala seems to have had close contacts with Lucky Patel, who the Lawrence Bishnoi gang says is primarily behind the reason of the Akali Dal leader's death back in August 2022. So much of this particular case now goes back to the inter-gang rivalry between the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and the Lucky Patel gang. Now, this certainly comes to light because Sidhu Moosewala, remember, much talk is going on about how his manager also had close links to the Lucky Patel gang, and that is perhaps why his life came under direct threat. Let me quickly go across to Priyank, who's joining us with more details. Priyank, as per the investigating agencies, as per the police, facts around this inter-gang rivalry are only strengthening. By what they're finding out day in and out, it seems to be getting clearer that this is a clear gang war between the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and the Lucky Patel gang that has led to the death and the killing of Sidhu Moosewala.
Yes, certainly, and that was the first duty of Punjab police officers, although the DGP had to change out pressure of the media as well as those political parties, the local media, because the local media was certainly criticizing and trying to glamorize this issue. But over the period of time, we have known that Sidhu Moosewala, who was a 28-year-old man, came in close contact with those individuals who had several cases. And he was also said to be one of the person who was actively opposing the moves of Lawrence Bishnoi. Henceforth, Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Barar, both of them were clearly talking against Sidhu Moosewala. And when the murder of Vicky happened and the involvement of Sidhu Moosewala's personal secretary also came up, the gang was quite clear and the threat started coming in. We have these charges of these gangsters from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang who were called in for questioning by the Delhi police together in the month of September 2001, and we also have videos of all the members who have come up as the biggest threat for the law enforcement agency, not only in Punjab, but also in Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan. Lawrence Bishnoi has been operating with a series of and several conduits because he has those gangsters from the local states of any kind of contract killing can be given to those individuals. So this modus operandi needs to be busted. The Punjab police is trying to identify those who were involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala.
Absolutely. Priyank, what's also interesting is that fearing what may happen in the coming few days, so to say, Lawrence Bishnoi has moved the Delhi High Court and he doesn't want his custody to be shifted to the Punjab police. So in that sense, he's already anticipating threat to his life. What more can you tell us about the case that has been raised by him?
I would say this is a move which has been given laws of Lawrence Bishnoi just to stay in the limelight. The kind of security Lawrence Bishnoi gets in Tihar, it's a very foolproof. He gives messages to his people and certainly by which he is operating from the Tihar jail. But whenever he moves, there's a special battalion of the Delhi police which is also deployed to give him protection. By making these kind of observation and movement towards the court, these gangsters want to stay in the limelight, and that is what is being done by them by posting pictures on social media platform also. So more than operating as a gang, these gangsters have been trying to become as a celebrity, and they want to portray themselves as Robin Hood, which is a very worrying thing. Because the gun culture in Punjab is very serious, and by looking at these images, they have been trying to put a wrong picture in the mind of the youth, which is another thing which can be solved politically. So there has been a series of efforts which could have been made.
So Priyank, what we do conclude is that it is very much a possibility that the Punjab police any time now in the coming few days perhaps could come to the national capital and take Lawrence Bishnoi to Punjab. Let's see how that plays out. For the moment, also talking about more that we're tracking on the political front. Moosewala was shot dead by unidentified assailants. This happened on Sunday, prompting a political war of words. The incident took place a day after his security was downgraded by the Punjab police among 424 others. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has said that he will inquire about the withdrawal of the security, while the opposition is back at Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Punjab, saying it was the state government who had downgraded Moosewala's security. Listen in.
इन लोगों की सरकार जो है दिल्ली में भी है और दिल्ली में शुक्र है कि जो पुलिस है और जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के हाथ में है. अगर वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के हाथ में नहीं होता तो यहाँ पे अभी इनको आए हुए जुमा 4 दिन नहीं हुए. जब से आए हैं अब तक 90 से ज़्यादा जो हत्याएं हो चुकी हैं. 40 दिन के अंदर 90 से ऊपर लोग मर चुके हैं. एक मतलब पुलिस वाले के भी कल हुआ. तो स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन होना एक चीज़ है और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रशासनिक व्यवस्थाओं को संभालना दूसरी चीज़ है.
कि जिसका बेटा चला जाए उसके पास कोई अल्फाज नहीं है. अब कोई भी आ जाए, राहुल जी भी आएंगे, क्या करके जाएंगे जब हमसे हमारा बेटा ही चला गया. उसके बाप की जो हालात हैं, उसके माँ के जो हालात हैं, तो जैसे वो जिस गरीब घर से उठा उसके बाप की जब बातें सुनते हैं तो बहुत बड़े दिल वाला आदमी बात सुन सकता है, कोई और नहीं सुन सकता. कहाँ गरीबी से उठकर किस बेटे ने करोड़ों में टैक्स दे दिया गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को. तो भगवंत मान को अगर इतना ही उसका खजाना खाली था, उसको बोल देता कि मैंने पेड इसको सिक्योरिटी देनी है. उसका बाप अपने बेटे की जान के लिए पंजाब पुलिस को खरीद कर भी अपने साथ रख सकता था. नहीं, ये बात देखिए, मेरे पास जो आया था जब मैं था, इन्होंने मेरे को वीडियो दिखाई कि मेरे से एक्सटॉर्शन मांग रहे हैं. ये बिश्नोई और उसके गुर्गे कह रहे हैं कि इतना पैसा दो. मैंने कहा बेटा तू पंजाब का सपूत है, पंजाब का बेटा है, तू बिल्कुल ऐसा काम मत करना कि एक्सटॉर्शन देगा तो हमारा सर नीचे होगा. मैंने इसको सिक्योरिटी भी दी. 1 महीने में भी उसका सारा कुछ खत्म हो गया. ये भगवंत मान भी आर्टिस्ट है, इसको आर्टिस्टों की इज्जत करनी चाहिए थी. इसने माथे पर कलंक लगा दिया आर्टिस्टों के ऊपर.
Well, what is particularly shocking in this murder is not just the manner, the planning and the execution, but also the kind of weapons used. Times Now has accessed a video that shows a pistol recovered from Sidhu Moosewala's jeep. Meanwhile, we also spoke to one of Moosewala's friend who was also with him in the vehicle at the time of the attack and is now in the hospital with gunshot injuries. Gurvinder Singh has told the police that he had fired 2 shots at the assailants after first spray of bullets on the car, but he stood no chance, because they were answered with hail of bullets that killed Moosewala on the spot. So Moosewala never really stood a chance given the sophistication of the weapons used in his murder. So sources have told Times Now that an AN-94 Russian assault rifle was used. So that's the precision weaponry that we're talking about, an AN-97 Russian assault rifle that was used by the attackers. More than 30 rounds, remember viewers, 30 to 45 rounds were fired at him. The police has recovered several casings of the bullets from the sophisticated weapon, and Times Now breaking down all those details for you, because this indeed becomes extremely important as far as the ongoing investigation is concerned in terms of the evidence that has been recovered. So yes, pistols have been recovered. A pistol has been recovered from Moosewala's jeep, and his friend, who was also present in the jeep, says that he in fact did try to retaliate, but they stood no chance given the sophisticated weaponry, the Russian assault rifle that was used by the attackers. And let me go across to more details we're tracking from inside the courtroom. Remember, currently arguments are being presented and a war of words is playing out in the Mangaluru court. So Times Now continuously keeping you ahead on the kind of arguments that have been made. The arguments only intensifying, because remember, it is the Hindutva groups that are claiming that the Shaivite worship was carried out at the site of an 800-year-old mosque in Mangaluru. The temple-like architectural structure was damaged and a mosque was then built. But to quickly give you a brief update on what has been happening inside the court, now the Muslim side has been arguing that the Malaki Juma Mosque is a Waqf property. They in fact read out the Gazette notification in this regard, and pictures were also presented. On the other hand, pictures were presented from other masjid to substantiate this argument. In fact, it was said as an example that the Kasargod Mosque looks like the Dharmsthal. Arguments have been going on since then, and various case studies are being presented. The advocate was talking of how different this case is from Ayodhya, and mainly relying on the aspect of this being Waqf property as far as the Places of Worship Act is concerned. Let me go across to Imran, who's joining us with more details on that heated set of arguments that are playing out inside the courtroom. Imran, what more can you tell us? The Muslim side, of course, resorting to giving more examples from other masjids at this point in time.
Live, Kodo.
Imran, if you can hear me, take us through the latest that is playing out inside the courtroom, as both the sides are now going ahead with their own set of arguments. And what we are being told is that the Muslim side essentially is banking on evidence and stating examples of other mosques and masjids across the country.
Yeah, of course. What we're getting latest breaking is some documents in sealed envelope has been being presented in the court. Hindu side lawyers have objected to it, and the state says that the envelope could be tampered and the same wasn't presented to them. So we have to wait and see what the sealed envelope is, what the Muslim side has presented. But essentially the argument is that the citing other instances of worship where it is of contentious in nature, and how surveys are being conducted there, and they should be also allowed to conduct a survey at this Malali Mosque in Mangalore, which has become a bone of contention between the local population there. The Muslims are saying that it's a 800-year-old mosque, and they have documents, they have the Waqf properties registered, and they have documents dating back to 500 years. And it is essentially a place of worship which is still active, being used till it went for renovation April 21st, when that's when the VHP side went for a court asking the stay order in this case. The VHP has said that it essentially survey, if it's done, it will establish that it's a Hindu place of worship. In fact, what the site is, some of the photographs they have submitted when the mosque went for renovation, according to them, they claim that the pillars and some of the structure of the which was below the mosque resembles a Hindu temple, and it has all the evidences of what a Hindu temple essentially usually is. But the mosque has said that it's a syncretic culture,
and there was always a structure like this, which were earlier mosques were built like that, and they have documents and they have work
so
property
gazetted
notification.
On one hand, the Muslim side lawyer for the moment asking for the stay on the renovation to be removed. On the other hand, the Hindu side extremely hopeful, saying that traces of the temple will certainly come to light, as has in the case of Gyanvapi, if this survey be allowed. Let's see how this plays out. It's going to be very interesting the coming few minutes. Thank you, Imran. We'll come back to you in just a bit.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए। तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद।
Welcome back. After the Gyanvapi controversy comes the Malali Masjid issue. Now, the Mandir Masjid Row in Mangaluru has intensified ever since the Hindutva group claimed that Shaivite worship was carried out at the site of the 800-year-old mosque. Temple-like architectural structure damaged, Hindu-style pillars and lotus motifs were found inside the Juma Masjid during renovation. That's what the Hindu side is claiming. Now, the case has reached the court's door and a hearing is currently underway. Now, the plaintiffs have cited the Supreme Court order on the Gyanvapi to bolster their case. A quick update coming in. The hearing in this particular case that has been going on the last few minutes now stands concluded. So the hearing stands concluded. But yes, what is being said is that many traces of temple will emerge, just like in Gyanvapi, for proper survey of it is allowed. Now, that is what the Hindu side is claiming. They're vouching for a detailed survey as was conducted in the Gyanvapi, and extremely confident at the fact that Hindu traces will come to light and will come to the fore. Times Now parallelly also accessed the April 22nd plea of the Hindu plaintiffs to the court. The plaintiffs are talking about the ancestors and how they told them about the existence of the ancient temple in the presence of the mosque. Now, they assert that the temple traces were sighted after the tomb of the mosque was removed. This perhaps happened during the renovation, which, by the way, the court has put a stay on. That's also an opposition by the Muslim side. They're talking about how there must be no stay on the renovation. So a lot of developments coming in. For the moment, the latest breaking news update being that the hearing stands concluded. For the moment, quickly shifting our focus to more news that we're tracking. Hearing ends in the Malali Masjid case, and Imran is joining us with more details. Imran, at what point did the hearing stand concluded? Because, you know, we were talking about details of how the Hindu side was extremely confident of how a detailed survey must be allowed. The Muslim side, for the moment, was pressing more on how all of that must be rejected, including how the stay must also be put down and renovation must be allowed to continue. What really happened?
Yes, the immediate concern for the Hindu parties is that the survey should be appointed immediately and commissioner should be appointed for the survey. And the Muslim side, however, says that the renovation work which has been stopped, stay order given by the DC should be revoked and they should be allowed to continue with the construction. What they're claiming is that they went for the expansion of the mosque based on permission taken from the local panchayat, and the stay given by the DC is not according to law, and the renovation work has stopped, and the believers, the faithful who have to perform namaz 5 times a day have been prevented from there, and which is what they are asking the DC order should be revoked and allowed them to continue with the renovation. The Hindu side, however, is saying that the survey should be immediately conducted. As per they claim that it's a Hindu temple, and the temple structures is what they have submitted as proof as to the government, and they say that the photographs during the renovation what they have got so resembles that of a Hindu temple, and hence they are confident, and a survey is appointed to clarify on this issue, and Hindu should be handed over back to the temple. The Muslim parties also gave a sealed envelope, which we are trying to get what exactly the sealed envelope is. The Hindu side objected to it, saying that without giving them a copy of it, submission in the court is not right, and the judge should not consider it. And the arguments ended today with Hindu side demanding a survey. The court has said that they will resume a hearing for today has ended, and most probably tomorrow the Hindu party's argument will be taken over.
Absolutely. And soon after, minutes after the Hindu side began with its arguments, the hearing stood concluded. So yes, we're waiting for this to pick up once again, but parallelly also pointing out how several live reactions are coming in. Let's cut across live.
No suit is maintainable against a work property. If any suit is to be brought, agreed by any persons, such a type of suit is to be brought only before the work tribunal. So mainly today I requested the court to take up the hearings on the 2 applications which I filed, that the suit is not maintainable as the same is barred under the provisions of the work.
You of course said this is very different from the Gyanvapi case because the Gyanvapi area does not belong to the Waqf board. So and also you also objected to a survey being conducted. What are your objections to the survey?
Objection in the sense in Gyanvapi case what has happened was a Shivalinga was traced. It is not in fact a dispute pertaining to the property, because the Shivalinga was traced. The Hindu community people who have got so much of their sentiments for that Shivalinga, so they made a complaint to the district magistrate of Varanasi. So district magistrate passed some orders. Those orders were challenged before the Allahabad Uttar Pradesh High Court. Against these orders, the matter was further taken to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, protect that Shivalinga In the meantime.
So here as well, the argument is to protect a structure which they're saying looks like an ancient temple.
For that, I have produced a number of documents today. That just because the structure is made up of tiled roofs or using some wooden architects, it doesn't mean that it is a Hindu temple. Assuming that it is so in the olden days, even then, after 9.
Well, the hearing is ended for the day, and the story is set to pick up next, because this is a claim and counterclaim war that is on once again. First it was Gyanvapi, and now this is the Malali Masjid issue that has taken center stage. So Times Now continues to get you non-stop live updates on that. For the moment, slipping to a very short break here. Be back with the top stories on the other side.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
evening. You have the news here on Times Now. Madhav Gopalakrishnan. First up, a quick look at the headlines. Moosewala murder probe reveals 2 other Punjab singers' underworld links. Mafia has penetrated Punjab music and film industry like 90s, like grip on Bombay. Here's an exclusive look at the Lawrence Bishnoi gang that has struck terror in Punjab and Haryana. Bishnoi is the chief suspect in the Moosewala assassination case. Moosewala's autopsy details exclusive on Times Now. 2 bullet injuries prove fatal. One punctured his lung, the other his liver. The popular singer's last rites conducted with thousands of fans descending at Moosewala's hometown. A tractor becomes the singer-politician's hearse. Times Now mega exclusive bolsters Hindu side's claim of Mahadev Virajman inside mosque complex. But the masjid cleric says Hindu-like structures were an idol maker's leftovers. The Karnataka Gyanvapi case escalates with Hindus moving court to seek survey of Malali Masjid complex to prove the remains of a Hindu temple. Muslims won't plead to be rejected. Another wake-up call for Hindu genocide denialists. A Hindu teacher employed under PM package shot dead by terrorists days after they protested, citing threat to life. Satendra Jain has been remanded to Enforcement Directorate's custody till the 9th of June. The Enforcement Directorate has detailed how 4.81 crore rupees was routed through shell companies to purchase land. AAP says there's no basis for arrest. War of words breaks out over Satendra Jain. Opposition seeks Mantri sacking, citing AAP stand on graft. AAP says BJP got Jain arrested to save power in Himachal. A heart-touching moment during the Prime Minister's roadshow in Himachal. An artist gives the Prime Minister his mother's portrait. Modi lauds the artist and accepts the gift humbly. It's a big story on Times Now. Our exclusive has created a flutter across the country with the tapes showing you for the first time on camera what's inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. From the basement to the walls to the Wazukhana, the proof is there on camera. In the Gyanvapi tapes, from the shivling to Hindu idols to swastika and trishul on the walls and in the basement. But despite that, the ridiculing and denials continue. The mosque committee officials today said that what is being claimed as proof is a fabrication. Speaking to Times Now, the Gyanvapi Mosque Committee's SM Yassin explained that all that has been photographed inside the Gyanvapi Mosque, he says, are idols of Hindu gods found in basement, which are remnants from a workshop that was run there earlier. As for the swastikas and tridents, he dismissed them as the work of vandals. Meanwhile, a Hindu group has alleged a deliberate effort to change the character of the temple remnants in Gyanvapi. The Hindu Sena has now filed a complaint against the Masjid Committee for damaging the shivling. But despite that, the anger and outrage, the MIM chief Asuddin Owaisi still insists whatever's on camera can stay on camera. For him, Gyanvapi will remain a mosque.
देखिए, पहली बात शुद्ध कर लीजिए, कथित शिवलिंग नहीं है, केवल शिवलिंग है।
केस बिल्कुल फर्जी है। हम कट्टर ईमानदार और देशभक्त लोग हैं। हम लोग भ्रष्टाचार को देश के साथ गद्दारी मानते हैं। सर कटा सकते हैं, वो भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करेंगे। देश के साथ कभी गद्दारी नहीं कर सकते। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पूरे देश ने देखा किस तरह हमने पंजाब में अपने ही एक मंत्री को खुद ब खुद बर्खास्त करके जेल भेज दिया। किसी को उनके भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं पता था, ना मीडिया को, ना विपक्ष को, किसी को नहीं पता था। हम चाहते तो पूरा मामला दबा सकते थे, लेकिन हमने ऐसा नहीं किया। हम देश के साथ गद्दारी नहीं कर सकते, हम अपनी आत्मा का सौदा नहीं करते। 2015 में भी एक ऐसा ही वाकया हुआ था, जब मैंने खुद ब खुद अपने खाद्य मंत्री को बर्खास्त करके सीबीआई को सौंप दिया था। तब भी किसी को नहीं पता था, तब भी हम चाहते तो केस को दबा सकते थे, लेकिन हमने ऐसा नहीं किया। देश तो क्या, पूरी दुनिया ने भी राजनीति में इस स्तर की ईमानदारी नहीं देखी है। जिस दिन पंजाब के हमारे मंत्री को हमने जेल भेजा, बहुत लोगों के फोन आए, लोग भावुक हो रहे थे, बोल रहे थे सर हमने कभी नहीं सोचा था कि अपने इस जीवन में इस स्तर की ईमानदारी देखेंगे। मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं, पढ़ा लिखा आदमी हूं, कानून की भी बहुत समझ है। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं, पूरा का पूरा मामला फर्जी है, केवल राजनीति की वजह से उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है। अगर उनके मामले में 1% की भी सच्चाई होती तो मैं खुद ही कब का उनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन ले चुका होता। इन्होंने हमारे कई एमएलएज पे कई झूठे केस किए, सारे कोर्ट से छूट के वापस आ गए। अंत में तो सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरे ऊपर भी इन्होंने न जाने कितने केस किए, मेरे ऊपर इन्होंने कितनी बार रेड करवाई, कुछ नहीं मिला। अंत में तो सत्येंद्र जैन जी भी छूट जाएंगे। हमारी पार्टी भगत सिंह के आदर्शों पे चलने वाली पार्टी है। भगत सिंह देश के लिए और सच्चाई के लिए शहीद हो गए। देश के लिए, समाज के लिए जेल जाना दूषण नहीं होता, भूषण होता है। और आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता समझता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी में रहना है तो हमेशा जेल जाने के लिए और अपनी जान कुर्बान करने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। सत्येंद्र जैन देशभक्त है, कट्टर ईमानदार है, बेहद साहसी है। ऐसी जेलें उनके साहस और जज्बे को और मजबूत करेंगी। मैं समझ सकता हूं उनकी पत्नी और उनके बच्चों पे इस वक्त क्या गुजर रही होगी। मैं उन्हें कहना चाहता हूं, भाभी जी आपके पति बेहद साहसी हैं, बच्चों आपके पिता बेहद साहसी हैं। उन्होंने पूरी दुनिया को मोहल्ला क्लिनिक का मॉडल दिया है। उन्होंने पूरे देश को एक बेहद शानदार स्वास्थ्य का मॉडल दिया है जहां सबका इलाज फ्री होता है। उन सब करोड़ों लोगों की दुआएं उनके साथ हैं जिनका उन्होंने फ्री में इलाज करवाया है। ऐसे शख्स पे पूरे देश को गर्व है। भगवान उनके साथ हैं। जय हिंद।
All right, so that is Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal talking about the Satendra Jain arrest and saying that this case will be proved to be false. That's the allegation coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister, saying that there have been attempts at political cases in the past as well. And of course, if there was anything wrong, the Aam Aadmi Party itself would have taken action as they had done in the case of the Health Minister in Punjab. Let's listen into the reactions coming in on the story.
ये ईडी का भी केस ऐसा ही है। 8 साल पुराना केस है। जो हवाला की बात हो रही है वो 2015 से 2017 के बीच में हुआ, लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन जी उस कंपनी से 2013 में रेजिग्नेशन दे चुके थे। तो जो व्यक्ति उस कंपनी से 2 साल पहले रेजिग्नेशन दे चुका है, जिस कंपनी के 2015 से 17 के मालिक ने खुद कोर्ट में कबूल भी कर लिया है कि हवाला उसने किया, तो आज ये केस सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण से उठाया जा रहा है और वो है हिमाचल प्रदेश का चुनाव।
All right, we have BJP's Amit Malviya joining us now on the phone line. Amit Malviya, we heard Arvind Kejriwal there. He says it's a completely political case, and he also alleges that these charges will be proved to be wrong, that Mr. Satendra Jain will walk out a free man. Your response to that?
Why is Arvind Kejriwal behaving like judge, jury and executioner? Is anybody asking for his opinion? The agencies are doing their job. And is Arvind Kejriwal worried that the trail of money might reach him? Is that why he's come out twice in a day to defend Satendra Jain? Arvind Kejriwal, who swears by honesty and running a corruption-free government and electing and selecting people who are honest to the core, has a bunch of leaders in his party who are corrupt to the core. And Satendra Jain is no exception. Founder member of the Aam Aadmi Party, Kumar Vishwas, has spoken on this matter. And he said this matter was raised within the party when it first came out. And Arvind Kejriwal tried and hushed it up even then. He's trying to do the same thing again. I ask again, what is he so paranoid about? Let the investigation happen.
All right, 2 points that are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party, Amit Palviya. The fact that Mr. Jain has been questioned for several years now, point number one. And point number two is they are alleging that this is misuse of agencies, as several opposition leaders are often questioned. And in this case, he is also the in charge of Himachal, which is also poll bound.
Look, if Satendra Jain is guilty of corruption, the agencies will question him. They'll probably question him over several months. And eventually, when they have enough proof, they will take him into custody, as they have done now. He has been given in judicial custody, and they will probe further and ask more questions. I don't think Arvind Kejriwal's permission is required for that. And it has nothing to do with Himachal elections, because Aam Aadmi Party does not exist in Himachal. Their entire party, cadres, leaders have joined the BJP about a month ago. Maybe Arvind Kejriwal doesn't know.
All right, Amit Palviya, thanks so much for joining us and sharing with us your perspective. Let's listen to more reactions coming in on the story.
Arvind Kejriwal ji, his health minister, were busy looting the taxpayers' money. एक बात बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहेंगे, आपकी ये जो खामोशी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, ये बहुत कुछ बयां करती है। ये बयां करती है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ आपका हाथ है।
ईडी ने कानून की जो कार्रवाई की है, वो कार्रवाई तथ्यों के आधार पर और सबूतों के आधार पर की है। हकीकत तो ये है कि 2015-16 से ये केस चल रहा है। इसके बाद ईडी ने 4.81 करोड़ के एसेट्स भी सतेंद्र जैन के सीज किए थे। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, जो हमेशा ईमानदारी और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, क्या आज वो एक व्यक्ति जिस पर इतना बड़ा आरोप भ्रष्टाचार का लगा हुआ है, जिसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उसे मंत्री बनाए रखेंगे या उसका इस्तीफा लेंगे, उन्हें बर्खास्त करेंगे?
ये पूरी तरह से क्लियर है कि सत्येंद्र जैन इस तरह के मामलों में लिप्त है। अफसोस इस बात का है ये इतनी देर से क्यों हुआ, लेकिन फिर भी कहना चाहता हूं देर आए दुरुस्त आए। आज जो सच सामने आया है यही सच था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने की बात किया करते थे, वो पूरी तरह से झूठ था। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि सच को आप दबा सकते हो, खत्म नहीं कर सकते।
प्रोटेस्ट दिल्ली की जनता का प्रोटेस्ट है और दिल्ली के मंत्री बर्खास्त किए जाए, मुख्यमंत्री जी इनको तुरंत बर्खास्त करें।
The Delhi's BJP's unit president is clearly stating that the protest will continue, and right now at the barricading, the BJP's Delhi unit have been stopped, and now there you can see there has been a tussle between the police officials and the BJP's member, and they wanted to barge in, and they wanted to they wanted to go towards the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, but they are not being allowed. Clearly, there are a lot of protesters out here, and they are trying to go ahead. As far as the Delhi police is concerned, they have not been given permission to go towards Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but continuous protest here at the civil lines. As far as the BJP is concerned here in Delhi, they just wanted Arvind Kejriwal to respond on the allegations, as well as they wanted Satendra Jain to be suspended as soon as possible, so that clear message can be given out, and the BJP is clearly stating that the protest will continue. This is Aishwarya Jain, reporting for Times Check work in Delhi.
And Aishwarya Jain joins us now on the phone line. Aishwarya, is the protest still underway? Because we understand that a huge number of BJP supporters had gathered near the Chief Minister's residence to protest. Take us through what's happening there at the moment, Aishwarya.
Well, as far as BJP's unit is concerned, Adesh Gupta, the BJP Delhi president, had led the entire protest at civil lines, and they wanted to barge in towards Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Their only demand is that when the Aam Aadmi Party has suspended one of its minister from Punjab government over allegation of corruption, why not? Satendra Jain is being suspended, and their clear demand was that Satendra Jain should be suspended by Arvind Kejriwal government as soon as possible. There were hundreds of protesters that came in here at the civil lines, but the permission was not being granted by the Delhi police to go ahead, and therefore we saw a scuffle between the Delhi police and the BJP workers as well. But Adesh Gupta clearly demanded that in the history of India there is no one which we have witnessed earlier, that a sitting minister is in jail, and he is also leading the entire ministry from inside the jail, and Satendra Jain is one of the case. So clearly the Aam Aadmi Party on the other side have been clearly stating that it is Satendra Jain who was made the in charge of Himachal Pradesh, and therefore certainly the BJP was fearing loss in the upcoming polls, and therefore the reason perhaps the government has used once again ED and the investigative agencies. But on the other side, what the BJP is saying is that the investigation was going on since last 7 years, and with proper due procedure, after being investigated and raided for several times, Satendra Jain was yesterday arrested, and today he was accordingly produced in the court as well, and have been now remanded for 10 days. So clearly there has been a war of words between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, and what the BJP's Delhi unit is saying that they will continue to protest on the streets and on the roads of the national capital until and unless Arvind Kejriwal will not suspend Satendra Jain. But now a fresh statement for Arvind Kejriwal has come in that all the case is fake, and there is not even 1% truth in this particular case.
Stay with us now. There's a response coming in from Anil Chaudhary on the same issue. Let's listen to what he had to say.
We have been joined by Delhi Congress Chief Anil Chaudhary. सर, राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट का बयान आया है, सत्येंद्र जैन को 10 दिनों के लिए ईडी की कस्टडी में भेजा गया है। कैसे देखते हैं इस पूरे मामले को आप?
देखिए, न्याय की जीत होती है, सच सामने आता है, सच को आप खत्म नहीं कर सकते, छुपाया जा सकता है। ये जो कट्टर वर्ड यूज करके ईमानदारी, राष्ट्रभक्ति का ढाल बना करके छुपाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, सच सामने आ गया है। ये जो कस्टडी है, जो रिमांड है, ये कई राज खोलेगा, कई अपराधों की परत खुलने वाली है, और मुझे पूर्ण रूप से उम्मीद है जो ईडी और जो हमारी जांच एजेंसीज हैं निष्पक्षता के साथ जो जांच कर रही हैं, उसमें मैं कहना चाहता हूं दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होगा। सत्येंद्र जैन आरोपित है, ये तय हो चुका है, पूरी तरह से साक्ष्य हैं, लेकिन अब जो नींद उड़ी है अरविंद केजरीवाल की उड़ी हुई है, क्योंकि सत्येंद्र जैन पंजाब का हेल्थ मिनिस्टर के टाइप नहीं है, ये राजदार है अरविंद केजरीवाल के उन काले कामों का जिसमें पैसा उगाई हुई है, काले पैसे को लगाया गया, 200 बीघा जमीन खरीदी गई, सेल कंपनियों के माध्यम से पैसे को घुमाया गया, तो वो राज खुलने बाकी है। आने वाला जो समय होगा, इनके देशभक्ति, जो कट्टर ईमानदारी की बात करने वाला मुख्यमंत्री सच सामने आएगा। आज उन लोगों को, मैं जो लोग इनके साथ एक ईमानदार चेहरे थे जिनको घर बैठा दिया, मैं आज उनको बधाई देता हूं कि आज शायद उनकी जीत हुई है, क्योंकि जिनके चेहरे पे ये व्यक्ति दिल्ली में काबिज होकर बैठा, लोगों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की, सच सामने आ गया है।
लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल का तो कहना है कि ये पूरा मामला फर्जी है, उनको फंसाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, क्योंकि हिमाचल के चुनाव आ रहे हैं और हिमाचल के प्रभारी हैं सत्येंद्र जैन, इसलिए भाजपा ने पूरा षड्यंत्र रचा है।
देखिए, उनने क्या कहा इस पे तो मैं एक टिप्पणी करना चाहता हूँ। अरविंद केजरीवाल, याद होगा, मुख्यमंत्री बनने से पहले यही बातें करते थे, शिलाजी पे आरोप लगाते थे, नए आरोप लगाते थे तमाम नेताओं पे, उसके बाद माफ़ी मांगते थे। जब उन पे मानहानि के केस दर्ज हुए तो यही व्यक्ति माफ़ी मांगने वाला है, तो इनके बयान पे क्या आप विश्वास करेंगे? दूसरा, जो हिमाचल का उदाहरण दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, याद होगा अरविंद ने इसी मामले में पंजाब चुनाव के दौरान प्रेस वार्ता की थी, वो 26 जनवरी 2022 था। इनकी नियुक्ति होती है मार्च में। अरविंद को ये पूरी तरह से पता था।
Responses coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party as well to the arrest of Satendra Jain. Let's listen in.
कि सरकार संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का गलत इस्तेमाल कर रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी और मैं खुद व्यक्तिगत तौर से इस बात की निंदा करता हूँ।
दूसरी तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल,
भ्रष्टाचार के काल के रूप में अरविंद केजरीवाल को जाना जाता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पहले ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, उन्होंने अपने मंत्री के खिलाफ 6 लाख रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार पे मंत्री पद से हटाया था, और अभी भगवंत मान दूसरे देश के ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री जिन्होंने 1% रिश्वत का मामला सामने संज्ञान में आया तो मंत्री को हटा के जेल कराई। आम आदमी पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार को बर्दाश्त नहीं करती, परंतु झूठे मुकदमे बनाना और तय करना कि आम आदमी पार्टी को हिमाचल से रोकना है, इनके रोकने से आम आदमी पार्टी रुकने वाली नहीं है। ये जितने मर्जी झूठे मुकदमे बना ले, देश की जनता देख रही है, हिमाचल की जनता भी देख रही है।
All right, Aishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party insists that Satendra Jain and the entire case against him has been falsely foisted and that he will be proved to be innocent, saying that they do not mince their words while taking action against even their own party's leaders, as has been seen in Punjab. But the BJP has quite something else to say, and we saw the protest taking place on ground at the Chief Minister's residence, and we've also seen how the court has now gone ahead and given 10 days of custody to the Enforcement Directorate of Satendra Jain for further investigation.
Well, that's what the BJP is clearly trying to level allegations on Aam Aadmi Party. They are clearly stating that the double standards of Arvind Kejriwal on one side, when the allegations were against one of their ministers in Punjab government, then they have suspended him. Then why not Satendra Jain when there is again, allegations against him of corruption, and now the ED has registered case and even he is arrested. So why not Arvind Kejriwal is suspending? There are few of the BJP workers on ground here as well after the protest which took place here at civil lines, where they tried to barge in and went ahead to the Chief Minister's residence. आप लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करने आए थे। लगातार मांग की जा रही है कि सतेंद्र जैन को गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए आपकी ओर से, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी का जो कहना है कि ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ हिमाचल प्रदेश के पोल्स को देखते हुए किया गया है और वो बिल्कुल निर्दोष है।
देखिए, आप भी सभी जानते हैं, पंचायत चुनाव से लेकर के चाहे वो जिले में चुनाव हो, चाहे विधानसभा का चुनाव हो, चाहे लोकसभा चुनाव हो, हर तरह का चुनाव साल में 4-5 बार ही होता ही रहता है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि अपराधी अपराध करें और उनको कानून के खिलाफ कोई काम ना करें। ये सारा प्रोपेगेंडा है इनका। अभी उन्होंने क्यों बर्खास्त कर दिया अपने एक उसको मंत्री को? पंजाब में किया तो पंजाब में किया तो इसको भी बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। दूध का दूध पानी पानी हो जाएगा। तो ये कहना कि चुनाव है तो चुनाव तो राजस्थान में भी है, तो राजस्थान के किसी को गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं किया गया? चुनाव तो मध्य प्रदेश में भी है, चुनाव तो और भी छत्तीसगढ़ में है, तो छत्तीसगढ़ में क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं किया गया?
So that's what the BJP is trying to say in the press conference done by Gaurav Bhatia today as well. He clearly stated that agencies are independent and they are continuously working to arrest the corrupt people out there in the country, whether it is elections or whether it is the poll-bound states. If the charges are leveled against some individual, whether it is minister or any other, then they will do its duty, and therefore Satendra Jain has been arrested. There is no link between Himachal Pradesh polls. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party is clearly saying. But on the other side, the BJP has been demanding Satendra Jain's and Arvind Kejriwal's resignation as well, because they are claiming that the corruption is just not under Satendra Jain's ministry and his family members, but also many other top leaders are also involved in Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, that is, of course, a very, very significant political fight that is currently underway. On the one hand, you have the Aam Aadmi Party saying that these are false cases. On the other hand, you have BJP saying that there are very serious charges. Now, these charges, let's go through them very quickly, Aishwarya. These charges include money that has allegedly been routed through Hawala channels. And in fact, what is being alleged by the Enforcement Directorate is that some of this money was also used to buy properties. 4.8 crores, if I'm not mistaken, of money that was that the ED alleges Mr. Satendra Jain was not able to explain, and also the fact that these properties are in firms that are being linked to Mr. Satendra Jain.
Oh, well, that's right. ED initiated the probe based on the investigation of the Central Bureau of Investigation. An FIR was earlier registered back in 2017, remember, under the Indian Penal Code and Prevention of Corruption Act. And therefore, the Enforcement Directorate initiated the investigation and registered the case on the Money Laundering Act. And therefore, 4 of the companies as well as the family members, were also booked by the ED ED, to which it was said that 4.18 crore rupees of immovable properties were attached by the Enforcement Directorate, and there were several raids and also several documents which were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate during these last...
All right, Aishwarya, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. I'd like to thank you for joining us. Let's take a quick look at some of the news coming in from across the country. And right-wing groups have decided to march to Srirangapatna on the 4th of June. They're demanding Tipu Sultan's mosque is an Anjaneya temple and that it should be handed over to Hindus. CBI custody of S. Bhaskar Raman extended till the 1st of June in connection with a visa scam case. He was arrested by the CBI earlier on the 17th of May. Water supply from Daisar to Malad will be affected on May 31st due to work on water mains. Supply in Kandivali, Borivali, Daisar and Malad will be affected on the 31st of May and the 1st of June. This work will commence at 8:30 a.m. on the 31st of May and will be completed at 8:30 a.m. on June 1st, said a statement by the BMC. India's active caseload currently stands at 17,883. The active cases stand at 0.04%. 2,134 recoveries in the last 24 hours and 2,338 new cases recorded in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate stands at 0.64%. Time now to slip into a very quick break, but more news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
evening, hello and welcome. You are watching Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with the headlines. Times Now mega exclusive bolsters Hindu side's claim of Mahadev Virajman inside the masjid complex, but the masjid cleric says Hindu light structures were an idol maker's leftovers. The Karnataka Gyanvapi case escalates with Hindus moving court to seek survey of the Malali Masjid complex to prove remains of Hindu temple. Muslims won't plead to be junked. Another wake-up call for Hindu genocide denialists. A Hindu teacher employed under PM package shot dead by terrorists days after they protested, citing threat to life. Delhi Minister Satendra Jain remanded to ED custody till June 9. ED details the case up, says this is all fakery. He's a victim of vendetta. War of words break out over Satendra Jain's arrest. Opposition seeks Mantri sacking. AAP says BJP is behind the crackdown. Thousands turn up to bid farewell to Punjab pop singer Moosewala. Father takes off pagdi to express gratitude to people bereaving his loss. Times Now brings exclusive video of Lawrence Bishnoi gang that has struck terror in Punjab and Haryana. Probe suggests mafia has penetrated Punjab music and film industry. The popular singer's last rites conducted with thousands of fans descending at Moosewala's hometown. A tractor becomes the singer-politician's hearse. Who can forget this child parroting hate slogans at a PFI rally in Kerala? Times Now accesses remand note which will tell you who corrupted him. And look at these pictures, viewers. A heart-touching moment during PM's roadshow in Himachal. An artist gifts Prime Minister his mother's portrait. Modi lauds the artist, accepts the gift humbly. The big story this hour on Times Now, our world exclusive has created a flutter across the country. The Gyanvapi new tape shown to you for the first time on camera. What is inside the Gyanvapi Mosque? From the basement to the walls of the Wuzu Khana, the proof is there on camera. In the Gyanvapi tapes, from the Shivling to Hindu idols to swastika and Trishul on the walls and in the basement. But despite that, the ridiculing and the denials continue. The mosque committee officials today said that what is being claimed as proof is fabrication. Speaking to Times Now, the Gyanvapi Masjid Committee's SM Yasin explained away all that has been photographed inside the Gyanvapi. He said that the idols of Hindu gods found in the basement are remnants from a workshop that was run there earlier. As for the swastikas and tridents, he dismissed them as work of vandals.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। ये तो 1850 के आसपास शायद ये फव्वारा बनाया गया था और फव्वारे में पहले कोई इलेक्ट्रिक मैकेनिज्म नहीं हुआ था कि फव्वारा चलता था। सरकारी पाइपलाइन जुड़ी हुई थी, जब प्रेशर आता था तो वो चलता था। मैंने खुद उसको चलते हुए देखा है फव्वारे को। उसके बाद जब पाइप सड़ गई, पाइप आज भी वहाँ रखी हुई, जो सड़ी हुई पाइप थी जो हटाई गई वो आज भी रखी हुई है। और दूसरी बात ये है, इतने सालों तक हमारे कब्जे में रहा, क्या हम हटा नहीं सकते थे? अगर हमें ऐसा कुछ महसूस होता, गलत महसूस होता, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। हिंदू किराएदार जो मूर्तियों का कारोबार करते थे वो भी वहाँ रहते थे और वो अपने जो टूटी फूटी मूर्तियाँ थी वो वहाँ फेंक देते थे। अब वो वहाँ फेंक करके उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग हो गई। बैरिकेडिंग के बाद से अंदर से कोई सामान बाहर नहीं जा सका, इसलिए वो वहीं पड़ी रह गई और उसकी तरफ किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया। बस ये है। ये बाद में किसी वक्त कुरेदा गया है। जब ये बैरिकेडिंग नहीं थी, एक्सेस टू ऑल था, तो हो सकता है किसी ने जानबूझ के कुरेदते रहे हों। क्योंकि अक्सर आप जाके देखिए वहाँ पे कहीं बोतल है, कहीं मिट्टी के बर्तन हैं, इस तरह के लोग फेंकते रहते हैं वहाँ। तो ये आम बात है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं। वहाँ एक भोला नाम का आदमी आता था जो रंगाई पुताई का काम करता था, वो अक्सर कुरेदा करता था। कई जगह उसने कुरेदा, यहाँ तक कि उसने एक जगह श्री राम लिख दिया था। जब उसको पकड़ा गया कि भैया ये श्री राम तुमने यहाँ क्यों लिख दिया, तब उसके बाद उसको हटाया गया। आप जो भी आपको ये चिन्ह मिले हैं, ये सिस्टमेटिक नहीं होंगे, ये सिस्टमेटिक हैं भी नहीं। आड़े तिरछे ऐसे उसे जैसे चाहा उसने कुरेद दिया। अब वो जो है ये शरारत थी और कुछ नहीं उसकी।
Shararat, says SM Yasin. Meanwhile, a Hindu group has alleged a deliberate effort to change the character of the temple remnants in Gyanvapi. The Hindu Sena has now filed a complaint against the Masjid Committee for damaging the Shivling. But despite the anger and outrage, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi still insists whatever is on camera can stay on camera. For him, Gyanvapi is, was and will remain a mosque.
देखिए, पहली बात शुद्ध कर लीजिए, कथित शिवलिंग नहीं है, केवल शिवलिंग है। उसको कथित कह के आप हमारी भावना को साथ मत के लिए, बिल्कुल शिवलिंग है। उसको जो भी हिंदू भगवान शिव की पूजा करता है और जिसने आज तक शिवलिंग पर पूजा करके जल अभिषेक किया है या दूध चढ़ाया है, जो मंदिर जाता है, उनको मालूम देख के कोई भी कह देगा शिवलिंग है। और शिवलिंग पर जो कुठाराघात किया गया है, जो अत्याचार किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से आघात पहुंचाया गया है, वो बहुत सोचनी विषय है। और इस पर जो भी न्यायिक ढंग से जो उचित कार्रवाई होगी वो हम करेंगे।
पहले तो मैं उन वीडियोस को नहीं मानता हूं, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि वो वीडियोस कंप्लीटली झूठ हो, एडिट करे हुए हों। क्या कोर्ट ने उसको दिया? क्या कोर्ट ने कहा कि पब्लिक डोमेन में? और अगर वीडियो सच भी हैं तब भी एक्ट रहेगा, कानून रहेगा। अभी वीडियोस आ रहे हैं तो कौन लीक कर रहा है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 3 जजेस ने नहीं कहा था कि मीडिया शुड नॉट कैरी लीक वीडियोस?
Okay, breaking inputs coming in. This is big news now. Breaking first on Times Now. For the first time, the mosque side is claiming to produce what they call is proof of what has been termed as a fountain inside the wuzu khana. Times Now has accessed pictures. The masjid side now has put out pictures of a circular network of pipes which they claim existed earlier in wuzu khana and now has been moved away because of rusting. This, they say, is enough proof that what is being claimed as a shivling was part of the fountain in the middle of the wuzu khana. Let's go to those exclusive images. On the left is the structure, the shivling-like structure that the Muslim side has dismissed as fountain. Fawwara is what they have called it. Now, a day after Times Now put out the Gyanvapi new video, the Muslim side is claiming, look, there was a fountain, this is a fountain, and they have now put out a picture of a circular network of pipes. That's the picture on the right-hand side, viewers. That circular thing is lying on the carpet. The Muslim side says, look, this was always there as part of the fountain, but over the years, because of decay and rusting, this was removed. But we stand by what we have claimed, that the structure is not a shivling, it is a fountain. For the first time now, the Muslim side, after claiming that the shivling-like structure was not a shivling but a fountain, has now come out with picture proof. This is their version. They say this is what existed there. Now, Amir Haq is joining us. Amir, we have the 2 sets of visuals on our screen. On the left, what was caught on camera during survey. Video played out on Times Now. And now the Muslim side claiming that, look, this is the network of pipe, this circular thing that always existed, that this was a fountain.
Well, Pranesh, the difference between both the pictures is that one is the part of the survey that was happening inside the Gyanvapi complex over a period of 5 days. And this was, remember, a court-mandated survey which happened in the presence of the court-appointed advocate commissioner as well as his associates. Although we do not claim that the footage that is being shown here is definitely the one that has been submitted with the court, but it is quite clearly established established that the lawyers are there at work. Even the court-appointed advocate commissioner Ajay Kumar Mishra is seen in the visuals. So therefore, these visuals have a certain authenticity attached with them. We do not claim any authenticity as far as I said earlier, that these pictures or these visuals have emanated from the survey report that has been submitted with the court. But then these visuals, these pictures that have been brought into the public domain by the Muslim side today, they have no authenticity as such because they haven't really submitted any such report to the court.
Stay with us, Amir, just hold your thoughts. Imtiaz Ahmed, who's a resident of the Gyanvapi complex area, has spoken out. This is what he has said.
ये इलाके में मेरी दुकान थी पहले 40 साल तक हम लोग उसमें मस्जिद में सेवा किए हैं, उसमें रहते थे, मस्जिद में जाना था, 5 वक्त की नमाज पढ़ते थे। उसमें दौरान फुवारों को कई बार हम लोगों ने सफाई किया है। अब वो सीमेंटेड का बीच का है, उसकी दीवार भी सीमेंटेड है, बीच वाला भी सीमेंटेड है। वो थोड़ा इसलिए गहरा रखा गया है कि उसमें मछलियों को रखने के लिए कि जब फुवारा हौज को खाली किया जाए तो उसके अंदर मछली रहें, और फिर जब हौज में पानी भरा जाए तो उसके अंदर मछली फिर निकल जाती थी, इसलिए वो दौड़ थोड़ा गहरा किया गया रखा गया। वो सीमेंट का बना हुआ, वो काई उस पर लगी हुई है पानी में रहने से लिए, और इसलिए उसको हम लोग काय की सफाई नहीं करते थे, साइड की सफाई बाहर की करते थे कि मछलियाँ अगर उसमें रहें तो उनको खाने का अगर कुछ नहीं मिले तो उस काई खा के जीवित रह जाएं।
Okay, so claims and counter-claims on both sides. Shiraj Nair, spokesperson of the VHP, with us. Khalikur Rahman, political analyst. Good evening, gentlemen. Shiraj Nair, it is back to Fawwara versus Shivling.
See, first of all, we would not like to comment on the whatever has been decided by the honorable courts. But at the same time, why this dilly-dallying? Whatever it is, we are absolutely positive and we know what it is exactly. Let things come out and open. If these people are saying it is a Fawwara, then why are they scared of? What is the reason of they being so timid and scared? They should be very open. Let it be open. Everything will be open. See, we are living in a scientific world. We are living in a world where technology has grown so big. We are living in a world where even the age of a stone can be measured and can be said how old it is. So we know nothing can be tampered and hampered. We have been saying it for years together. So if they believe if they're saying that it is right, let things be open. We don't want things to be delayed. We don't want atkana to happen. We don't want these things to be tangled in the courts for years together. We are absolutely fine. Let everything come out in open. The gag order was issued to the petitioners, but the gag order was not issued to the media. So media is showing everything. And if you believe Islamic law also, they are committing shirk. What has Nandi got to do in a mosque? What has Trishul got to do in a mosque? What has Shivling got to do in a mosque? Why are they committing shirk? They should have a large heart, respect their own religion, religious verses, and if it is a mosque, they should have ayat of Quran or whatever it is.
Now, SM Yassin, Mr. Nair, you see, SM Yassin, who is the General Secretary of the Mosque Committee, says that, look, all these things, symbols on the walls, were created in the last few years, that this is mischief by someone.
See, the mosque was under control of the Muslims. From 1992, there was no access. So who are they fooling of? See, and whatever it is, so if they're saying, okay, it has been done, it has been, drawn recently or whatever it is. So let things come out in open. We are absolutely fine. We are eagerly waiting for it.
Okay, Khalikur Rahman, what would you say? Now, claim is that after the Muslim side said that, look, this is a fountain of Fawwara, now they have put out this picture that we are putting out on Times Now. They say this circular pipe-like structure always existed, but we pulled it out only because it was rusting.
Yeah, because I fully agree with the version of the Masjid Committee, because this is in fact a fountain, this is a Fawwara. And in every house, whichever mosque you go and visit, you will see a house in the sahan of a mosque. And you will see a Fawwara in that, a fountain in that. And they are talking about the pipe being rusted, which is quite possible because it is such a old construction. So because and talking about the other side, like the swastik. Now today you have the swastik bricks available, the brand, and today, if you go and break the plaster of any house, you find a swastik. Then will you claim that there was a temple under that house because of that? So I think let us try to be more logical. And coming to these tapes and the videos, I mean, how can these tapes and the videos be leaked? Actually, there is no gag on the media. But how come the media managed to get these from the concerned parties? Because the court has given the very clear instruction to the concerned parties to whom these tapes were handed over not to leak these tapes. So for the very reason, because these tapes could have been very easily tampered and a different picture could have been shown to the country. So with that view, probably the court has
no, what's the tampering in all of this? You can see the survey team also, sir. What is the tampering going on?
See, I mean, that is what it is, because we don't know, because these are not the tests which are released by the court. These are the tests which you have got it from outside the source of the court. So it is really, impossible and to believe the authenticity about these tests.
Sriraj Nair, respond to that. Tampering, fakery, impossible to believe, fountain.
Say how long they will live in denial mode. How long they will live in dark.
It is not a denial mode.
Listen, my dear friend. We are absolutely, we are very sure what it is. The world is seeing from their naked eyes. All the channels have shown. And now it is let us wait. We are absolutely eager. Let things come out in open. If you are dead sure that it is a fawara, then why are you scared? Let things come out in open. Why are you? Why are you so worried of? This is absolutely see. In the Ram temple issues, you try to dilly-dally. You people live in lies. And what has Islam got to do with the Kashi city? It's very clear. Kashi is an age-old city, which has relevance with the Hindu Dharma. I belong to Kerala. Our great-grandfathers used to come walking from Kerala to Kashi.
Okay.
So Kashi has got a huge relevance for
And on top of all this, Asaduddin Owaisi says, video sahi bhi hai, to kuch nahi hoga. This was a mosque, is a mosque, will remain a mosque. On that note, we'll have to take a short break. Sriraj Nair, Khaliqur Rahman, thanks for joining us on Times Now. A short break, lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay with us.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ? ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिल।
It is Rajni Bala after Rahul Bhatt. The genocide continues. This is genocide, viewers. There are no two ways about it. No other word to express what's going on. At a time when the Kashmiri Hindus are protesting because they fear for their lives, look what is happening to them. A Kashmiri Hindu teacher was targeted. Rajni Bala was killed in cold blood by the Islamists. The xenophobic mindset is at play once again, and the denial continues.
सर, हम आए थे, अभी स्कूल खोलने का टाइम था, ऊपर थे हम, घंटी बजाई, बच्चे नीचे जमा हो गए। हम अब नीचे डाउन स्टेयर आ रहे थे, दो सर हमारे नीचे आ गए थे, तो हमने आवाज़ सुनी टास की, तो हमें ऐसे ही लगा कि कोई पटाखा फट गया, एक ही आवाज़। तो जब हम नीचे आ गए तो बच्चों ने शोर मचाया, हम देखने यहाँ पे वो पड़ी हुई थी, हमने चिल्लाया, और हम क्या कर सकते थे, उस वक्त बेबस थे हम लोग भी। तो सभी सर गए, यहाँ पे लोकल थोड़ा भी जमा हो गए, तो सर एक ने गाड़ी लाई, तो हमने उसको बोर्ड किया। अब आ रहे हैं हम अस्पताल से अब वापस। वी कैन नॉट एक्सप्रेस, हमारे पास अल्फाज ही नहीं है, क्या करेंगे हम, हमारा कलेजा सड़ रहा है इस वक्त। हमने उस बच्ची को बुलाया स्कूल से, उसकी बच्ची पढ़ रही है यहाँ पे आशाली में, बेचारी, उसको भी वहाँ लाया। हमारा कलेजा सड़ रहा है, हम क्या कहेंगे आपसे।
इस टीचर का नाम रजनी बाला था और ये बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाती थी, बहुत नेक थी।
आपने देखा जिन लोगों ने इस पे गोलियां चलाई?
नहीं, हमने नहीं देखा।
कितने लोग? आप स्कूल थे आज?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था स्कूल।
आज स्कूल किस क्लास में पढ़ते हो आप?
मैं 9th क्लास में पढ़ती।
कितने टाइम से यहाँ पे ये ड्यूटी कर रही है?
लगभग 10-12 साल से।
आपको कितना अच्छा लगी थी ये टीचर, और कितना अच्छा पढ़ा?
बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा दिया।
कोई शिकायत इस टीचर के साथ कभी थी?
कभी नहीं।
ख्याल में पिछले 5-6 साल से रहती है।
5-6 साल से रहती है।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि
सेंटर लड़की थी टीचर, मुसलमान लड़की जैसे दुपट्टा पहनती थी और जाती थी स्कूल। गोपालपुर में उसकी ड्यूटी थी, और उसका हस्बैंड भी बहुत स्मार्ट था, शरीफ था, किसी से कोई बात नहीं, कोई बिल्कुल किसी से कोई ताल्लुक नहीं था, और वो मुझे बड़ा भाई समझकर ऐसे सलाम करता था। छोटी बच्ची उसकी 10 साल की होगी, 5वीं में 6वीं में पढ़ती होगा आयुष में, पता नहीं क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ ये।
We are taking a short break, but on the other side, a super exclusive news break, agenda-setting debate. The Hindu phobia is raging in the Oxford campus. Remember Rashmi Samant? It is now happening to Vivek Agnihotri. Rahul Shivshankar joining you next.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic.
As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
viewers, you're watching The Explosive Exclusive with me, Rahul Shivshankar. We focus on a developing story, a breaking story on this particular show. And we won't disappoint you today because you will be speaking in just a few moments to Vivek Agnihotri. Now, why is Vivek Agnihotri back in the news? Because, viewers, he claims that he has been cancelled by Oxford University. We all know of Oxford University. It rates among the first 5 in the world on any educational survey. It is known as the bastion of liberalism. It is where the leftians' lobby dissents at different times in the year. Most recently, you saw Rahul Gandhi being hosted at Oxford by one particular faculty to wax eloquent about the lack of free speech, freedom, democracy, etc. here in India. Every word he uttered, as he does so quite often gushingly, was very well applauded by a group of fellow intellectual co-travelers. All of them today collectively are defined by those on the right as woke liberals. Right or wrong, viewers, Oxford University has built its reputation as being an open campus for debate. Intolerance on campus has, of course, been spoken in hushed tones in recent past. We saw Rashmi Samant, who was very, very intimately associated with Oxford as a student, being singled out. Many said because her views clashed with the prevailing intellectual flavor at Oxford. Viewers, intolerance, especially when it comes to spaces that are considered to be devoted to the liberal arts and populated by left liberals, very often they turn out to be quite intolerant. As I just told you, filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has alleged that he was invited by the Oxford Union, no less, to deliver a lecture on campus. The lecture on Kashmir files was confirmed for the 31st of May. According to him, he was ready to take on any question that was going to be asked of him about his motivations, about various critics who have come out and said that the film promotes a insidious divisiveness. He was ready. He was ready for an open debate, and what better institute than Oxford? But he now claims that this interaction was cancelled at the last moment. Cancelled, viewers, quote unquote. He says this is an example of intolerance, of a cancel culture to any opposing point of view, to a contending point of view. Times Now has accessed the invite given to Agnihotri. It's on your screens. It confirms that he was granted to speak an event on May 31st, granted permission, invited. Now Agnihotri says that despite a confirmation being given in writing a week earlier, he was unceremoniously cut off, cancelled, so to speak. The excuse given to him was there was a double booking, which they had overlooked. But if a confirmation was already given in writing, is a double booking a plausible excuse? Viewers, we will hope to be also speaking to Rashmi Samant, who suffered a creeping, tacit cancel culture. But first, listen to Vivek Agnihotri as he made this comment, and then we're going to speak to him. Let's first listen into his comment.
Hello, friends. As you are aware that I'm here in Europe on a humanity tour. This tour was decided because a lot of prestigious places invited me, like Cambridge University, Oxford University, British Parliament, and a lot of places in Germany and Netherlands. But yesterday, a very strange thing happened. At Cambridge University, when I reached there at the last minute, I was told that you cannot video record the event. Now, this is 100% curbing of freedom of expression. And this happened because few Pakistani and Kashmiri Muslim students protested against it. These are genocide deniers. They are fascists. Their logic is, perhaps, which they write in social media, because I support a democratically elected Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. Now, this is the same university where Subhash Chandra Bose studied, but recently on his 150th year, he was also cancelled. They said Bose is a fascist. Now, another very strange thing happened. Today, I was supposed to go to Oxford University because Oxford Union invited me long time ago. It was all confirmed on emails, but just few hours before that, they said that, sorry, we made a mistake. There was a double booking and therefore we cannot host it today. And without even asking me, they changed the date to 1st of July because on the 1st of July, no student would be there and there's no point doing an event. Are they cancelling me? No. They want to cancel democratically elected government of India, especially Mr. Narendra Modi. They want to label us as fascist people, as Islamophobic. Now, as if killing thousands of Kashmiri Hindus was not Hindu-phobic, but making the film on the truth is Islamophobic. The second biggest problem is they are not cancelling me. They are cancelling the genocide. They are cancelling Hindus. You have to understand Hindus are in minority in Oxford University. And this is the oppression of minority. This is Hindu-phobia. This is fascism. This is the same Oxford University which has hosted dictators and fascists, including Indira Gandhi and Bhutto's son, and many African radical extremists. So please support me in this cause. I am filing a lawsuit against them. I am going to claim all the damages. Please support me. Join me. Jai Hind.
Well, let's go straight across to Vivek Agnihotri, who joins us. Mr. Agnihotri, you made some very pointed charges against Oxford and you sort of linked them to a Hindu phobia. Can you explain?
Okay, so people have to understand Oxford Union is one of the most popular and so-called in hierarchy at the top, the debating society. These people have even invited people like Gaddafi. After Gaddafi accepted to the bombings which killed almost 270 people, they have invited Indira Gandhi. They have called many African dictators and radical extremists. The problem is that Hindus are in minority. Oxford University and Cambridge, especially these British universities, have tried to maintain a narrative that there was no genocide in Kashmir of Hindus. Their narrative has been that the Muslims are oppressed and it has always been a Muslim land which Hindus want to capture illegally and undemocratically, to which Pandit Nehru surrendered or kind of compromised on that, because all these people who are educated in Oxford, you will find anybody who's come from this education, still in their heart they believe. Even when Shashi Tharoor went there, he was very apologetic about Kashmir. So this is the narrative Oxford propagates, and this is what they believe in. Oxford is dominated, A, by Middle Eastern lobbies, Middle Eastern funding, and Pakistani students. Hindu students are in minority. So Hindu students who go there either surrender or succumb to this pressure and also become communist, leftist, kind of a nexus, Islamist nexus, and they also speak anti-Hindu narrative. So I was invited by Oxford Union. It's not that I applied or I said invite me. They invited me after the Kashmir files. But then slowly all these Pakistani and Islamist voices started protesting. And they started protesting. Their major contention was that I am Islamophobic because I exposed Kashmir genocide in my film, The Kashmir Files. The second thing was they said I support fascist Prime Minister because I supported Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's a democratically elected, one of the biggest victories he got. I supported him, so they said I am also fascist. So that the fascist and Islamophobe should not be caught. So they started mounting pressure. And they wrote about it in social media. That's how I know it. And the president-elect is a Pakistani boy. And instead of cancelling directly, their tactic has always been all over the world. If you see, they always say, oh, sorry, we made a technical mistake. There has been a double booking. That's exactly what they have done with Rajiv Malhotra and Subramaniam Swamy and a lot of Hindu voices. So they sent an email on Sunday saying that, sorry, we made a mistake. There was a double booking, which is total lie, because on their calendar there is no double booking. In fact, on my time slot today, some British athlete is speaking. Then no, actually we have some technical problem. Our AV guy or AV team is not there. We said we will provide AV team, or you do it without the AV team. How does it matter? Mm-hmm. And so this is how it actually happened. So the real reasons are that they are Hindu-phobic people. They don't want Hindu voice. They did not cancel me.
In effect, they have cancelled Kashmir genocide because a whole lot of victims, children, students, they were going to come.
So what you're
and
saying,
they realized,
correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Agnihotri, what you're saying is that the university per se, or some individuals in the union per se, are putting now pressure to get you cancelled because that lobby wants to promote the status quo sort of narrative on Kashmir that, well, you know, Kashmir is a disputed territory, that the Indian government is occupying this land, and that human rights are being suppressed. And you, of course, would have sort of corrected that impression and got a platform to do so, and also talked a little bit about this entire narrative that's sought to be constructed that the Indian state is Islamophobic and therefore targeting the valley population of Muslims exceptionally by actually going back in time and exposing the guilt behind, or the guilty behind, the greatest Hindu genocide that has happened after partition in India. Is that really what you're saying?
Exactly. In fact, there is one more element to it. Yassin Malik pleaded guilty, and that exposed them after the Kashmir files exposed them by bringing the truth out. When Yassin Malik pleaded guilty, then it exposed and bursted their entire narrative, because these people have been celebrating JKLF and Yassin Malik.
Right.
These people came out in support of Yassin Malik. They have hosted him. These people are, you know, they are kind of intellectual partners of JKLF. So this entire narrative was bursting, and they realized, when I come, I will further expose Yassin Malik, what he did with Air Force officers and what he did with Hindu families and children. So that's why they got scared, and they started running a social media campaign, and then they started protesting at the union, and they said, you cannot call somebody who supports a fascist prime minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. That is the biggest problem, you know. So I am the collateral damage in this. But the thing is that Hindus are in minority, and they are oppressing minority voices. On their social media handle, they write, we are the last bastion of free speech. But no Hindu student is allowed to speak for Hindu genocide. So in effect, they have cancelled. They realized that so many Kashmiri Hindu young second generation boys and girls were going to attend, whose parents live here, the Kashmiri Pandit community. And they realized that this is going to be very embarrassing for them, calling me, because you know that I very openly, very blatantly, very honestly speak for the cause of Kashmiri Hindus and their genocide. I speak against Yassin Malik, and I exposed Yassin Malik to whatever might I had.
Okay.
And these are the two things.
Well,
which,
you're getting a lot of support, because we've invited our guest to speak to. Rashmi Samant also joins us, viewers. We all know Rashmi Samant. Mr. Agnihotri, just stay on with us. I'm opening this conversation now to our viewers, and I promise them that you will be able to speak to Mr. Agnihotri. We have a viewer calling in from Chennai, MK Sundaram. Mr. Sundaram, you've heard what Mr. Agnihotri has had to say. What's your view?
I empathize with Mr. Agnihotri. I think there should be any organization that claims the moral high ground when it comes to freedom of expression should actually walk its talk and allow different points of view to.
Do you want to say a few words to Mr. Agnihotri? He's live with us.
I'd like to thank him for the efforts that he's put in to bring out the Kashmir files and to bring out points of view that were earlier known only in, articles which were far and few.
Yes.
So for his effort to actually bring this out on big screen, and
this
to do
is
that
Mr. Agnihotri, you want to say a few words to Mr. Sundaram?
Yeah, I just lost it, the
yeah, he's thanking you. He's thanking you for making the movie that exposed the narrative and brought it out, a narrative that, of course, is not most widespread.
Oh, thank you, sir, for that. But that movie is just a part of the mission we have taken. I'm also making a docu-series on this, and I'm here in Europe on this mission. It's called Humanity Tour, to raise the voice for Hindu genocide, which is the continuous. Today only a lady teacher has been killed so brutally. She has been targeted, identified, and she's been killed. And this proves that this is the longest continuous Hindu genocide. And the whole world is talking about Islamophobia. I fail to understand with this why people are not talking about Hindu phobia, or at least terror phobia. We should be terror phobic.
Absolutely. You've made a very, very important point. We also have two other viewers, but before that, I want to bring in Rashmi Samant. Rashmi Samant, you've experienced firsthand a kind of intellectual intolerance. Talk us through it. You were at Oxford.
Indeed, I was at Oxford. I was elected the president of the student union and then hounded out for my belief. And a lot of the accusations which were leveled against me were very similar to what Vivek ji is currently facing. That is the typical line of attack which the far left Hindu-phobic forces at University of Oxford use. You would be surprised to find out that the same Oxford Union, which does not want to listen to the Kashmiri Pandit plight, has platformed people like Mehdi Hassan for the, in the past decade to speak about the Kashmiri plight. So they've been at it to whitewash the Kashmiri Pandit plight for the past decade, and here we had Vivek ji finally to present the other side and to counter the lies, and they could not have it because it's 1 decade of lies and whitewashing that would all go down the drain if Vivek ji would be platformed there. And I think that is absolutely pathetic, and I mean it's gagging, and it is spreading goibelian lies to actually suppress the Kashmiri Pandit genocide. There is an ongoing genocide which is violent. There is also this sort of attempt to gag the voices, which just makes the entire situation worse.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. At least from your point of view, you're speaking from your own experience. There has been a selective narrative surrounding the issues in Kashmir. I myself know this, viewers, and before you, for 10 years, we have been trying to put out the facts, but to no avail. Let me very quickly go across to Ashok, who's calling in from Bengaluru, and Sannat, who's calling in from Shimla. Ashok, please go ahead with your views. Mr. Agnihotri can hear you.
Firstly, I would compliment Mr. Agnihotri, whom I had met in his book launch in Bangalore. I have been an admirer of that book as well as Kashmiri Files. I condemn this so-called left liberalism, which is actually Pak elements dominating Oxford University and creating Hindu phobia. We have sorry to say, a Pappu talking nonsense and promoting China in the same university just a few days back. And we have a fine director who exposed the genocide of Kashmiris, which was not palatable to Pakistanis, of course, and also to some so-called intellectuals in India. I am very glad that he's taking that up legally. Wish you all the best, Agnihotri, sir. I'm sure you'll come out flying. We all love you. All true Indians love you.
There you go, Mr. Agnihotri. True Indians love you. Mr. Ashok says, we support you in your cause. Go after them. Expose them.
Thank you very much. And it's ironical, Rahul, that the theme of my speech was India, humanity and oneness. Can you believe it? And I've sent the poster to you also, you can see, and they cancelled it because they don't believe in oneness. They believe in separatism, and that's why they celebrate people like Yasin Malik and Afzal Guru. They were very sad when Yasin Malik was convicted a few days ago, and they don't want this to be exposed that he was behind the killing of so many people. If I had gone there, like Rashmi said, if they had platformed me, I would have busted their narrative, which they have built over hundreds of years.
Yes, absolutely. I think you make an important point about providing space to the other point of view. Sannat calling in from Shimla, Ravi Chandan from Mumbai. Sannat, go ahead with your views.
Yeah, hi Rahulji and hi Agnihotri sir.
Good evening.
Sir, I'm a big fan of yours, Agnihotri sir, and I'd recently seen the Kashmiri Files on Z5. So I just noticed that you are just trying to get the truth. मतलब जो आप मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि आप जो सच है वो आप उनके सामने प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं. मैं बस यही कहना चाहूँगा एंड दिस इज नो वे कि जैसे आपका अभी जो ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में है दैट टूर हैज बीन कैंसल्ड. सो पीपल लाइक राहुल गांधी आर डूइंग नॉनसेंस टॉक्स ऑफ चाइना देयर. And how can we guys deal with that? And you see, like if people like you go there, you'll like you'll bring the truth. Yeah,
absolutely, he'll expose the truth, and that's perhaps one of the reasons why he has been cancelled. At least that's what he's claiming. Naga Prasad calling in from Hyderabad. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Agnihotri. Good evening, Mr. Rahul.
Good evening, sir.
I will begin by saying congratulations, sir. You made a great movie, Mr. Agnihotri. It actually got India together. For the first time, we Indians have seen what happened in Kashmir. Hats off. It was a great
lot of
movie.
support coming in from Mr. Agnihotri here. Mr. Agnihotri, India wants you to ensure that justice is done to the likes of you, Rashmi Samant and others who speak up for the country, the great unity that we all possess, and try to break down this narrative of lies that is spun like a web by busy spiders. Where, viewers? Sitting in universities, pretensions of liberalism. That's the big problem. Hema calling in from Jodhpur. Hema, yes, go ahead. What's your view? What would you like to say to Mr. Agnihotri?
Hello.
Hello, Hema, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Rahul. I'm a big fan of yours as well as Mr. Agnihotri. I just see Mr. Vivek Agnihotri for a wonderful movie. I'll just take a little from his previous movie, which is the Tashkent Files. In this, he exposed a lot of big narratives about the government, and the government which is here hide the truth about lots of things. It's just about the previous, not only Prime Minister's murder, it is a way of how the previous government actually worked.
Yes.
And in this Kashmir file, actually, this is an extension only. And
extension.
I just want...
Well, viewers are not impassive. They are not foolish. They can see through these machinations. DN Call also calling in, Aksham calling in. I'm just coming out to you, Mr. Agnihotri and Ms. Samant. First, Mr. Agnihotri. Now, I want you to tell us a little bit about the conversations you've been having with these people at Oxford over the last few days. How have they tried to get out of this?
They can't, because they invited me, and that's why I have incurred all these expenses and I have taken out time. It was all centered around Oxford, and they cannot. We have everything on email, and I have contacted the topmost solicitors here in Britain, and I'm going to sue them. I have already actioned the legal lawsuit, and I'm going to definitely teach them a lesson, because what happens is in countries like Britain, they only understand the language of law. These are big courtrooms, the universities have become, everything is about law. So I'm going to teach them a lesson because they invited me. That's why I'm here. And that's why they're scared. They cannot say anything. But more than that, I think the thing is that when people like me, earlier also it has happened with a couple of people, then it just happens for a few days. But I'm so happy you took the cause of Rashmi. Today everybody recognizes Rashmi. And Rashmi is the first one actually who informed me the behind the scene campaign, what is going on. And that's how I understood the game behind that. We have sent them a legal notice, and I'm going to take it to its logical conclusion, and I'll ensure that next time nobody has the guts to cancel anybody who talks about Hindu genocide, who talks about terrorism. The problem is these terrorism is a big industry, and through this terrorism is being justified, and students are radicalized to work for the cause and give ideological shelter and shield to terror organizations. It's a very clear-cut game. Nobody can dispute it. So I'm going to expose it, maybe with my art, with my next film.
Well, Mr. Agnihotri, talking about intellectual terrorism and, of course, discrimination. Rashmi Samant claims that she has, of course, suffered firsthand. Now, Rashmi Samant, just tell us a little bit about how you got to know that there was this campaign behind the scenes.
Well, I'm still a part of a large number of groups because I just recently graduated 2 months ago. I came across a toolkit, a 30-page toolkit against Vivek ji, I think, over the weekend, which I did share with him, which was all, trying to build up this propaganda about Islamophobia and, the other buzzwords in the left. And I was immediately alarmed that, they are planning something, because I had read about his event a week or two prior, that he's due to speak there. And, just around the time that he's due to speak there, why is there a toolkit about him circulating in these groups? And then I knew that something was up, and then, just email it over to him. And this is unfortunately how it works. It's very organized. And they come up with this whole framework by attaching things out of context, by connecting things out of context to build a narrative. So, they would pick up things from 10 years ago, from 20 years ago, from probably the childhood of Vivek ji, from, people around him, and they would hold him accountable for all these, actions put in a single place out of context, like a toolkit, somehow making him look, like an Islamophobe, whereas that's not the truth. And then, they start these protests and then, vilify, demonize the person, and then ultimately garner enough support to cancel the person himself. So this was something that was done along my time as well. So I think I'm more sensitive to these sort of markers, which are very, very sort of prevalent in the whole left ecosystem. So it was very well planned, and it has been happening for more than a week now.
The biggest misnomer, of course, is the word liberal, which is associated with the left, because they are anything but that. And that's really something that one needs to think about. I want to bring in Mr. D.N. Kaul from Bengaluru and Aksham from Mumbai. Mr. D.N. Kaul, please go ahead with your view.
Good evening, Mr. Rahul.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Please.
And our panelists. My simple question to Mr. Agnihotri is that this Kashmir file was the tip of an iceberg. So, will you please go for any part 1 or part 2?
Okay, Aksham, we've lost Aksham, but D.N. Kaul making that point. Now, Mr. Agnihotri, of course, the toolkit was doing the rounds. I'm sure you have that toolkit before you. We have also been able to access this toolkit, which we will break in just a few moments. Mr. Agnihotri, now the thrust obviously is to discredit you. This is not the first time, is it?
Oh yeah, that's a very usual technique. They've been doing it. I've been a leftist when I was a student, so I totally know how it works, But then they cannot stop me. If they could have stopped me, they would have stopped me many years ago when I was attacked in JNU and Jadavpur. See, it's very important for somebody to speak up now. You were one of those first people who had warned me when I was going to Jadavpur University, I remember, and I owe it to you. These people very systematically, what they do is they pick up something which you said as a child or you did as a teenager, or maybe there's something in your hands, and then they try to amplify it, labeling you with the labels like misogynist, fascist, Islamophobe, casteist, etc., etc. And that's what people fall prey to, and they surrender to this. I'm not the one who's going to do it. In fact, my next film, The Delhi Files, is going to rattle them a lot. It's not just rattle, it's going to uproot them totally, and is going to burst them totally for all this narrative they are building against India and Hindus, especially in these radicalized Islamist universities like Oxford and Cambridge. My problem is they published on their Facebook page, it's an open thing, you can go to the Oxford Union page, they changed the date without my knowledge from 31st of today's date to 1st of July, without my knowledge. So that it doesn't look like they have cancelled me, but actually they have cancelled me. And let's not fall prey to these technical things. So what I'm planning to do is, I am just going to the Speaker's Corner at Hyde Park one of these Sundays, where Gandhi spoke, where Martin Luther King spoke, where some of the greatest minds have spoken. I'm going to go there and I'm going to speak my mind. What can they do? They cannot, okay, they can cancel me at Oxford, but they can't cancel me at Hyde Park at speakers, this thing. And this is what they fear. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Been able to access this toolkit that Rashmi Samant, the alleged toolkit that Rashmi Samant was talking about. Rashmi Samant, how did you come across this toolkit? Obviously, there are people who sympathize with your point of view and with you and with Mr. Agnihotri. And of course, there are people who love India and want to ensure that whatever is spoken on international forums is accurate.
No, that's true. And these toolkits are nothing but, ways to, to propagate false propaganda. And like Vivek ji said, it's along the lines of the typical way to cancel people, because, truth can't get them anywhere. So all they do is devise ways to promote the, the falsities to bury the truth. But I think there is a dialogue in his film as well, which says that ultimately the truth will come out.
Ultimately, the truth always has a habit of coming out, and it is going to explode on our screens now. Rashmi Samant, the toolkit is with us. Let me bring in Padmaja Joshi. Padmaja, over to you.
That's correct, Rahul. In fact, we were also alerted to the fact that first there was a message that was circulated in the Oxford Union, and it said that the Oxford Union has invited Vivek Agnihotri, a propaganda filmmaker from India, to speak to members on 31st May. We are deeply concerned by this decision. Then they list a series of charges against him and say the union's decision to platform such a person shows how removed union leadership is from the lives of their South Asian members. Join us at the Oxford Union on the 31st of May to protest against Vivek Agnihotri and the Oxford Union, and then the cancellation happens. In addition to this message that was circulated, there is also a document that in fact was circulated, and it makes a 7-point charge sheet, as it were, and this was put out saying that there were annexures that had been put of news clips, etc. Then says that he has made casteist remarks, he is openly Islamophobic, he has made a film which is openly Islamophobic, and it calls, by the way, the 5th point says, his docu-fiction films are ahistorical, factually incorrect, and laced with hyper-nationalist propaganda and intolerable subpar cinematography. A large number of critics found the Kashmir files filled with factual inaccuracies, etc., etc., and says it's a relentless targeting of every Muslim represented on screen. So basically, this was the document that was circulated with 7 points of why Vivek Agnihotri should not be platformed, and everyone was called to protest, and it was said that we cannot tolerate such a person being platformed at Oxford Union.
And was this an afterthought, Mr. Agnihotri? Padmaja, thanks for joining us with the toolkit, 30-page toolkit now being broken on Times Now. Rashmi Samant was talking about it. Padmaja just read it out. Mr. Agnihotri? Rashmi, you were talking about this, the 30-page toolkit, and look, first an invite is extended, and then this is circulated, a 30-page toolkit, as you put it.
Yes, I mean, that is definitely the way these people go. And there was one against me once upon a time, there is one now, and this is just the typical way to cancel people, to mobilize people, to spread false narratives. In fact, the word South Asia, so South Asian society came up because I think they were one of the key people to organize the protest. You can see this tweet from, I think, 2019, wherein the government of Pakistan is actually praising the society for putting up a protest, in solidarity with the people of Kashmir, and 15th August was declared a black day by the same society. So you can imagine how far removed this whole South Asian society is from the, one of the largest nations in South Asia, which is India. They're far removed from the realities here, and they're very much ingrained in false propaganda. And this is seen over and over and over again in news releases, in tweets by official handles of governments like the government of Pakistan. So it's nothing but, it's nothing but lies, which are interlaced in a way to make it sound credible, and the typical, propaganda style. I think there were many toolkits. There was one during the farmers' protest as well. So it's very typical and very telling of the ecosystem.
Thank you for exposing this ecosystem. Thank you for busting the propaganda. Rashmi Samant, thank you for joining us on Times Now. We move on, viewers, to the other big story on Times Now. Our world exclusive has created a flutter across the country. The Gyanvapi tape show you for the first time on camera what is inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. From the basement to the walls of the Wuzu Khana, the proof is there on camera. In the Gyanvapi tapes, from the Shivling to Hindu idols to swastika and Trishul on the walls and in the basement. But despite that, the ridiculing and the denials continue. The mosque committee officials today said that what is being claimed as proof is fabrication. Speaking to Times Now, the Gyanvapi Mosque Committee's SM Yassin explained away all that has been photographed inside the Gyanvapi. He said that the idols of Hindu gods found in the basement are remnants from a workshop that was run there earlier. As for the swastikas and the tridents, he dismissed them as work of vandals.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ये तो 1850 के आसपास शायद ये फव्वारा बनाया गया था, और फव्वारे में पहले कोई इलेक्ट्रिक मैकेनिज्म नहीं हुआ था कि फव्वारा चलता था। सरकारी पाइपलाइन जुड़ी हुई थी, जब प्रेशर आता था तो वो चलता था। मैंने खुद उसको चलते हुए देखा है फव्वारे को। उसके बाद जब पाइप सड़ गई, पाइप आज भी वहाँ रखी हुई है, जो सड़ी हुई पाइप थी जो हटाई गई वो आज भी रखी हुई है। और दूसरी बात ये है, इतने सालों तक हमारे कब्जे में रहा, क्या हम हटा नहीं सकते थे? अगर हमें ऐसा कुछ महसूस होता, गलत महसूस होता, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। हिंदू किराएदार जो मूर्तियों का कारोबार करते थे वो भी वहाँ रहते थे, और वो अपनी जो टूटी फूटी मूर्तियाँ थी वो वहाँ फेंक देते थे। अब वो वहाँ फेंक करके उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग हो गई। बैरिकेडिंग के बाद से अंदर से कोई सामान बाहर नहीं जा सका, इसलिए वो वहीं पड़ी रह गई और उसकी तरफ किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया। बस ये है। ये बाद में किसी वक्त कुरेदा गया है। जब ये बैरिकेडिंग नहीं थी, एक्सेस टू ऑल था, तो हो सकता है किसी ने जानबूझ के कुरेदते रहे हों, क्योंकि अक्सर आप जाके देखिए वहाँ पे कहीं बोतल है, कहीं मिट्टी के बर्तन हैं, इस तरह के लोग फेंकते रहते हैं वहाँ। तो ये आम बात है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं। वहाँ एक भोला नाम का आदमी आता था जो रंगाई पुताई का काम करता था, वो अक्सर कुरेदा करता था। कई जगह उसने कुरेदा, यहाँ तक कि उसने एक जगह श्री राम लिख दिया था। जब उसको पकड़ा गया कि भैया ये श्री राम तुमने यहाँ क्यों लिख दिया, तब उसके बाद उसको हटाया गया। आप जो भी आपको ये चिन्ह मिले हैं, ये सिस्टमेटिक नहीं होंगे, ये सिस्टमेटिक हैं भी नहीं। आड़े तिरछे ऐसे उसे जैसे चाहा उसने कुरेद दिया, और वो जो है ये शरारत थी और कुछ नहीं उसकी।
That was SM Yassin. Meanwhile, a group from the Hindu side has alleged a deliberate effort to change the character of the temple remnants in Gyanvapi. The Hindu Sena has filed a complaint against the Masjid Committee for damaging the Shivling. But despite the anger and outrage, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi still insists whatever is on camera can stay on camera. For him, Gyanvapi will remain a mosque.
देखिए, पहली बात शुद्ध कर लीजिए, कथित शिवलिंग नहीं है, केवल शिवलिंग है। उसको कथित कह के आप हमारी भावना को साथ मत के लिए, बिल्कुल शिवलिंग है। उसको जो भी हिंदू भगवान शिव की पूजा करता है और जिसने आज तक शिवलिंग पर पूजा करके जल अभिषेक किया है या दूध चढ़ाया है, जो मंदिर जाता है, उनको मालूम देख के कोई भी कह देगा शिवलिंग है। और शिवलिंग पर जो कुठाराघात किया गया है, जो अत्याचार किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से आघात पहुंचाया गया है, वो बहुत सोचनीय विषय है। और इस पर जो भी न्यायिक ढंग से जो उचित कार्रवाई होगी वो हम करेंगे।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब इस मसले की सुनवाई हो रही थी तो ऑनरेबल जजेस ने ख़ास तौर से बात कही कि लीक रिपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाना चाहिए मीडिया को। तो मीडिया अगर लीक रिपोर्ट्स चला रहा है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो बात कही आप उसको भूल रहे हैं, तो ये गलत है। दूसरी बात यह है कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद थी, तो अब उस कानून के तहत वो मस्जिदें रहेगी ना उसका नेचर और कैरेक्टर कोई तब्दील किया जा सकता है।
Now the mosque side viewers has produced proof of what they say was the fountain in the Wazu Khana. They produced pictures of a circular network of pipes which they claim existed earlier too and now has been moved away because of rusting and decay. This, they say, is enough proof that what is being claimed as a shivling was part of a fountain in the center of the Wazu Khana.
इसी इलाके में मेरी दुकान थी पहले 40 साल तक हम लोग उसमें मस्जिद में सेवा किए हैं, उसमें रहते थे, मस्जिद में जाना था, 5 वक्त की नमाज पढ़ते थे। उसमें दौरान फुवारों को कई बार हम लोगों ने सफाई किया है और वो सीमेंटेड का बीच का है, उसकी दीवार भी सीमेंटेड है, बीच वाला भी सीमेंटेड है। वो थोड़ा इसलिए गहरा रखा गया है कि उसमें मछलियों को रखने के लिए कि जब फुवारा हौज को खाली किया जाए तो उसके अंदर मछली रहें और फिर जब हौज में पानी भरा जाए तो उसके अंदर मछली फिर निकल जाती थी, इसलिए वो दौड़ थोड़ा गहरा किया गया रखा गया। वो सीमेंट का बना हुआ, वो काई उस पर लगी हुई है पानी में रहने से लिए, और इसलिए उसको हम लोग काय की सफाई नहीं करते थे, साइड की सफाई बाहर ही करते थे कि मछलियाँ अगर उसमें रहें तो उनको खाने का अगर कुछ नहीं मिले तो उस काई खा के जीवित रह जाएं।
We move on, viewers, to the other big story we've been tracking closely, and this is about Delhi Health Minister Satendra Jain, who has been sent to ED's custody till July 9. This is in a money laundering case for which he was arrested. The blame game is raging. The Aam Aadmi Party is slamming vendetta by the BJP. Congress and BJP have dared Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party to walk the talk on zero tolerance against draft. They say the Mantri is tainted. He should be sacked.
मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन के सारे कागज खुद देखे हैं, पढ़ा लिखा आदमी हूं, कानून की भी बहुत समझ है। इनके ऊपर लगाए गए सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं, पूरा का पूरा मामला फर्जी है, केवल राजनीति की वजह से उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया। अगर उनके मामले में 1% की भी सच्चाई होती तो मैं खुद ही कब का उनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन ले चुका होता। सत्येंद्र जैन देशभक्त है, कट्टर ईमानदार है, बेहद साहसी है। ऐसी जेलें उनके साहस और जज्बे को और मजबूत करेंगी।
ये ईडी का भी केस ऐसा ही है, 8 साल पुराना केस है। जो हवाला की बात हो रही है वो 2015 से 2017 के बीच में हुआ, लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन जी उस कंपनी से 2013 में रेजिग्नेशन दे चुके थे। तो जो व्यक्ति उस कंपनी से 2 साल पहले रेजिग्नेशन दे चुका है, जिस कंपनी के 2015 से 17 के मालिक ने खुद कोर्ट में कबूल भी कर लिया है कि हवाला उसने किया, तो आज ये केस सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण से उठाया जा रहा है और वो है हिमाचल प्रदेश का चुनाव।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, his health minister, were busy looting the taxpayers' money. एक बात बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहेंगे, आपकी ये जो खामोशी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, ये बहुत कुछ बयां करती है। ये बयां करती है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ आपका हाथ है।
ईडी ने कानून की जो कार्रवाई की है वो कार्रवाई तथ्यों के आधार पर और सबूतों के आधार पर की है। हकीकत तो ये है कि 2015-16 से ये केस चल रहा है। इसके बाद ईडी ने 4.81 करोड़ के एसेट्स भी सत्येंद्र जैन के सीज किए थे। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, जो हमेशा ईमानदारी और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, क्या आज वो एक व्यक्ति जिस पर इतना बड़ा आरोप भ्रष्टाचार का लगा हुआ है, जिसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उसे मंत्री बनाए रखेंगे या उसका इस्तीफा लेंगे, उन्हें बर्खास्त करेंगे?
ये पूरी तरह से क्लियर है कि सत्येंद्र जैन इस तरह के मामलों में लिप्त है। अफसोस इस बात का है ये इतनी देर से क्यों हुआ, लेकिन फिर भी कहना चाहता हूं, देर आए दुरुस्त आए। आज जो सच सामने आया है यही सच था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने की बात किया करते थे वो पूरी तरह से झूठ था। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि सच को आप दबा सकते हो, खत्म नहीं कर सकते।
We move on and shift our attention to a Times Now super news break. Viewers, on May 21st, just a few days ago, a chilling video of a rally from Alleppey in Kerala showed a child hoisted on a PFI member's shoulder raising slogans warning Hindus and Christians. This was a 12-year-old chanting provocative slogans that were so provocative that it caught the attention of everyone. But the story gets bigger today. The father of the man has come out and he has admitted that yes, this was done. Says he picked up these slogans from rallies he attended in the past. Now, if you don't believe me, listen to that man admitting this on camera himself.
പ്രതിഷേധത്തിൽ വിളിച്ച മുദ്രാവാക്യമാണത്. ഇത് അവനിക്ക് അവിടെ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയതാണത്. അവിടെ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയിട്ടാണ് വിളിച്ചത്. പല സ്ഥലത്തും പോയി വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ അത് ഇപ്പോൾ വിളിച്ചപ്പോൾ എന്താണെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ഇതിന് മാത്രം വിവാദമാകാനും അതിൽ യൂട്യൂബിൽ തന്നെ ഉണ്ട് നേരത്തെ വിളിച്ച ഈ വീഡിയോസൊക്കെ. ഇപ്പം എന്താണെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ഇത്രയും മാത്രം ഇത് പൊക്കിപ്പിടിച്ചിട്ട് വരാനായിട്ട് ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു കൊച്ചിനിട്ട് ഇത്ര ഹറാസ്മെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ എന്ത് കുറ്റമാണ് ചെയ്തതെന്ന് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാനൊരു മതത്തിനെയോ ഒരു ഹിന്ദു മതത്തിനെയോ ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ മതത്തിനെയോ അതൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. ആകെ പറഞ്ഞേക്കുന്നത് സംഘപരിവാറിൻ്റെ ഇത് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അതിലിപ്പോൾ ഇതെന്താ തെറ്റ്?
The admission of radicalization is on tape. Now, viewers, you heard the justification. Imagine a father sees nothing wrong in this adolescent child raising slogans, calling for death onto someone, trying to divide communities. What sort of justification is that the child was only raising anti-RSS slogans? He's a 12-year-old. He should be in school, not at rallies where such hate is being spewed. And the Kerala police has nailed the role of these PFI members. Times Now has accessed the remand note of these accused, and here's what the police had to say.
Till now we have arrested 26 persons, and the organizers, which are basically part of state leadership of PFI and SDPI, they have been made accused. Their chairman of organizing committee, who is a state PFI committee member, Yaya Thangal, has been arrested. His father has been arrested, and the close friend of his father, Sudhir, he has also been arrested. Right now they are in judicial custody. We are taking them on police custody. The investigation till now has revealed that the father is involved in tutoring his son about these slogans. But our point of investigation is to find out whether there is an organized effort to indoctrinate kids like this. In Kerala, the government as well as police, we have zero tolerance for the communally inflammatory messages or practices.
Viewers, the radical organizations like the Popular Front of India and its political arm, the SDPI, seems to have made spreading hate their template. From Kerala to Karnataka, these radicals are resorting to hate propaganda against the Sangh, against the judiciary, men in khaki. Sample of these comments. Just listen to these.
ആലപ്പുഴ സമ്മേളനത്തിലെ മുദ്രാവാക്യം കേട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഹൈക്കോടതി ജഡ്ജിമാർ ഞെട്ടുന്നു. കാരണം എന്താ? ജഡ്ജിമാരിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ അവരിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കോണകം അത് കാവിയാകുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമാണ് ചൂടെടുക്കും, ആവി വരും, അത് പൊള്ളലേൽക്കും. അത് നിങ്ങൾ അസ്വസ്ഥപ്പെടുത്തുമെന്ന ബോധ്യം ഞങ്ങൾക്കുണ്ട്.
ಸಂಘಪರಿವಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ವೈಲೆನ್ಸ್. We don't like it. We avoid. But violence like us, we cannot avoid. Jai India.
With that, we are taking a short break. Viewers, lots more lined up on Times Now. Please stay with us.
Times Now.
Action begins here.
Welcome back. In other news that we are tracking closely, right-wing groups have decided to march to Sri Rangapatna on June 4th. They are demanding Tipu Sultan's mosque is Anjanaya temple and it should be handed over to Hindus. CBI custody of S. Bhaskar Raman extended till June 1st in connection with a visa scam case. He was arrested by the CBI on May 17th. Mumbaikars will be facing water shortage. Water supply from Dahisar to Malad will be affected on May 31st due to work on water mains. Supply in Kandivali, Borivali, Dahisar and Malad will be affected for the next 2 days. India's active case load currently stands at 17,883. Active cases stand at 0.04%. 2,134 recoveries have been recorded in the last 24 hours. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has filed a nomination from Karnataka for the upcoming Rajya Sabha polls. The elections are scheduled for June 10th. While the BJP has fielded 3 candidates, Congress has fielded 2. Former Congress leader Hardik Patel set to join the BJP on June 2nd. Times Now Newsbreak confirmed viewers the Patidar Kota agitation leader will be joining the BJP in presence of Gujarat BJP chief C.R. Patil. A Delhi court has summoned Congress leader D.K. Shivkumar and others in a money laundering case lodged against him in 2018. The summons have been issued after the court took cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Shocking case of murder reported from Andhra Pradesh, Tirupati. A techie husband beat his wife to death and dumped her body into a pond. With that, we are taking a short break. Padmaja Joshi joins you next.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका